Lord Peter Views the Body. A collection of short stories by Dorothy L. Sayers, read by Ian Carmichael. The Abominable History of the Man with Copper Fingers. The Egotists' Club is one of the most genial places in London. It's a place to which you may go when you want to tell that odd dream you had last night, or to announce what a good dentist you've discovered. You can write letters there if you like, and have the temperament of a Jane Austen, for there is no silence room. And it would be a breach of club manners to appear busy or absorbed when another member addresses you. You must not mention gold or fish, however, and if the Honourable Freddie Arbuthnot's motion is carried at the next committee meeting, and opinion so far appears very favourable, you will not be allowed to mention wireless either. As Lord Peter Wimsey said when the matter was mooted the other day in the smoking-room, those are things you can talk about anywhere. Otherwise, the club is not specially exclusive. Nobody is ineligible per se, except strong, silent men. Nominees are, however, required to pass certain tests, whose nature is sufficiently indicated by the fact that a certain distinguished explorer came to grief through accepting and smoking a powerful Trichinopoly cigar as an accompaniment to a 63 port. On the other hand, dear old Sir Roger Bunt, the Coster millionaire who won the £20,000 ballot offered by the Sunday Shriek and used it to found his immense catering business in the Midlands, was highly commended and unanimously elected after declaring frankly that beer and a pipe were all he really cared for in that way. As Lord Peter said again, nobody minds coarseness, but one must draw the line at cruelty. On this particular evening, Masterman, the Cubist poet, had brought a guest with him, a man named Varden. Varden had started life as a professional athlete, but a strained heart had obliged him to cut short a brilliant career, and turned his handsome face and remarkably beautiful body to account in the service of the cinema screen. He'd come to London from Los Angeles to stimulate publicity for his great new film, Marathon, and turned out to be quite a pleasant, unspoiled person. Greatly to the relief of the club, since Masterman's guests were apt to be something of a toss-up. There were only 8 men, including Varden, in the brown room that evening. This, with its panelled walls, shaded lamps, and heavy blue curtains, was perhaps the cosiest and pleasantest of the small smoking rooms, of which the club possessed half a dozen or so. The conversation had begun, quite casually, by Armstrong relating a curious little incident which he'd witnessed that afternoon at the Temple Station. And Bayes had gone on to say that that was nothing to the really very odd thing which had happened to him personally in a thick fog one night in the Euston Road. Masterman said that the more secluded London squares teemed with subjects for writers, and instanced his own singular encounter with a weeping woman and a dead monkey. And then Judson took up the tale and narrated how, in a lonely suburb late at night, he had come upon the dead body of a woman stretched on the pavement with a knife in her side, and a policeman standing motionless nearby. He had asked if he could do anything, but the policeman had only said, "I wouldn't interfere if I were you, sir. She deserved what she got." Judson said he'd not been able to get the incident out of his mind, and then Pettifer told them of a queer case in his own medical practice, when a totally unknown man had led him to a house in Bloomsbury, where there was a woman suffering from strychnine poisoning. This man had helped him in the most intelligent manner all night, and when the patient was out of danger, had walked straight out of the house and never reappeared. The odd thing being that when he, Pettifer, questioned the woman, she answered in great surprise that she had never seen the man in her life, and had taken him to be Pettifer's assistant. "That reminds me," said Varden, "of something still stranger that happened to me once in New York. I've never been able to make out whether it was a madman or a practical joke, or whether I really had a very narrow shave." This sounded promising, and the guest was urged to go on with his story. "Well, it really started ages ago," said the actor. 7 years it must have been, just before America came into the war. I was 25 at the time, and had been in the film business a little over 2 years. There was a man called Eric P. Loder, pretty well known in New York at that period, who would have been a very fine sculptor if he hadn't had more money than was good for him, or so I understood from the people who go in for that kind of thing. He used to exhibit a good deal, and had a lot of one-man shows of his stuff, to which the highbrow people went. He did a good many bronzes, I believe. Perhaps you know about him, Masterman." "I've never seen any of his things," said the poet, "but I remember some photographs in The Art of Tomorrow. Clever, but rather overripe. Didn't he go in for a lot of that chryselephantine stuff? Just to show he could afford to pay for the materials, I suppose." "Yes, that sounds very like him." "Of course. He did a very slick and very ugly realistic group called Lucina, and had the impudence to have it cast in solid gold and stood in his front hall." "Oh, that thing, yes. Yes, simply beastly, I thought it. But then I never could see anything artistic in the idea. Realism, I suppose you'd call it. I like a picture or a statue to make you feel good, or what's it there for? Still, there was something very attractive about Loder. How did you come across him?" "Oh, yes. Well, he saw me in that little picture of mine, Apollo Comes to New York. Perhaps you remember it. It was my first star part, about a statue that's brought to life, one of the old gods, you know, and how he gets on in a modern city. Dear old Rubinson produced it. Ah, now there was a man who could put a thing through with consummate artistry. You couldn't find an atom of offence from beginning to end. It was all so tasteful, though in the first part one didn't have anything to wear except a sort of scarf, taken from the classical statue, you know. The Belvedere? I dare say. Well, Loder wrote to me and said as a sculptor he was interested in me because I was a good shape and so on, and would I come and pay him a visit in New York when I was free. So I found out about Loder and decided it would be good publicity, and when my contract was up, and I had a bit of time to fill in, I went up east and called on him. He was very decent to me and asked me to stay a few weeks with him while I was looking around. He had a magnificent great house about 5 miles out of the city, crammed full of pictures and antiques and so on. He was somewhere between 35 and 40, I should think, dark and smooth and very quick and lively in his movements. He talked very well, seemed to have been everywhere and have seen everything, and not to have any too good opinion of anybody. You could sit and listen to him for hours. He'd got anecdotes about everybody, from the Pope to old Phineas E. Groot of the Chicago Ring. The only kind of story I didn't care about hearing from him was the improper sort. Not that I don't enjoy an after-dinner story. No, sir, I wouldn't like you to think that I was a prig. But he did tell it with his eye upon you, as if he suspected you of having something to do with it. I've known women do that, and I've seen men do it to women, and seen the women squirm. But he was the only man that's ever given me that feeling. Still, apart from that, Loder was the most fascinating fellow I've ever known. And, as I say, his house surely was beautiful, and he kept a first-class table. He liked to have everything of the best. There was his mistress, Maria Morano. I don't think I've ever seen anything to touch her. And when you work for the screen, you're apt to have a pretty exacting standard of female beauty. She was one of those big, slow, beautifully moving creatures, very placid, with a slow, wide smile. We don't grow them in the States. She'd come from the South. Had been a cabaret dancer, he said, and she didn't contradict him. He was very proud of her, and she seemed to be devoted to him in her own fashion. He'd show her off in the studio with nothing on but a fig leaf or so, stand her up beside one of the figures he was always doing of her, and compare them point by point. There was literally only 1/2 inch of her, it seemed, that wasn't absolutely perfect from the sculptor's point of view. The second toe of her left foot was shorter than the big toe. We used to correct it, of course, in the statues. She'd listen to it all with a good-natured smile, sort of vaguely flattered, you know. Though I think the poor girl sometimes got tired of being gloated over that way. She'd sometimes hunt me out and confide to me that what she'd always hoped for was to run a restaurant of her own, with a cabaret show and a great many cooks with white aprons, and lots of polished electric cookers. And then I would marry, she'd say, and have 4 sons and 1 daughter. And she told me all the names she'd chosen for the family. I thought it was rather pathetic. Loder came in at the end of one of these conversations. He'd had a sort of grin on, so I dare say he'd overheard. I don't suppose he attached much importance to it, which shows that he never really understood the girl. I don't think he ever imagined any woman would chuck up the sort of life he'd accustomed her to, and if he was a bit possessive in his manner, at least he never gave her a rival. For all his talk and his ugly statues, she'd got him, and she knew it. Well, I stayed there, getting on for a month altogether, having a thundering good time. On 2 occasions, Loder had an art spasm, and shut himself up in his studio to work and wouldn't let anybody in for several days on end. He was rather given to that sort of stunt, and when it was over, would have a party, and all Loder's friends and hangers-on would come to have a look at the work of art. He was doing a figure of some nymph or goddess, I fancy, to be cast in silver, and Maria used to go along and sit for him. Apart from those times, he went about everywhere, and we saw all there was to be seen. I was fairly annoyed, I admit, when it came to an end. War was declared, and I'd made up my mind to join up when that happened. My heart put me out of the running for trench service, but I counted on getting some sort of a job, with perseverance, so I packed up and went off. I wouldn't have believed Loder would have been so genuinely sorry to say goodbye to me. He said over and over again that we'd meet again soon. However, I did get a job with the hospital people and was sent over to Europe, and it wasn't until 1920 that I saw Loder again. He'd written to me before, but I'd had 2 big pictures to make in 19, and it couldn't be done. However, in 20, I found myself back in New York doing publicity for The Passion Streak, and got a note from Loder begging me to stay with him and saying he wanted me to sit for him. Well, that was advertisement that he'd pay for himself, so I agreed. I'd accepted an engagement to go out with Misto Films Limited in Jake of Dead Man's Bush, the dwarf man picture, taken on the spot among the Australian bushmen. I wired them that I would join them at Sydney the 3rd week in April, and took my bags out to Loder's. Loder greeted me very cordially, though I thought he looked older than when I last saw him. He'd certainly grown more nervous in his manner. He was, how shall I describe it, more intense, more real in a way. He brought out his pet cynicisms as if he thoroughly meant them, and more with that air of getting at you personally. I used to think his disbelief in everything was a kind of artistic pose, but I began to feel I'd done him an injustice. He was really unhappy. I could see that quite well, and soon I discovered the reason. As we were driving out in the car, I asked after Maria. "She's left me," he said. Well, now, that really surprised me. Honestly, I hadn't thought the girl had that much initiative. "Why?" I said. "Has she gone and set up in that restaurant of her own she wanted so much?" "Oh, she talked to you about restaurants, did she?" said Loder. "I suppose you're one of the men that women tell things to." No, she made a fool of herself. She's gone." I didn't quite know what to say. He was so obviously hurt in his vanity, as well as in his feelings. I muttered the usual things and added that it must be a great loss to his work, as well as in other ways. He said it was. I asked him when it had happened, and whether he'd finished the nymph he was working on before I left. He said, oh yes, he'd finished that and done another. Something pretty original, which I should like. Well, we got to the house and dined, and Loder told me that he was going to Europe shortly, a few days after I left myself, in fact. The nymph stood in the dining room in a special niche let into the wall. It really was a beautiful thing. Not so showy as most of Loder's work, and a wonderful likeness of Maria. Loder put me opposite it, so that I could see it during dinner, and really I could hardly take my eyes off it. He seemed very proud of it, and kept on telling me over and over again how glad he was that I liked it. It struck me that he was falling into a trick of repeating himself. We went into the smoking room after dinner. He'd had it rearranged, and the first thing that caught one's eye was a big settee drawn before the fire. It stood about a couple of feet from the ground, and consisted of a base made like a Roman couch, with cushions and a highish back, all made of oak with a silver inlay. And on top of this, forming the actual seat one sat on, if you follow me, there was a great silver figure of a nude woman, fully life-size, lying with her head back and her arms extended along the sides of the couch. A few big loose cushions made it possible to use the thing as an actual settee, though I must say it never was really comfortable to sit on respectably. As a stage prop for registering dissipation, it would have been excellent, but to see Loder sprawling over it by his own fireside gave me a kind of shock. He seemed very much attached to it there. I told you, he said, that it was something original. Then I looked more closely at it, and saw that the figure actually was Maria's, though the face was rather sketchily done, if you understand what I mean. I suppose he thought a bolder treatment more suited to a piece of furniture. But I did begin to think Loder a trifle degenerate when I saw that couch, and in the fortnight that followed I grew more and more uncomfortable with him. That personal manner of his grew more marked every day, and sometimes, while I was giving him sittings, he would sit there and tell one the most beastly things, with his eyes fixed on one in the nastiest way, just to see how one would take it. Upon my word, though he certainly did me uncommonly well, I began to feel I'd be more at ease among the bushmen. Well, now I come to the odd thing. Everybody sat up and listened a little more eagerly. It was the evening before I had to leave New York, went on Varden. I was sitting... Here somebody opened the door of the brown room to be greeted by a warning sign from Bayes. The intruder sank obscurely into a large chair and mixed himself a whisky with extreme care not to disturb the speaker. I was sitting in the smoking-room, continued Varden, waiting for Loder to come in. I had the house to myself, for Loder had given the servants leave to go to some show or lecture or other, and he himself was getting his things together for his European trip and had had to keep an appointment with his man of business. I must have been very nearly asleep, because it was dusk when I came to with a start and saw a young man close to me. He wasn't at all like a housebreaker, and still less like a ghost. He was, well, I might almost say exceptionally ordinary-looking. He was dressed in a grey English suit with a fawn overcoat on his arm, and his soft hat and stick in his hand. He had sleek, pale hair, and one of those rather stupid faces with a long nose and a monocle. I stared at him, for I knew the front door was locked, but before I could get my wits together he spoke. He had a curious, hesitating, husky voice and a strong English accent. He said surprisingly, "Are you Mr. Varden?" You have the advantage of me," I said. He said, "Please excuse my butting in. I know it looks like bad manners, but you'd better clear out of this place very quickly, don't you know?" "What the hell do you mean?" I said. He said, "Well, I don't mean it in any impertinent way, but you must realize that Loder's never forgiven you, and I'm afraid he means to make you into a hat stand or an electric fit-in or something of that sort." My God, I can tell you I felt queer. It was such a quiet voice, and his manners were perfect, and yet the words were quite meaningless. I remembered that madmen are supposed to be extra strong, and edged towards the bell. And then it came over me with rather a chill that I was alone in the house. "How did you get in here?" I asked, putting a bold face on it. "I'm afraid I picked the lock," he said, as casually as though he were apologizing for not having a card about him. "I couldn't be sure that Loder hadn't come back, but I do really think you'd better get out as quickly as possible." Look, see here," I said. "Who are you, and what the hell are you driving at? What do you mean about Loder never forgiving me? Forgiving me for what?" "Why," he said, "about... you will pardon me prancing on your private affairs, won't you? About Maria Morano." "What about her, in the devil's name?" I cried. "What do you know about her, anyway? She went off while I was at the war. What's it to do with me?" "Oh," said the very odd young man, "I beg your pardon. Perhaps I've been relying too much on Loder's judgment. Damn foolish. But the possibility of his being mistaken did not occur to me. He fancies you are Maria Morano's lover when you were here last time." "Maria's lover?" I said. "Well, preposterous. She went off with a man, whoever he was. He must know she didn't go with me." "Maria never left the house," said the young man. "And if you don't get out of here this moment, I won't answer for your ever leaving either." "Look, in God's name," I cried, exasperated, "what do you mean?" The man turned and threw the blue cushions off the foot of the silver couch. "Have you ever examined the toes of this?" he asked. "Not particularly," I said, more and more astonished. "Why should I?" "Did you ever know Loder make any figure of her but this, with that short toe on the left foot?" Well, I did take a look at it then, and saw that it was as he said. The left foot had a short second toe. "Oh, so it is," I said. "But after all, why not?" "Why not, indeed," said the young man. "Wouldn't you like to say why, of all the figures Loder made of Maria Moreno, this is the only one that has the feet of the living woman?" He picked up the poker. "Look," he said. With a lot more strength than I should have expected from him, he brought the head of the poker down with a heavy crack on the silver couch. It struck one of the arms of the figure neatly at the elbow joint, smashing a jagged hole in the silver. He wrenched at the arm and brought it away. It was hollow, and as I am alive, I tell you there was a long, dry arm bone inside it. Varden paused and put away a good mouthful of whisky. "Well?" cried several breathless voices. "Well," said Varden, "I am not ashamed to say I went out of that house like an old buck rabbit that hears the man with the gun. There was a car standing just outside, and the driver opened the door. I tumbled in, and then it came over me that the whole thing might be a trap, and I tumbled out again and ran till I reached the trolley cars. But I found my bags at the station next day, duly registered for Vancouver. When I pulled myself together, I did rather wonder what Loder was thinking about my disappearance, but I could no more have gone back into that horrible house than I could have taken poison. I left for Vancouver next morning, and from that day to this I never saw either of those men again. I've still not the faintest idea who the fair man was, or what became of him. But I heard in a roundabout way that Loder was dead. In some kind of an accident, I fancy." There was a pause. "Damn good story, Mr. Varden," said Armstrong. He was a dabbler in various kinds of handiwork, and was, indeed, chiefly responsible for Mr. Arbuthnot's motion to ban wireless. "But are you suggesting there was a complete skeleton inside that silver casting? Do you mean Loder put it into the core of the mould when the casting was done? It would be awfully difficult and dangerous. Slightest accident would have put him at the mercy of his workmen. And that statue must have been considerably over life-size to allow the skeleton being well covered." "Mr. Varden has unintentionally misled you, Armstrong," said a quiet, husky voice suddenly from the shadow behind Varden's chair. "The figure was not silver, but electro-plated on a copper base, deposited directly on the body. The lady was Sheffield-plated, in fact. I fancy the soft parts of her must have been digested away with the pepsin, or some preparation of the kind, after the process was complete, but I can't be positive about that." "Hello, Wimsey," said Armstrong. "Was that you came in just now? And why this confident pronouncement?" The effect of Wimsey's voice on Varden had been extraordinary. He'd leapt to his feet and turned the lamp so as to light up Wimsey's face. "Good evening, Mr. Varden," said Lord Peter. "I'm delighted to meet you again, and to apologize for my unceremonious behaviour on the occasion of our last encounter." Varden took the proffered hand, but was speechless. "Do you mean to say, you mad mystery-monger, that you are Varden's great unknown?" demanded Bayes. "Ah, well," he added rudely, "we might have guessed it from his vivid description." "Well, since you're here," said Smith Hartington, the morning Yell man, "I think you ought to come across with the rest of the story." "Was it just a joke?" asked Judson. "Well, of course not," interrupted Pettifer before Lord Peter had time to reply. "Why should it be? Wimsey's seen enough queer things not to have to waste his time inventing them." "Oh, that's true," said Bayes. "Comes of having deductive powers and all that sort of thing, and always sticking one's nose into things that are better not investigated." "That's all very well, Bayes," said his lordship, "but if I hadn't just mentioned the matter to Mr. Varden that evening, where would he be?" "And where? That's exactly what we want to know," demanded Smith Hartington. "Come on, Wimsey, no shirking. We must have the tale." "And the whole tale," added Pettifer. "And nothing but the tale," said Armstrong, dexterously whisking away the whisky bottle and the cigars from under Lord Peter's nose. "Get on with it, old son. Not a smoke do you smoke, and not a sup do you sip, till Bird Ellen is set free." "Brute," said his lordship plaintively. "As a matter of fact," he went on, with a change of tone, "it's not really a story I want to get about. It might land me in a very unpleasant sort of position. Manslaughter, probably, and murder, possibly." "Gosh," said Bayes. "Oh, that's all right," said Armstrong. "Nobody's going to talk. We can't afford to lose you from the club, you know. Smith Hartington will have to control his passion for copy, that's all." Pledges of discretion having been given all round, Lord Peter settled back himself and began his tale. The curious case of Eric P. Loder affords one more instance of the strange manner in which some power beyond our puny human wills arranges the affairs of men. Call it providence, call it destiny. "We'll call it off," said Bayes. "You can leave out that part." Lord Peter groaned and began again. "Well, the first thing that made me feel a bit inquisitive about Loder was a casual remark by a man at the emigration office in New York, where I happened to go about that silly affair of Mrs. Bilt's. He said, 'What on earth is Eric Loder going to do in Australia? I should have thought Europe was more in his line.' 'Australia?' I said. 'You're wandering, dear old thing. He told me the other day he was off to Italy in 3 weeks' time.' 'Italy nothing,' he said. 'He was all over our place today asking about how to get to Sydney, and what were the necessary formalities and so on.' 'Oh,' I said. Well, I suppose he's going by the Pacific route and calling at Sydney on his way. But I wondered why he hadn't said so when I'd met him the day before. He distinctly talked about sailing for Europe and doing Paris before he went on to Rome. I felt so darned inquisitive that I went and called on Loder 2 nights later. He seemed quite pleased to see me and was full of his forthcoming trip. I asked him again about his route, and he told me quite distinctly he was going via Paris. Well, that was that, and it wasn't really any of my business, and we chatted about other things. He told me that Mr. Varden was coming to stay with him before he went, and that he hoped to get him to pose for a figure before he left. He said he'd never seen a man so perfectly formed. I meant to get him to do it before, he said, but war broke out, and he went and joined the army before I had time to start. He was lolling on that beastly couch of his at the time, and happening to look round at him, I caught such a nasty sort of glitter in his eye that it gave me quite a turn. He was stroking the figure over the neck and grinning at it. "None of your efforts in Sheffield Plate, I hope," said I. "Well," he said, "I thought of making a kind of companion to this. The Sleeping Athlete, you know, or something of that sort." "You'd much better cast it," I said. "Why did you put the stuff on so thick? It destroys the fine detail." Well, that annoyed him. He never liked to hear any objection made of that work of art. "This was experimental," he said. "I mean the next to be a real masterpiece, you'll see." We'd got to about that point when the butler came in to ask should he make up a bed for me, as it was such a bad night. We hadn't noticed the weather particularly, though it had looked a bit threatening when I started from New York. However, we now looked out and saw that it was coming down in sheets and torrents. It wouldn't have mattered, only that I'd only brought a little open racing car and no overcoat, and certainly the prospect of 5 miles in that downpour wasn't altogether attractive. Loder urged me to stay, and I said I would. I was feeling a bit fagged, so I went to bed right off. Loder said he wanted to do a bit of work in the studio first, and I saw him depart along the corridor. You won't allow me to mention Providence, so I will only say it was a very remarkable thing that I should have woken at 2 in the morning to find myself lying in a pool of water. The man had stuck a hot water bottle into the bed because it hadn't been used just lately, and the beastly thing had gone and unstopped itself. I lay awake for 10 minutes in the deepest of damp misery before I had sufficient strength of mind to investigate. Then I found it hopeless. Sheets, blankets, mattress, all soaked. I looked at the armchair, and then I had a brilliant idea. I remember there was a lovely great divan in the studio with a big skin rug and a pile of cushions. Why not finish off the night there? I took the electric torch, which always goes about with me, and started off. The studio was empty, so I supposed Loder had finished and trotted off to roost. The divan was there all right, with a screen drawn partly across it, so I rolled myself up under the rug and prepared to snooze off. I was just getting beautifully sleepy again when I heard footsteps, not in the passage, but apparently on the other side of the room. I was surprised because I didn't know there was any way out in that direction. I lay low, and presently I saw a streak of light appear from the cupboard where Loder kept his tools and things. The streak widened, and Loder emerged, carrying an electric torch. He closed the cupboard door very gently after him and padded across the studio. He stopped before the easel and uncovered it. I could see him through a crack in the screen. He stood for some minutes gazing at a sketch on the easel, and then gave one of the nastiest gurgly laughs I've ever had the pleasure of hearing. If I'd ever seriously thought of announcing my unauthorized presence, I abandoned all idea of it then. Presently he covered the easel again and went out by the door at which he had come in. I waited till I was sure he had gone, and then I got up. Uncommonly quietly, I must say. I tipped over to the easel to see what the fascinating work of art was. I saw at once it was the design for the figure of the sleeping athlete, and as I looked at it I felt a sort of horrid conviction stealing over me. It was an idea which seemed to begin in my stomach and work its way up to the roots of my hair. My family say I'm too inquisitive. I can only say that wild horses wouldn't have kept me from investigating that cupboard. With the feeling that something absolutely vile might hop out at me, I was a bit wrought up, and it was a rotten time of night. I put a heroic hand on the doorknob. To my astonishment, the thing wasn't even locked. It opened at once, to show a range of beautifully innocent and orderly shelves which couldn't possibly have held Loder. My blood was up, you know, by this time, so I hunted round for the spring lock, which I knew must exist, and found it without very much difficulty. The back of the cupboard swung noiselessly inwards, and I found myself at the top of a narrow flight of stairs. I had the sense to stop and see that the door could be opened from the inside before I went any further, and I also selected a good stout pestle, which I found on the shelves as a weapon in case of accident. Then I closed the door and tripped with elf-like lightness down that jolly old staircase. There was another door at the bottom, but it didn't take me long to fathom the secret of that. Feeling frightfully excited, I threw it boldly open, with the pestle ready for action. However, the room seemed to be empty. My torch caught the gleam of something liquid, and then I found the wall switch. I saw a biggish square room, fitted up as a workshop. On the right-hand wall was a big switchboard with a bench beneath it. From the middle of the ceiling hung a great floodlight, illuminating a glass vat, fully 7 feet long by about 3 wide. I turned on the floodlight and looked down into the vat. It was filled with a dark brown liquid which I recognized as the usual compound of cyanide and copper sulphate which they use for copper plating. The rods hung over it with their hooks all empty, but there was a packing case half opened at one side of the room, and pulling the covering aside, I could see rows of copper anodes, enough of them to make a plating over 1/4 of an inch thick on a life-size figure. There was a smaller case still nailed up, which, from its weight and appearance, I guessed to contain the silver for the rest of the process. There was something else I was looking for, and I soon found it. A considerable quantity of prepared graphite and a big jar of varnish. Of course, there was no evidence, really, of anything being on the cross. There was no reason why Loder shouldn't make a plaster cast and Sheffield plated if he had a fancy for that kind of thing. But then I found something that couldn't have come there legitimately. On the bench was an oval slab of copper about 1.5 inches long. Loder's night work, I guessed. It was an electrotype of the American consular seal, the thing they stamp on your passport photograph to keep you from hiking it off and substituting the picture of your friend Mr. Jiggs, who would like to get out of the country because he's so popular with Scotland Yard. I sat down on Loder's stool and worked out that pretty little plot in all its details. I could see it all turned on 3 things. First of all, I must find out if Varden was proposing to make tracks shortly for Australia, because if he wasn't, it threw all my beautiful theories out. And secondly, it would help matters greatly if he happened to have dark hair like Loder's, as he has, you see. Well, near enough anyway to fit the description on a passport. I'd only seen him in that Apollo Belvedere thing with a fair wig on. But I knew if I had hung about I should see him presently when he came to stay with Loder. And thirdly, of course, I had to discover if Loder was likely to have any grounds for a grudge against Varden. Well, I figured out I'd stayed down in that room about as long as was healthy. Loder might come back at any moment, and I didn't forget that a vatful of copper sulphate and cyanide of potassium would be a highly handy means of getting rid of a too inquisitive guest. And I can't say I had any great fancy for figuring as part of Loder's domestic furniture. I've always hated things made in the shape of things. Volumes of Dickens that turn out to be a biscuit tin and dodges like that. And though I take no overwhelming interest in my own funeral, I should like it to be in good taste. I went so far as to wipe away any finger marks I might have left behind me, and then I went back to the studio and rearranged that divan. I didn't feel Loder would care to think I'd been down there. There was just one other thing I felt inquisitive about. I tiptoed back through the hall and into the smoking room. The silver couch glimmered in the light of the torch. I felt I disliked it 50 times more than ever before. However, I pulled myself together and took a careful look at the feet of the figure. I'd heard all about the second toe of Maria Morano's. I passed the rest of the night in the armchair after all. What with Mrs. Bilt's job and one thing and another, and the inquiries I had to make, I had to put off my interference in Loder's little game till rather late. I found out that Varden had been staying with Loder a few months before the beautiful Maria Morano had vanished. I'm afraid I was rather stupid about that, Mr. Varden. I thought perhaps there had been something. Don't apologize, said Varden, with a little laugh. Cinema actors are notoriously immoral. Oh, why rub it in, said Wimsey, a trifle hurt. I apologize. Anyway, there was one bit of evidence I had to get to be absolutely certain. Electroplating, especially such a ticklish job as the one I had in mind, wasn't a job that could be finished in a night. On the other hand, it seemed necessary that Mr. Varden should be seen alive in New York up to the day he was scheduled to depart. It was also clear that Loder meant to be able to prove that Mr. Varden had left New York all right, according to plan, and had actually arrived in Sydney. Accordingly, a false Mr. Varden was to depart with Varden's papers, and Varden's passport furnished with a new photograph duly stamped with a consular stamp, and to disappear quietly at Sydney and be retransformed into Mr. Eric Loder, travelling with a perfectly regular passport of his own. Well then, in that case, obviously a cablegram would have to be sent off to Mr. Films Limited, warning them to expect Varden by a later boat than he had arranged. I handed over this part of the job to my man, Bunter, who is uncommonly capable. The devoted fellow shadowed Loder faithfully for getting on for 3 weeks, and at length, the very day before Mr. Varden was due to depart, the cablegram was sent from an office on Broadway, where, by a happy providence, once more, they supply extremely hard pencils. "By Jove!" cried Varden. "I remember now being told something about a cablegram when I got out, but I never connected it with Loder. I thought it was just some stupidity of the Western Electric people." "Quite so. Well, as soon as I'd got that, I popped along to Loder's with a picklock in one pocket and an automatic in the other. The good Bunter went with me, and if I didn't return by a certain time, had orders to telephone for the police. So you see, everything was pretty well covered. Bunter was the chauffeur who was waiting for you, Mr. Varden, but you turned suspicious. I don't blame you altogether. So all we could do was to forward your luggage along to the train. On the way out, we met the Loder servants en route for New York in a car, which showed us that we were on the right track, and also that I was going to have a fairly simple job of it. You've heard all about my interview with Mr. Varden. I really don't think I could improve upon his account. When I'd seen him and his traps safely off the premises, I made for the studio. It was empty, so I opened the secret door and, as I expected, saw a line of light under the workshop door at the far end of the passage. So Loder was there all the time? Of course he was. I took my little pop gun tight in my fist and opened the door very gently. Loder was standing between the tank and the switchboard, very busy indeed. So busy he didn't even hear me come in. His hands were black with graphite, a big heap of which was spread on a sheet on the floor, and he was engaged with a long, springy coil of copper wire running to the output of the transformer. The big packing case had been opened, and all the hooks were occupied. "Loder," I said. He turned on me with a face like nothing human. "Wimsey," he shouted. "What the hell are you doing here?" "I have come," I said, "to tell you that I know how the apple gets into the dumpling," and showed him the automatic. He gave a great yell and dashed at the switchboard, turning out the light so that I could not see to aim. I heard him leap at me, and then there came in the darkness a crash and a splash and a shriek such as I have never heard, not in 5 years of war, and never want to hear again. I groped forward for the switchboard. Of course, I turned on everything before I could lay my hand on the light, but I got it at last, a great white glare from the floodlight over the vat. He lay there, still twitching faintly. Cyanide, you see, is about the swiftest and painfulest thing out. Before I could move to do anything, I knew he was dead, poisoned and drowned and dead. The coil of wire that had tripped him had gone into the vat with him. Without thinking, I touched it and got a shock that pretty well staggered me. Then I realized that I must have turned on the current when I was hunting for the light. I looked into the vat again. As he fell, his dying hands had clutched at the wire. The coils were tight around his fingers, and the current was methodically depositing a film of copper all over his hands, which were blackened with graphite. I had just enough sense to realize that Loder was dead, and that it might be a nasty sort of lookout for me if the thing came out, for I'd certainly gone along to threaten him with a pistol. I searched about till I found some solder and an iron. Then I went upstairs and called in Bunter, who had done his 10 miles in record time. We went into the smoking room and soldered the arm of that cursed figure into place again, as well as we could, and then we took everything back into the workshop. We cleaned off every fingerprint and removed every trace of our presence. We left the light and the switchboard as they were, and returned to New York by an extremely roundabout route. The only thing we brought away with us was the facsimile of the consular seal, and that we threw into the river. Loder was found by the butler next morning. We read in the papers how he'd fallen into the vat when engaged in some experiments in electroplating. The ghastly fact was commented upon that the dead man's hands were thickly coppered over. They couldn't get it off without irreverent violence, so he was buried like that. That's all. Please, Mr. Armstrong, may I have my whisky and soda now? What happened to the couch? Inquires Smith Hartington presently. I bought it in a sale of Loda's things, said Wimsey, and got hold of a dear old Catholic priest I knew, to whom I told the whole story in strict vow of secrecy. He was a very sensible and feeling old bird. So one moonlight night, Bunter and I carried the thing out in the car to his own little church some miles out of the city, and gave it Christian burial in a corner of the graveyard. It seemed the best thing to do. The fantastic horror of the cat in the bag. The Great North Road wound away like a flat steel grey ribbon. Up it, with the sun and wind behind them, two black specks moved swiftly. To the yokel in charge of the hay wagon, they were only two of they dratted motorcyclists, as they barked and zoomed past him in rapid succession. A little farther on, a family man, driving delicately with a two-seater sidecar, grinned as the sharp rattle of the overhead valve Norton was succeeded by the feline shriek of an angry Scot-flying squirrel. He, too, in bachelor days, had taken a side in that perennial feud. He sighed regretfully as he watched the racing machines dwindle away northwards. At that abominable and unexpected S-bend across the bridge above Hatfield, the Norton man, in the pride of his heart, turned to wave a defiant hand at his pursuer. In that second, the enormous bulk of a loaded charabanc loomed down upon him from the bridgehead. He wrenched himself away from it in a fierce wobble, and the Scot, cornering melodramatically, with left and right footrests alternately skimming the tarmac, gained a few triumphant yards. The Norton leapt forward with wide-open throttle. A party of children, seized with sudden panic, rushed helter-skelter across the road. The Scot lurched through them in drunken swerves. The road was clear, and the chase settled down once more. It's not known why motorists who sing the joys of the open road spend so much petrol every weekend grinding their way to Southend and Brighton and Margate in the stench of each other's exhausts, one hand on the horn and one foot on the brake, their eyes starting from their orbits in the nerve-wracking search for cops, corners, blind turnings, and crossroad suicides. They ride in a baffled fury, hating each other. They arrive with shattered nerves and fight for parking places. They return, blinded by the headlights of fresh arrivals, whom they hate even worse than they hate each other. And all the time the Great North Road winds away like a long, flat, steel grey ribbon, a surface like a racetrack without traps, without hedges, without side roads, and without traffic. True, it leads to nowhere in particular, but after all, one pub is very much like another. The tarmac reeled away, mile after mile. The sharp turn to the right at Baldock, the involute intricacies of Biggleswade, with its multiplication of signposts, gave temporary check, but brought the pursuer no nearer. Through Tempsford at full speed, with bellowing horn and exhaust, then, screaming like a hurricane, past the RAC post where the road forks in from Bedford. The Norton rider again glanced back. The Scot rider again sounded his horn ferociously. Flat as a chessboard, dyke and field revolved about the horizon. The constable at Eton-so-Con was by no means an anti-motor fiend. In fact, he'd just alighted from his push-bike to pass the time of day with the AA man on point duty at the crossroads. But he was just and God-fearing. The sight of the two maniacs careering at 70 miles an hour into his protectorate was more than he could be expected to countenance. The more that the local magistrate happened to be passing at that very moment in a pony and trap. He advanced to the middle of the road, spreading his arms in a majestic manner. The Norton rider looked, saw the road beyond, complicated by a pony trap and a traction engine, and resigned himself to the inevitable. He flung the throttle lever back, stamped on his squealing brakes, and skidded to a standstill. The Scot, having had notice, came up mincingly with a voice like a pleased kitten. "Now then," said the constable in a tone of reproof, "ain't you got no more sense than to come driving into the town at 100 miles an hour? This ain't Brooklands, you know. I never seen anything like it. Have to take your names and numbers, if you please. You will bear witness, Mr. Nadgett, as they was doing over 80. The AA man, after a swift glance over the 2 sets of handlebars to assure himself that the black sheep were not of his flock, said, with an air of impartial accuracy, "About 66.5, I should say, if you was to ask me in court." "Look here, you blighter," said the Scot man indignantly to the Norton man. "Why the hell couldn't you stop when you heard me hoot? I've been chasing you with your beastly bag nearly 30 miles. Why can't you look after your own rotten luggage?" He indicated a small, stout bag tied with string to his own carrier. "That," said the Norton man with scorn. "What do you mean? It's not mine? Never saw it in my life." This barefaced denial threatened to render the Scot driver speechless. "Of all the... Why, you crimson idiot, I saw it fall off just the other side of Hatfield. I yelled and blew like fury. I suppose that overhead gear of yours makes so much noise you can't hear anything else. I take the trouble to pick the thing up and to go after you, and all you do is to race off like a lunatic and run me into a cop. Fat lot of thanks one gets for trying to be decent to fools on the road." "That ain't neither here nor there," said the policeman. "Your licence, please, sir." "Here you are," said the Scot man, ferociously flapping out his pocket-book. "My name is Walters, and it's the last time I'll try to do anybody a good turn. You can lay your shirt." "Walters," said the constable, entering the particulars laboriously in his notebook. "And Simpkins. You will have your summonses in due course. It'll be for about a week hence, on Monday or thereabouts, I shouldn't wonder." "Another 40 bob gone west," growled Mr. Simpkins, toying with his throttle. "Oh, well, can't be helped, I suppose." "40 bob?" snorted the constable. "What do you think? Furious driving to the common danger, that's what it is. You'll be lucky to get off with 5 quid apiece." "Oh, blast," said the other, stamping furiously on the kick-starter. The engine roared into life, but Mr. Walters dexterously swung his machine across the Norton's path. "Oh, no, you don't," he said viciously. "You'll jolly well take your bleeding bag, and no nonsense, I tell you. I saw it fall off." "Now, no language," began the constable, when he suddenly became aware that the AA man was staring in a very odd manner at the bag and making signs to him. "Hello," he demanded. "What's the matter with... the bleeding bag, did you say? Here, I'd like to have a look at that here bag, sir, if you don't mind." "It's nothing to do with me," said Walters, handing it over. "I saw it fall off, and—" His voice died away in his throat, and his eyes became fixed upon one corner of the bag, where something damp and horrible was seeping darkly through. "Did you notice this here corner when you picked it up?" asked the constable. He prodded it gingerly and looked at his fingers. I don't know, no. Well, not particularly," stammered Walters. "I didn't notice a thing, no. I expected burst when it hit the road." The constable probed the split seam in silence, and then turned hurriedly round to wave away a couple of young women who'd stopped to stare. The AA man peered curiously, and then started back with a sensation of sickness. "Oh, God," he gasped. "It's Curly. It's a woman's." "It's not me," screamed Simpkins. "I swear to heaven it is not mine. This man is trying to put it across me." "Me?" gasped Walters. "Me? Why, you filthy murdering brute, I tell you I saw it fall off your carrier. No wonder you blinded off when you saw me coming. Arrest him, constable. Take him away to prison." "Oh, hello, officer," said a voice from behind them. "What's all the excitement? We haven't seen a motorcyclist go by with a little bag on his carrier, I suppose?" A big open car with an unnaturally long bonnet had slipped up to them, silent as an owl. The whole agitated party, with one accord, turned upon the driver. Would this be it, sir?" The motorist pushed off his goggles, disclosing a long, narrow nose and a pair of rather cynical-looking grey eyes. "Well, it looks rather—" he began, and then, catching sight of the horrid relic protruding from one corner, "In God's name," he inquired, "what's that?" "That's what we would like to know, sir," said the constable grimly. Said the motorist. "I seem to have chosen an uncommonly suitable moment for inquiring after my bag. Tactless. To say now that it's not my bag is simple, though in no way convincing. As a matter of fact, it's not mine, and I may say that if it had been, I should not have been at any pains to pursue it." The constable scratched his head. "Both these gentlemen," he began. The two cyclists burst into simultaneous and heated disclaimers. By this time a small crowd had collected, which the AA scout helpfully tried to shoo away. "Well, you'll have to come with me to the station," said the Harris constable. "Can't stand here holding up the traffic. No tricks now. You wheel them bikes, and I'll come in the car with you, sir. But supposing I was to let her rip and kidnap you, said the motorist with a grin. Where'd you be, Here, he added, turning to the AA man, can you handle this outfit? You bet, said the scout, his eye running lovingly over the long sweep of the exhaust and the rakish lines of the car. All right, hop in. Now, officer, you can toddle along with the other suspects and keep an eye on them. Wonderful head I've got for detail. By the way, that footbrake's on the fifth side. Don't bully it, or you'll surprise yourselves. The lock of the bag was forced at the police station in the midst of an excitement unparalleled in the calm annals of Eton-Socon, and the dreadful contents laid reverently upon the table. Beyond the quantity of cheesecloth in which they had been wrapped, there was nothing to supply any clue to the mystery. "Now," said the superintendent, "what do you gentlemen know about this?" "Nothing whatever," said Mr. Simpkins, with a ghastly countenance, "except that this man tried to palm it off on me." "Look, I saw it fall off this man's carrier just the other side of Hatfield," repeated Mr. Walters firmly, "and I rode after him for 30 miles trying to stop him. That's all I know about it, and I wish to God I'd never touched the beastly thing." "Nor do I know anything about it personally," said the car owner, "but I fancy I know what it is." "What's that?" asked the superintendent sharply. "Well, I'd rather imagine it's the head of the Finsbury Park murder. Although, mind you, that's only a guess." "That's just what I've been thinking myself," agreed the superintendent, glancing at a daily paper which lay on his desk, its headlines lurid with details of that very horrible crime. "And if so, you are to be congratulated, Constable, on a very important capture." "Oh, thank you, sir," said the gratified officer, saluting. "Now I'd better take all your statements," said the superintendent. No, I'll hear the constable first. Yes, Briggs?" The constable, the AA man, and the two motorcyclists having given their versions of the story, the superintendent turned to the motorist. "And what have you got to say about it?" he inquired. "First of all, your name and address." The other produced a card, which the superintendent copied and returned to him respectfully. "A bag of mine containing some valuable jewellery was stolen from my car yesterday in Piccadilly," began the motorist. "It's very much like this, but has a cipher lock. I made inquiries through Scotland Yard and was informed today that a bag of precisely similar appearance had been cloak-roomed yesterday afternoon at Paddington Main Line. I hurried there and was told by the clerk that just before the police warning came through, the bag had been claimed by a man in motorcycling kit. A porter said he saw the man leaving the station, and a loiterer observed him riding off on a motor-bicycle. That was about an hour before. Well, it seemed pretty hopeless, as, of course, nobody had noticed even the make of the bike, let alone the number. Fortunately, however, there was a smart little girl. The smart little girl had been dawdling round outside the station and had heard a motorcyclist ask a taxi driver the quickest route to Finchley. I left the police hunting for the taxi driver and started off. And in Finchley I found an intelligent Boy Scout. He'd seen a motorcyclist with a bag on the carrier and had waved and shouted to him that the strap was loose. The cyclist had got off and tightened the strap and gone straight on up the road towards Chipping Barnet. The boy hadn't been near enough to identify the machine. The only thing he knew for certain was that it wasn't a Douglas, his brother having one of that sort. At Barnet I got an odd little story of a man in a motor coat who had staggered into a pub with a ghastly white face and drunk 2 double brandies and gone out and ridden off furiously. Number? No, of course not. The barmaid told me. She didn't notice the number. After that it was a tale of furious driving all along the road. After Hatfield I got the story of a road race, and here we are. Seems to me, my lord, said the superintendent, that the furious driving can't have been all on one side. I admit it, said the other, though I do plead in extenuation that I spared the women and children and hit up the miles in the wide open spaces. The point at the moment is— Well, my lord, said the superintendent, I've got your story, and if it's all right, it can be verified by inquiry at Paddington and Finchley, and so on. Now, as for these two gentlemen— Well, it's perfectly obvious, broke in Mr. Walters. The bag dropped off this man's carrier, and when he saw me coming after him with it, he thought it was a good opportunity to saddle me with the cursed thing. Nothing could be clearer. That is a lie, said Mr. Simpkins. Here's this fellow has got hold of the bag. I don't say how, but I can guess. And he has the bright idea of shoving the blame on me. It's easy enough to say a thing's fallen off a man's carrier. Where's the proof? Where's the strap? If his story is true, you'd find the broken strap on my bus. The bag was on his machine, tied on tight. Yes, with string, retorted the other. If I'd gone and murdered somebody and run off with the head, do you think I'd be such an ass as to tie it on with a bit of twopenny twine? The strap's worked loose and fallen off on the road somewhere. That's what's happened to that. "Well, now look here," said the man, addressed as my lord. "I've got an idea for what it's worth. Suppose, Superintendent, you turn out as many of your men as you think adequate to keep an eye on 3 desperate criminals, and we'll all tool down to Hatfield together. I can take 2 in my bus at a pinch, and no doubt you have a police car. If this thing did fall off the carrier, somebody beside Mr. Walters must have seen it fall." "They didn't," said Mr. Simpkins. "There wasn't a soul," said Mr. Walters. "But how do you know there wasn't, eh? I thought you didn't know anything about it." "Look, I mean it didn't fall off, so nobody could have seen it," gasped the other. "Well, my lord," said the superintendent, "I'm inclined to accept your suggestion, as it gives us a chance of inquiring into your story at the same time. Mind you, I'm not saying I doubt it. You being who you are, I've read about some of your detective work, my lord, and very smart I consider it. But still, it wouldn't be my duty not to get corroborative evidence if possible." "Oh, good egg. Quite right," said his lordship. "Forward the light brigade. We can do it easily, and, well, that is to say, at the legal rate of progress, it needn't take us much over an hour and a half."
Disc 2.
About 3/4 of an hour later, the racing car and the police car loped quietly side by side into Hatfield. Henceforward, the 4-seater, in which Walters and Simpkins sat glaring at each other, took the lead, and presently Walters waved his hand, and both cars came to a stop. "It was just about here, as near as I can remember, that it fell off," he said. "Of course, there's no trace of it now." "You're quite sure there wasn't a strap fell off with it?" suggested the superintendent. "Because, you see, there must have been something holding it on." "Yeah, of course there wasn't a strap," said Simpkins, white with passion. "You haven't any business to ask him leading questions like that." But wait a minute," said Walter slowly. "No, there was no strap. But I've got a sort of a recollection of seeing something on the road about 1/4 of a mile further up." "It's a lie," screamed Simpkins. "He's inventing it." "Just about where we passed that man with the sidecar a minute or 2 ago," said his lordship. "I told you we ought to have stopped and asked if we could help him, Superintendent. Courtesy of the road, you know, and all that." "Well, he couldn't have told us anything," said the superintendent. "He'd probably only just stopped." "Well, I'm not so sure," said the other. "Didn't you notice what he was doing?" "Oh, dear, dear. Where were your eyes? Oh, hello, here he comes." He sprang out into the road and waved to the rider, who, seeing 4 policemen, thought it better to pull up. Excuse me," said his lordship. "Thought we'd just like to stop you and ask if you were all right, and all that sort of thing, don't you know? Wanted to stop in passing. Throttle jammed open. Couldn't shut the confounded thing. Little trouble, what?" Oh, yes, but perfectly all right, thanks. Except that I'd be glad if you would spare me a gallon of petrol. Tank came adrift. Beastly nuisance. Had a bit of a struggle. Happily, Providence placed a broken strap in my way, and I've fixed it. Spilt a bit, though, where the bolt came off. Lucky not to have an explosion, but there's a special terror for motorcyclists." "Strap, eh?" said the superintendent. "Oh, afraid I'll have to trouble you to let me have a look at that." "What?" said the other. "And just as I've got the damn thing fixed. What the—" "Oh, all right, dear, all right," to his passenger. "Is it something serious, officer?" "I'm afraid so, sir. Sorry to trouble you." "Hi!" yelled one of the policemen, neatly fielding Mr. Simpkins as he was taking a dive over the back of the car. "No use doing that. You're for it, my lad." "No doubt about it," said the superintendent, triumphantly, snatching at the strap which the sidecar rider held out to him. "Here's his name on it, J. Simpkins, written on in ink as large as life." Well, I'm very much obliged to you, sir, I'm sure. You've helped us effect a very important capture." "No. Well, who is it?" cried the girl in the sidecar. "How frightfully thrilling. Is it a murder?" "Look in your papers tomorrow, miss," said the superintendent, "and you may see something. Here, Briggs, better put the handcuffs on him." "And how about my tank?" said the man mournfully. "It's all right for you to be excited, Babs, but you'll have to get out and help push." "Oh, no," said his lordship. "Here's a strap, a much nicer strap, a really superior strap, and petrol, and a pocket flask. Everything a young man ought to know. And when you're in town, mind you both look me up. Lord Peter Wimsey, 110A Piccadilly. Delighted to see you any time. Chin-chin." "Cheerio," said the other, wiping his lips and much mollified. "Only too charmed to be of use. Remember it in my favour, officer, next time you catch me speeding." "Very fortunate we spotted him," said the superintendent complacently as they continued their way into Hatfield. "Quite providential, as you might say." "Well, I'll come across with it," said the wretched Simpkins, sitting handcuffed in the Hatfield police station. "I swear to God I know nothing whatever about this. About the murder, I mean. There's a man I know who has a jewellery business in Birmingham. I don't know him very well. In fact, I only met him at Southend last Easter, and we got pally. His name's Owen, Thomas Owen. He wrote me yesterday and said he'd accidentally left a bag in the cloakroom at Paddington and asked if I'd take it out. He enclosed the ticket and bring it up next time I came that way. I'm in transport service, you see. You've got my card. And I'm always up and down the country. As it happens, I was just going up in that direction with this Norton, so I fetched the thing out at lunchtime and started off with it. I didn't notice the date on the cloakroom ticket. I know there wasn't anything to pay on it, so it can't have been there long. Well, it all went just as you said up to Finchley, and there that boy told me my strap was loose, and I went to tighten it up. And then I noticed that the corner of the bag was split, and it was damp, and... well, I saw what you saw. Now, that sort of turned me over, and I lost my head. The only thing I could think of was to get rid of it, quick. I remembered there were a lot of lonely stretches on the Great North Road, so I cut the strap nearly through. That was when I stopped for that drink at Barnet, and then, when I thought there wasn't anybody in sight, well, I just reached back and gave it a tug, and it went, strap and all. I hadn't put it through the slots. It fell off, just like a great weight dropping off my mind. I suppose Walters must just have come round into sight as it fell. I had to slow down a mile or two further on for some sheep going into a field, and then I heard him hooting at me, and... oh, my God! He groaned and buried his head in his hands. "I see," said the Eton-so-con superintendent. "Well, that's your statement. Now, about this Thomas Owen." "Oh," cried Lord Peter Wimsey. "Well, never mind Thomas Owen. He's not the man you want. You can't suppose that a bloke who'd committed a murder would want a fellow tailing after him to Birmingham with the head. It stands to reason that was intended to stay in Paddington cloakroom till the ingenious perpetrator had escaped, or till it was unrecognisable, or both. Which, by the way, is where we'll find those family heirlooms of mine, which your engaging friend Mr. Owen lifted out of my car. Now, Mr. Simpkins, just pull yourself together and tell us who was standing next to you at the cloakroom when you took out that bag. Try hard to remember, because this jolly little island is no place for him, and he'll be taking the next boat while we stand talking." "I can't remember," moaned Simpkins. "I didn't notice. My head's all in a whirl." "Well, never mind. Now go back. Think quietly. Make a picture of yourself getting off your machine, leaning it up against something. No. I put it on the stand. Good. Right. That's the way. Now think. You're taking the cloakroom ticket out of your pocket and going up, trying to attract the man's attention. Well, I couldn't at first. There was an old lady trying to cloakroom a canary, and a very bustling man in a hurry with some golf clubs. He was quite rude to a quiet little man with a... By Jove, yes! A handbag like that one. Yes, that's it. The timid man had had it on the counter quite a long time, and the big man pushed him aside. I don't know what happened quite, because mine was handed out to me just then. The big man pushed his luggage in front of us both, and I had to reach over it, and... well, I suppose... yes, I must have taken the wrong one. Good God! Do you mean to say that that timid, little, insignificant-looking man was a murderer? Well, lots of them like that, put in the Hatfield superintendent. But what was he like? Now, come. Well, he was only about 5'5", and he wore a soft hat and a long dust-coloured coat. He was very ordinary, with rather weak, prominent eyes, I think, but I'm not sure. I should know him again. No, wait a minute. I do remember one thing. He had an odd scar, crescent-shaped, under his left eye. That settles it, said Lord Peter. Yes, I thought as much. Did you recognise the face when we took it out, Superintendent? No? Well, I did. It was Dahlia Dalmare, the actress who is supposed to have sailed for America last week. And the short man with the crescent-shaped scar is her husband, Philip Story. Sordid tale and all that. She ruined him, treated him like dirt, and was unfaithful to him. But it looks as though he had the last word in the argument. And now, I imagine, the law will have the last word with him. Get busy on the wires, Superintendent, and you might ring up the Paddington people and tell them to let me have my bag before Mr. Thomas Owen tumbles to it that there's been a slight mistake. Well, anyhow, said Mr. Walters, extending a magnanimous hand to the abashed Mr. Simpkins, it was a top-hole race. Well worth a summons. We must have a return match one of these days. Early the following morning, a little insignificant-looking man stepped aboard the transatlantic liner Volucria. At the head of the gangway, two men blundered into him. The younger of the two, who carried a small bag, was turning to apologize when a light of recognition flashed across his face. "Why, "If it isn't Mr. Story," he exclaimed loudly. "Where are you off to? Haven't seen you for an age." "I'm afraid," said Philip Story, "I haven't the pleasure." "Oh, cut it out," said the other, laughing. "Well, I'd know that scar of yours anywhere. Going out to the States, Well, yes," said the other, seeing that his acquaintance's boisterous manner was attracting attention. "I beg your pardon. It's Lord Peter Wimsey, isn't it? Yes, I'm joining the wife out there." "Oh, how is she?" inquired Wimsey, steering the way into the bar and sitting down at a table. "Left last week, didn't she? I saw it in the papers." Yes, she's just cabled me to join her. We're taking a holiday in the lakes. Very pleasant there in the summer." "Oh, cabled you, did she? Oh, so here we are on the same boat. Odd how things turn out, what? I only got my sailing orders at the last moment. Chasing criminals, my hobby, you know." "Oh, really?" Mr. Story licked his lips. Yes. This is Detective Inspector Parker of Scotland Yard, great pal of mine. Yes, very unpleasant matter, annoying and all that. Bag that ought to have been reposing peacefully at Paddington Station turns up at Eton-so-Con. No business there, what?" He smacked the bag on the table so violently that the lock sprang open. Story leapt to his feet with a shriek, flinging his arm across the opening of the bag as though to hide its contents. "How did you get that?" he screamed. "Eton-so-Con? Look, I never—" "It's mine," said Wimsey quietly, as the wretched man sank back, realizing that he'd betrayed himself. "Some jewellery, my mother's. What did you think it was?" Detective Parker touched his charge gently on the shoulder. "Yes, well, you needn't answer that," he said. "I arrest you, Philip Story, for the murder of your wife. Anything that you may say may be used against you." The unprincipled affair of the practical joker. The Zambesi, they said, was expected to dock at 6 in the morning. Mrs. Royslander booked a bedroom at the Magnifical with despair in her heart. A bare 9 hours, and she would be greeting her husband. After that would begin the sickening period of waiting. It might be days, it might be weeks, possibly even months, for the inevitable discovery. The reception clerk twirled the register towards her. Mechanically, as she signed it, she glanced at the preceding entry. Lord Peter Wimsey and valet, London, Suite 24. Mrs. Royslander's heart seemed to stop for a second. Was it possible that even now God had left a loophole? She expected little from him all her life. He'd shown himself a sufficiently stern creditor. It was fantastic to base the frailest hope on the signature of a man she had never even seen. Yet the name remained in her mind while she dined in her own room. She dismissed her maid presently and sat for a long time looking at her own haggard reflection in the mirror. Twice she rose and went to the door, then turned back, calling herself a fool. The third time she turned the handle quickly and hurried down the corridor without giving herself time to think. A large golden arrow at the corner directed her to Suite 24. It was 11 o'clock, and nobody was within view. Mrs. Royslander gave a sharp knock on Lord Peter Wimsey's door and stood back, waiting with the sort of desperate relief one experiences after hearing a dangerous letter thump the bottom of the pillar-box. Whatever the adventure, she was committed to it. The manservant was of the imperturbable sort. He neither invited nor rejected, but stood respectfully upon the threshold. Lord Peter Wimsey," murmured Mrs. Royslander. "Yes, madam." Could I speak to him for a moment?" "His lordship has just retired, madam. If you will step in, I will inquire." Mrs. Royslander followed him into one of those palatial sitting-rooms which the Magnifical provides for the wealthy pilgrim. "Will you take a seat, madam?" The man stepped noiselessly to the bedroom door and passed in, shutting it behind him. The lock, however, failed to catch, and Mrs. Royslander caught the conversation. Pardon me, my lord, a lady has called. She mentioned no appointment, so I considered it better to acquaint your lordship." "Excellent discretion," said a voice. It had a slow, sarcastic intonation which brought a painful flush to Mrs. Royslander's cheek. "I never make appointments. Do I know the lady?" No, my lord, no. But, I know her by sight, my lord. It is Mrs. Royslander." "Oh, the diamond merchant's wife. Well, find out tactfully what it's all about, and unless it's urgent, ask her to call tomorrow." The valet's next remark was inaudible, but the reply was, "Don't be coarse, Bunter." The valet returned. His lordship desires me to ask you, madam, in what way he can be of service to you." "Well, Will you say to him that I have heard of him in connection with the Attenbury diamond case, and am anxious to ask his advice? Certainly, madam. May I suggest that, as his lordship is greatly fatigued, he will be better able to assist you after he has slept. If tomorrow would have done, I would not have thought of disturbing him tonight. Tell him I am aware of the trouble I am giving him. Excuse me one moment, madam. This time the door shut properly. After a short interval, Bunter returned to say, "His lordship will be with you immediately, madam," and to place a decanter of wine and a box of Sobranis beside her. Mrs. Royslander lit a cigarette, but had barely sampled its flavour when she was aware of a soft step beside her. Looking round, she perceived a young man, attired in a mauve dressing-gown of great splendour, from beneath the hem of which peeped coyly a pair of primrose silk pyjamas. "You must think it very strange of me thrusting myself at you at this hour," she said, with a nervous laugh. Lord Peter put his head on one side. "Don't know the answer to that," he said. "If I say not at all, it sounds abandoned. If I say yes very, it's rude. Supposing we give it a miss, what? You tell me what I can do for you." Mrs. Royslander hesitated. Lord Peter was not what she'd expected. She noted the sleek, straw-coloured hair brushed flat back from a rather sloping forehead, the ugly, lean, arched nose, and the faintly foolish smile, and her heart sank within her. I'm afraid it's ridiculous of me to suppose you could help me," she began. "Always very unfortunate appearance," moaned Lord Peter, with such an alarming acumen as to double her discomfort. "Would it invite confidence more, do you suppose, if I dyed my hair black and grew a nougat fringe, what? It's very trying. You can't think always to look as if one's name was Algy." "Look, I only meant," said Mrs. Royslander, "that I don't think anybody could possibly help. But I saw your name in the hotel book, and it seemed just a chance." Lord Peter filled the glasses and sat down. "Carry on," he said cheerfully. "Sounds interesting." Mrs. Royslander took the plunge. "My husband," she explained, "is Henry Royslander, the diamond merchant. We came over from Kimberley 10 years ago and settled in England. He spent several months in Africa every year on business, and I'm expecting him back on the Zambesi tomorrow morning. Now, this is the trouble. Last year he gave me a magnificent diamond necklace of 115 stones. The light of Africa, I know," said Wimsey. She looked a little surprised, but assented. "The necklace has been stolen from me, and I can't hope to conceal the loss from him. No duplicate would deceive him for an instant." She paused, and Lord Peter prompted gently. "You have come to me, I presume, because it is not to be a police matter. Will you tell me quite frankly why?" "The police would be useless. I know who took it." "Yes?" "There is a man we both know slightly, a man called Paul Melville." Lord Peter's eyes narrowed. Yes, I fancy I've seen him about the clubs. New army, but transferred himself into the regulars. Dark, showy. Bit of an ampelopsis, what?" "Ampelopsis?" "Suburban plant that climbs by suction. You know, first year tender little shoots, second year fine show, next year all over the shop. Now tell me I'm rude." Mrs. Royslander giggled. "Now you mention it, he is exactly like an ampelopsis. What a relief to be able to think of him as that. Well, he is some sort of distant relation of my husband's. He called one evening when I was alone. We talked about jewels, and I brought down my jewel box and showed him the light of Africa. He knows a good deal about stones. I was in and out of the room 2 or 3 times, but didn't think to lock up the box. After he left, I was putting the things away, and I opened the jeweller's case the diamonds were in, and they'd gone." Pretty barefaced. "Look here, Mrs. Royslander, you agree he is an ampelopsis, but you won't call in the police. Honestly, now, forgive me, you're asking my advice, you know. Is he worth bothering about?" "Oh, it's not that," said the woman in a low tone. "Oh, no, but he took something else as well. He took a portrait, a small painting set with diamonds." "Oh?" "Yes, it was in a secret drawer in the jewel box. I can't imagine how he knew it was there, but the box was an old casket belonging to my husband's family, and I fancy he must have known about the drawer and, well, thought that investigation might prove profitable. Anyway, the evening the diamonds went, the portrait went too, and he knows I daren't try to get the necklace back because they'd both be found together." "Was there something more than just the portrait, then?" "A portrait in itself isn't necessarily hopeless of explanation. It was given you to take care of, say." "The names were on it, and an inscription which nothing could ever explain away. A passage from Petronius." "Oh, dear," said Lord Peter. "Dear me, yes. rather a lively author. "I was married very young," said Mrs. Royslander, "and my husband and I have never got on well. Then one year, when he was in Africa, it all happened. We were wonderful and shameless. It came to an end. I was bitter. I wish I hadn't been. He left me, you see, and I couldn't forgive it. I prayed day and night for revenge. Only now, I don't want it to be through me." Wait a moment," said Wimsey. "You mean that if the diamonds are found, and the portrait is found too, all this story is bound to come out? My husband would get a divorce. He'd never forgive me, or him. It's not so much that I mind paying the price myself, but—" She clenched her hands. "I've cursed him again and again, and the clever girl who married him. She played her cards so well. This would ruin them both." "If you were the instrument of vengeance," said Wimsey gently, "you would hate yourself. And it would be terrible to you because he would hate you. A woman like you couldn't stoop to get your own back, as I see that. If God makes a thunderbolt, how awful and satisfying. If you help to make a beastly row, what a rotten business it would be." "You seem to understand," said Mrs. Royslander. "How unusual." "I understand perfectly. Though let me tell you," said Wimsey, with a wry little twist of the lips, "that it's sheer foolishness for a woman to have a sense of honour in such matters. It only gives her excruciating pain, and nobody expects it anyway. Look here, don't let's get worked up. You certainly shan't have your vengeance thrust on you by any ampelopsis. Why should you? Nasty fella. We'll have him up by the roots, branch, suckers, and all, don't worry. Well, now, let's see. My business here will only take a day. Then I've got to get to know Melville, say a week. Then I've got to get the doings, say another week. Well, provided he hasn't sold them yet, which isn't likely, can you hold your husband off them for a fortnight, do you think? Oh, yes. I'll say they're in the country, or being cleaned or something. But do you really think you can— Well, I'll have a jolly good try anyhow, Mrs. Royslander. Is the fellow hard up to start sealing diamonds? I fancy he's got into debt over horses lately, and possibly poker. Oh, poker player, is he? Yes, well, that makes an excellent excuse for getting to know him. Well, cheer up. We'll get the goods, even if we have to buy 'em. But we won't, if we can help it. Bunter, my lord. The valet appeared from the inner room. Just go and give the all clear, will you? Mr. Bunter accordingly stepped into the passage, and having seen an old gentleman safely away to the bathroom, and a young lady in a pink kimono pop her head out of an adjacent door and hurriedly pop it back on beholding him, blew his nose with a loud trumpeting sound. "Good night," said Mrs. Royslander, "and thank you." She slipped back to her room unobserved. "Whatever has induced you, my dear boy," said Colonel Marchbanks, "to take up with that very objectionable fellow Melville?" "Diamonds," said Lord Peter. You do find him so, really?" "Perfectly dreadful man," said the Honourable Frederick Arbuthnot. "Hearts. What do you want to go and get him a room here for? This used to be a quite decent club." "2 clubs?" said Sir Impey Biggs, who'd been ordering a whisky and had only caught the last word. No, 1 heart." "Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, partner, How about spades? Perfectly good suit?" "Pass," said the Colonel. "I don't know what the army's coming to nowadays." "No trumps," said Wimsey. It's all right, children, trust your Uncle Pete. Come on, Freddy, how many of those hearts are you going to shout for?" "None, the Colonel having let me down so horrid," said the Honourable Freddy. "Cautious blighter. All content? Righty-ho. Bring out your dead, partner." "Oh, very pretty indeed. Well, we'll make it a slam this time." "I'm rather glad to hear that expression of opinion from you, Colonel, because I particularly want you and Biggie to hang on this evening and take a hand with Melville and me." "What happens to me?" inquired the Honourable Freddy. "You have an engagement and go home early, dear old thing. I've specially invited friend Melville to meet the redoubtable Colonel Marchbanks and our greatest criminal lawyer. Which hand am I supposed to be playing this from?" "Oh, yes. Now, come on, Colonel. You've got to hike that old king out sometime. Why not now?" "It's a plot," said Mr. Arbuthnot with an exaggerated expression of mystery. "Carry on, don't mind me." "I take it you have your own reasons for cultivating the man," said Sir Impey. "The rest are mine, I fancy. Well, yes, I have. You and the Colonel will really do me a favour by letting Melville cut in tonight." "Well, if you wish it," growled the Colonel. "But I hope the impudent young beggar won't presume on the acquaintance." "Well, I'll see to that," said his lordship. "Your cards, Freddy. Who had the ace of hearts?" Had it myself, of course. Our honours. Oh, hello. Evening, Melville. The Ampelopsis was rather a good-looking creature in his own way, tall and bronzed with a fine row of very persuasive teeth. He greeted Wimsey and Arbuthnot heartily, the Colonel with a shade too much familiarity, and expressed himself delighted to be introduced to Sir Impey Biggs. "You are just in time to hold Freddy's hand," said Wimsey. "He's got a date. Not his little paddy paw, I don't mean, but the damn rotten hand he generally gets dealt him." Joke. "Oh, well," said the obedient Freddy, rising. "I suppose I'd better make a noise like a hoop and roll away. Here, nighty-night, everybody." Melville took his place, and the game continued with varying fortunes for 2 hours, at the end of which time Colonel Marchbanks, who suffered much under his partner's eloquent theory of the game, was beginning to wilt visibly. Wimsey yawned. "Getting a bit bored, Colonel? Well, I wish they'd invent something to liven this game up a bit." "Oh, bridges are one-horse show anyway," said Melville. "Why not have a little flutter at poker, Colonel? Do you all the good in the world. What do you say, Biggs?" Sir Impey turned on Wimsey a thoughtful eye, accustomed to the sizing up of witnesses. Then he replied, "Well, I'm quite willing if the others are." "Damn good idea," said Lord Peter. "Come now, Colonel, be a sport. You'll find the chips in that drawer, I think. I always lose money at poker, but what's the odds so long as you're happy? Let's have a new pack. Any limit? What do you say, Colonel?" The Colonel proposed a 20-shilling limit. Melville, with a grimace, amended this to 1/10 of the pool. The amendment was carried, and the cards cut, the deal falling to the Colonel. Contrary to his own prophecy, Wimsey began by winning considerably, and grew so garrulously imbecile in the process that even the experienced Melville began to wonder whether this indescribable fatuity was the cloak of ignorance or the mask of the hardened poker player. Soon, however, he was reassured. The luck came over to his side, and he found himself winning hands down, steadily from Sir Impey and the Colonel, who played cautiously and took little risk, heavily from Wimsey, who appeared reckless and slightly drunk, and was staking foolishly on quite impossible cards. "I never knew such luck as yours, Melville," said Sir Impey, when that young man had scooped in the proceeds from a handsome straight flush. "My turn tonight, yours tomorrow," said Melville, pushing the cards across to Biggs, whose deal it was. Colonel Marchbanks required 1 card. Wimsey laughed vacantly and demanded an entirely fresh hand. Biggs asked for 3, and Melville, after a pause for consideration, took 1. It seemed as though everybody had something respectable this time, though Wimsey was not to be depended upon, frequently going the limit upon a pair of jacks in order, as he expressed it, to keep the pot a-boiling. He became peculiarly obstinate now, throwing his chips in with a flushed face, in spite of Melville's confident air. The Colonel got out, and after a short time Biggs followed his example. Melville held on till the pool mounted to something under £100, when Wimsey suddenly turned restive and demanded to see him. "4 kings," said Melville. "Blast you," said Lord Peter, laying down 4 queens. "No holding this fellow tonight, is there? Here, take the bloody cards, Melville, and give somebody else a look in, will you?" He shuffled them as he spoke and handed them over. Melville dealt, satisfied the demands of the other 3 players, and was in the act of taking 3 new cards for himself, when Wimsey gave a sudden exclamation and shot a swift hand across the table. "Hello, Melville," he said in a chill tone which bore no resemblance to his ordinary speech. "What exactly does this mean?" He lifted Melville's left arm clear of the table, and with a sharp gesture shook it. From the sleeve something fluttered to the table and glided away to the floor. Colonel Marchbanks picked it up and in a dreadful silence laid the joker on the table. "Good God," said Sir Impey. "You young blackguard," gasped the Colonel, recovering speech. "What the hell do you mean by this?" gasped Melville, with a face like chalk. "How dare you? This is a trick, a plant." A horrible fury gripped him. "You dare to say that I've been cheating? You liar, you filthy sharper. You put it there. I tell you, gentlemen, you put it there," he cried, looking desperately round the table. "He must have put it there." Come, said Colonel Marchbanks. "No good carrying on that way, Melville. Dear me, no good at all. Only makes matters worse. We all saw it, you know. Dear, I don't know what the army's coming to." "Do you mean you believe it?" shrieked Melville. "For God's sake, Wimsey, is this a joke or what? Biggs, you've got a head on your shoulders. Are you going to believe this half-drunk fool and this doddering old idiot who ought to be in his grave?" "That language won't do you any good, Melville," said Sir Impey. "I'm afraid we all saw it clearly enough." "I've been suspecting this for some time, you know," said Wimsey. That's why I asked you to stay tonight. Well, we don't want to make a public row, but, look, gentlemen, said Melville more soberly, I swear to you that I am absolutely innocent of this ghastly thing. Can't you believe me? I can believe the evidence of my own eyes, sir, said the Colonel with some heat. For the good of the club, said Wimsey, this couldn't go on, but also for the good of the club, I think we should all prefer the matter to be quietly arranged. In the face of what Sir Impey and the Colonel can witness, Melville, I'm afraid your protestations are not likely to be credited. Melville looked from the soldier's face to that of the great criminal lawyer. I don't know what your game is, he said sullenly to Wimsey, but I can see you've laid a trap and you've pulled it off all right. I think, gentlemen, said Wimsey, that if I might have a word in private with Melville in his own room, I could get the thing settled satisfactorily without undue fuss. He'll have to resign his commission, growled the Colonel. Well, I'll put it to him in that light, said Peter. May we go to your room for a minute, Melville? With a lowering brow, the young soldier led the way. Once alone with Wimsey, he turned furiously on him. What do you want? What do you mean by making this monstrous charge? I'll take action for libel. Do, said Wimsey coolly, if you think anybody is likely to believe your story. He lit a cigarette and smiled lazily at the angry young man. Well, what's the meaning of it, anyway? The meaning, said Wimsey, is simply that you, an officer and a member of this club, have been caught red-handed cheating at cards while playing for money. And the witnesses being Sir Impey Biggs, Colonel Marchbanks, and myself. Now, I suggest to you, Captain Melville, that your best plan is to let me take charge of Mrs. Roycelander's diamond necklace and portrait, and then just to trickle away quiet-like from these halls of dazzling light without any questions asked. Melville leapt to his feet. My God, he cried. I can see it now. It's blackmail. You may certainly call it blackmail, and theft too, said Lord Peter with a shrug. But why use ugly names, I hold 5 aces, you see. Better chuck in your hand, what? Suppose I say I never heard of the diamonds. It's a bit late now, isn't it, said Wimsey affably. But in that case I'm beastly sorry and all that, of course. But we shall have to make tonight's business public. Damn you, muttered Melville. You sneering devil. He showed all his white teeth, half springing with crouched shoulders. Wimsey waited quietly, his hands in his pockets. The rush didn't come. With a furious gesture, Melville pulled out his keys and unlocked his dressing case. Take them, he growled, flinging a parcel on the table. You've got me. Take them and go to hell. Eventually. Why not now, murmured his lordship. Oh, thanks frightfully. Man of peace myself, you know. Hate unpleasantness and all that. He scrutinized his booty carefully, running the stones expertly between his fingers. Over the portrait he pursed up his lips. Yes, he murmured, that would have made a row. He replaced the wrapping and slipped the parcel into his pocket. Well, good night, Melville, and thanks for a pleasant game. I say, Biggs, said Wimsey, when he returned to the card-room, you've had a lot of experience. What tactics do you think one's justified in using with a blackmailer? Ah, said the K.C., but there you've put your finger on the society's sore place where the law is helpless. Speaking as a man, I'd say nothing could be too bad for the brute. It's a crime crueler and infinitely worse in its results than murder. As a lawyer, I can only say that I have consistently refused to defend a blackmailer or to prosecute any poor devil who does away with his tormentor. Replied Wimsey. What do you say, Colonel? Man like that's a filthy piss, said the little warrior stoutly. Shooting's too good for him. I knew a man, close personal friend, in fact. Hounded to death, blew his brains out. One of the best. I'd like to talk about it. I want to show you something, said Wimsey. He picked up the pack, which still lay scattered on the table, and shuffled it together. Catch hold of these, Colonel, and lay 'em out face downwards. That's right. Now, first of all, you cut 'em at the 20th card. You'll see the 7 of diamonds at the bottom, correct? Now I'll call 'em. 10 of hearts, ace of spades, 3 of clubs, 5 of clubs, king of diamonds, 9, jack, 2 of hearts. Right? I could pick 'em all out, you see, except the ace of hearts. And that's here. He leaned forward and produced it dexterously from Sir Impey Biggs's breast pocket. "I learnt it from a man who shared my dugout near Ypres," he said. "You needn't mention tonight's business, you two. There are crimes which the law cannot reach." The undignified melodrama of the bone of contention. "I'm afraid you brought shocking weather with you, Lord Peter," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym, with playful reproof. "If it goes on like this, we'll have a bad day for the funeral." Lord Peter Wimsey glanced out of the morning-room window to the soaked green lawn and the shrubbery, where the rain streamed down remorselessly over the laurel leaves, stiff and shiny like mackintoshes. "Nasty exposed business, standing around at funerals," he agreed. "Yes, I always think it's such a shame for the people. In a tiny village like this, it's about the only pleasure they get during the winter. It makes something for them to talk about for weeks. Is it anybody's funeral in particular?" "My dear Wimsey," said his host, "it's plain that you, coming from your little village of London, are quite out of the swim. There's never been a funeral like it in Little Doddering before. It's an event." "Oh, really?" "Oh, dear, yes. You may possibly remember old Burdock." "Burdock? Let me see. Isn't he a sort of local squire or something?" "He was," corrected Mr. Frobisher Pym. "He's dead. Died in New York about 3 weeks ago, and they're sending him over to be buried. The Burdocks have lived in the big house for hundreds of years, and they're all buried in the churchyard, except, of course, the one who was killed in the war. Burdock's secretary cabled the news of his death across, and said the body was following as soon as the embalmers had finished with it. The boat gets in to Southampton this morning, I believe. At any rate, the body will arrive here by the 6:30 from town." "Are you going down to meet it, Tom?" "Oh, no, my dear, no. I don't think that's called for. There'll be a grand turnout of the village, of course. Jolliffe's people are having the time of their lives. They borrowed an extra pair of horses from young Mortimer for the occasion. I only hope they don't kick over the traces and upset the hearse. Mortimer's horseflesh is generally on the spirited side." "But, Tom, we must show some respect to the Burdocks." "We are attending the funeral tomorrow, and that's quite enough. We must do that, I suppose, out of consideration for the family. Though as far as the old man himself goes, respect is the very last thing anybody would think of paying him." "Oh, Tom, he's dead, and quite time, too. Agatha, it is no use pretending that old Burdock was anything but a spiteful, bad-tempered, dirty-living old blackguard that's the world's well rid of. The last scandal he stirred up made the place too hot to hold him. He had to leave the country and go to the States, and even so, if he hadn't had the money to pay the people off, he'd probably have been put in jail. That's why I'm so annoyed with Hancock. I don't mind his calling himself a priest, though clergyman was always good enough for dear old Weeks, who, after all, was a canon. And I don't mind his vestments. He can wrap himself up in a Union Jack if he likes, it doesn't worry me. But when it comes to having old Burdock put on trestles in the South Aisle with candles round him, and Hubbard from the Red Cow and Duggins, his boy, praying over him half the night, I think it's time to draw the line. People don't like it, you know. At least the older generation don't. All right for the young ones, I dare say. They must have their amusement. But it gives offence to a lot of the farmers. After all, they knew Burdock a bit too well. Simpson, he's people's warden, you know, came up quite in distress to speak to me about it last night. You couldn't have a sounder man than Simpson. I said I'd speak to Hancock. I did speak to him this morning, as a matter of fact, but you might as well talk to the west door of the church. "Mr. Hancock is one of those young men who fancy they know everything," said his wife. "A sensible man would have listened to you, Tom. You're a magistrate and have lived here all your life, and it stands to reason you know considerably more about the parish than he does." "Well, he took up the ridiculous position," said Mr. Frobisher Pym, "that the more sinful the old man had been, the more he needed praying for. I said I think it would need more praying than you or I could do to help old Burdock out of the place he's in now. Ha, ha! So he said, I agree with you, Mr. Frobisher Pym. That is why I'm having 8 watchers to pray all through the night for him. Well, I admit he had me there. 8 people?" exclaimed Mrs. Frobisher Pym.
"Well, not all at once, I understand. In relays, 2 at a time. Well, I said, I think you ought to consider that you will be giving a handle to the nonconformists. Of course, he couldn't deny that."
Wimsey helped himself to marmalade. Nonconformists, it seemed, were always searching for handles, though what kind, whether door handles, teapot handles, pump handles, or starting handles, was never explained, nor what the handles were to be used for when found. However, having been brought up in the odour of the establishment, he was familiar with this odd dissenting peculiarity, and merely said, "Pity to be extreme in a small parish like this. Disturbs the ideas of the simple fathers of the hamlet and the village blacksmith, with his daughter singing in the choir, and the old hundredth and all the rest of it. Don't Burdock's family have anything to say to it? There are some sons, aren't there?"
Only 2 now. Aldine was the one that was killed, of course, and Martin is somewhere abroad. He went off after that row with his father, and I don't think he's been back in England since.
What row was that?
Oh, that was a disgraceful business. Martin got a girl into trouble, film actress or a typist or somebody of that sort, and insisted on marrying her.
Oh, yes, so dreadful of him, said the lady, taking up the tale. When he was practically engaged to the Delaprime girl, the one with glasses, you know, it made a terrible scandal. Some horribly vulgar people came down and pushed their way into the house and insisted on seeing old Mr. Burdock. I will say for him he stood up for them. He wasn't the sort of person you could intimidate. He told them the girl had only herself to blame, and they could sue Martin if they liked. He wouldn't be blackmailed on his son's account. The butler was listening at the door, naturally, and told the whole village about it. And then Martin Burdock came home and had a quarrel with his father you could have heard for miles. He said that the whole thing was a lie and that he meant to marry the girl anyway. I cannot understand how anybody could marry into a blackmailing family like that.
"My dear," said Mr. Frobisher Pym gently, "I don't think you're being quite fair to Martin, or his wife's parents either. From what Martin told me, they were quite decent people. Only not his class, of course, and they came in a well-meaning way to find out what Martin's intentions were. You'd want to do the same thing yourself if it was a daughter of ours. Old Burdock naturally thought they meant blackmail. He was the kind of man who thinks everything can be paid for, and he considered a son of his had a perfect right to seduce a young woman who worked for a living. I don't say Martin was altogether in the right."
"Martin is a chip off the old block, I'm afraid," retorted the lady. "He married the girl anyway, and why should he do that unless he had to?"
"Well, they've never had any children, you know," said Mr. Frobisher Pym.
"Well, that's as may be. I've no doubt the girl was in league with her parents. And you know the Martin Burdocks have lived in Paris ever since."
"Well, that's true, admitted her husband. It's an unfortunate affair altogether. They've had some difficulty in tracing Martin's address, too, but no doubt he'll be coming back shortly. He's engaged in producing some film play, they tell me, so possibly he can't get away in time for the funeral."
"Well, if he had any natural feeling, he wouldn't let a film play stand in his way," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym.
"My dear, there are such things as contracts, with very heavy monetary penalties for breaking them, and I don't suppose Martin could afford to lose a big sum of money. It's not likely that his father will have left him anything."
"Martin is the younger son, then?" asked Wimsey, politely showing more interest than he felt in the rather well-worn plot of this village melodrama.
No, he's the eldest of the lot. The house is entailed, of course, and so is the estate, such as it is. But there's no money in the land. Old Burdock made his fortune in rubber shares during the boom, and the money will go as he leaves it, wherever that may be, for they haven't found a will yet. He's probably left it to Haviland."
The younger son?"
"Yes, he's something in the city. A director of a company connected with silk stockings, I believe. Nobody's seen very much of him. Came down as soon as he heard of his father's death. He's staying with the Hancocks. The big house has been shut up since old Burdock went to the States 4 years ago. I suppose Haviland thought it wasn't worthwhile opening up until they knew what Martin was going to do about it. That's why the body's been taken to the church."
Much less trouble, certainly," said Wimsey.
"Oh, yes. Though, mind you, I think Haviland ought to take a more neighbourly view of it. Considering the position the Burdocks have always held in the place, the people had a right to expect a proper reception after the funeral. It's usual. These business people think less of tradition than we do down here. And naturally, since the Hancocks are putting Haviland up, he can't raise much objection to the candles and the prayers and things."
"Perhaps not," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym, "but it would have been more suitable if Haviland had come to us rather than to the Hancocks, whom he doesn't even know."
"My dear, you forget the very unpleasant dispute I had with Haviland Burdock about that shooting over my land. After the correspondence that passed between us last time he was down here, I could scarcely offer him hospitality. His father took a perfectly proper view of it, I will say that for him, but Haviland was exceedingly discourteous to me, and things were said which I could not possibly overlook." However, we mustn't bore you, Lord Peter, with our local small talk. If you've finished your breakfast, what do you say to a walk round the place, Pity it's raining so hard. We won't see the garden at its best this time of the year, of course, but I've got some cocker spaniels whom I'd like to have a look at. Lord Peter expressed eager anxiety to see the spaniels, and in a few minutes' time found himself squelching down the gravel path which led to the kennels. "Nothing like a healthy country life," said Mr. Frobisher Pym. "I always think London's so depressing in the winter. Nothing to do with oneself. All right to run up for a day or two and see a theatre now and again, but how you people stick it week in, week out beats me. I must speak to Plunkett about this archway," he added. "It's getting out of trim." He broke off a dangling branch of ivy as he spoke. The plant shuddered revengefully, tipping a small shower of water down Wimsey's neck. The cocker spaniel and her family occupied a comfortable and airy stall in the stable buildings. A youngish man in breeches and leggings emerged to greet the visitors and produced the little bundles of puppyhood for their inspection. Wimsey sat down on an upturned bucket and examined them gravely one by one. The bitch, after cautiously reviewing his boots and grumbling a little, decided that he was trustworthy and slobbered genially over his knees. "Let me see," said Mr. Frobisher Pym. "How old are they?" 13 days, sir." "Is she feeding them all right?" "Oh, fine, sir. She's having some of that malt food. Seems to suit her very well." "Ah, yes. Plunkett was a little doubtful about it, but I heard it spoken of very well. Plunkett doesn't care for experiments, and in a general way I agree with him. Where is Plunkett, anyway?" Well, he's not very well this morning, sir." "I'm sorry to hear that, Merridew. The rheumatics again?" No, sir, no. From what Mr. Plunkett tells me, he's had a bit of a shock." "A shock? What sort of a shock? Nothing wrong with Alf or Elsie, I hope?" No, sir, no. Fact is, I understand he's seen something, sir." "What do you mean, seen something?" "Well, sir, something in the nature of a warning, from what he says." "A warning? Good heavens, Merridew, he mustn't get those sort of ideas in his head. I'm surprised at Plunkett. I always thought he was a very level-headed man. What sort of warning did he say it was?" "I couldn't say, sir." "Well, surely he mentioned what he thought he'd seen." Merridew's face took on a slightly obstinate look. "I can't say, I'm sure, sir." "Oh, this will never do. Let's go and see Plunkett. Is he at the cottage?" "Yes, sir." "Oh, we'll go down there at once. You don't mind, do you, Wimsey? Can't allow Plunkett to make himself ill. If he's had a shock, he'd better see a doctor. Well, carry on, Merridew, and be sure you keep her warm and comfortable. The damp's apt to come up through these brick floors. I'm thinking of having the whole place reset with concrete, but it takes money, of course. I can't imagine," he went on, as he led the way past the greenhouse towards a trim cottage set in its own square of kitchen garden, "what can have happened to have upset Plunkett. Hope it's nothing serious. Getting elderly, of course, but he ought to be above believing in warnings. You wouldn't believe the extraordinary ideas these people get hold of. Fact is, I expect he's been round at the Weary Traveller and caught sight of somebody's washing hung out on the way home." Not washing," corrected Wimsey mechanically. He had a deductive turn of mind which exposed the folly of the suggestion, even while irritably admitting that the matter was of no importance. It poured with rain last night, and besides, it's Thursday. But Tuesday and Wednesday were fine, so the drying would have all been done then. No washing. Well, something else then. A post, or old Mrs. Giddens' white donkey. Plunkett does occasionally take a drop too much, I'm sorry to say. But he's a very good kennel man, so one overlooks it. They're superstitious around these parts, and they can tell some queer tales if once you get into their confidence. You will be surprised how far off the main track we are as regards civilization. Why, not here, but at Abbott's Bolton, 50 miles off, it's as much as one's life worth to shoot a hare. Witches, you know, and that sort of thing. Well, I shouldn't be a bit surprised. They'll still tell you about werewolves in some parts of Germany. Oh, yes, I dare say. Well, here we are. Mr. Frobisher Pym rapped loudly with his walkie-stick on the door of the cottage and turned the handle without waiting for permission. "You there, Mrs. Plunkett? May we come in?" "Ah, good morning. Hope we're not disturbing you. But Merridew told me Plunkett wasn't so well. This is Lord Peter Wimsey, very old friend of mine. That is to say, I'm a very old friend of his. Ha, ha! Good morning, sir. Morning, your lordship. I'm sure Plunkett will be very pleased to see you. Please step in. Plunkett, here's Mr. Pym to see you." The elderly man, who sat crouching over the fire, turned a mournful face towards them, and half rose, touching his forehead. "Well, now, Plunkett, what's the trouble? inquired Mr. Frobisher Pym, with the hearty bedside manner adopted by country folk visiting their dependents. "Sorry not to see you out and about. Touch of the old complaint, eh? No, sir, no. No, thank you, sir. I'm well enough myself, but I've had a warning, and I'm not long for this world." "Not long for this world? Oh, nonsense, Plunkett, you mustn't talk like that. Touch of indigestion, that's what you've got, I expect. Guess we're on the blues, I know. Sure, I often feel like nothing on earth when I've got one of my old bilious attacks. Try dose of castor oil, or a good old-fashioned blue pill and black draught. Nothing like it. Then you won't talk about warnings and dying. No, medicine won't do no good to my complaint, sir. Nobody that sees whatever I seed ever got the better of it. But as you and the gentleman are here, sir, I'm wondering if you will do me a favour." "Well, of course, Plunkett. Anything you like. What is it?" Just to draw up my will, sir. Old parson, he used to do it, but I don't fancy this new young man with these candles and bits of things. Don't seem as if he'd make it good and legal, sir, and I wouldn't like it that there was any dispute after I was gone. So as there ain't much time left for me, I'd be grateful if you'd put it down clear for me in pen and ink that I wants my little bit all to go to Sarah here, and after her to Alf and Elsie, divided up equal." "Well, of course I'll do that for you, Plunkett, any time you like, but it's all nonsense to be talking about wills. Bless my soul, I shouldn't be surprised if you were to see us all underground." No, sir, no, I've been a hearty man. I'm not denying. But I've been called, sir, and I got to go. Must come to us all, I know that. It's a fearful thing to see the death coach come for one, and know that the dead are in it. I cannot rest in the grave. "Oh, come now, Plunkett, you don't mean to tell me you believe that old foolishness about the death coach? I thought you were an educated man. What would Alf say if he heard you talking such nonsense?" "Ah, sir, young people don't know everything, and there's many more things in God's creation than what you'll find in the printed books." "Oh, well," said Mr. Frobisher Pym, finding this opening irresistible, "we know there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Quite so. But that doesn't apply nowadays. There are no ghosts in the 20th century. Just you think the matter out quietly, and you'll find you made a mistake. There's probably some quite simple explanation. Dear me, I remember Mrs. Frobisher Pym waking up one night and having a terrible fright because she believed somebody had come and hanged himself on our bedroom door. Silly idea, because I was safe in bed beside her. Snoring, she said. Ha, ha! And if anybody was feeling like hanging himself, he wouldn't come into our bedroom to do it. Well, she clutched my arm in a great state of mind. And when I went to see what had alarmed her, what do you think it was? What do you think? My trousers, which I'd hung up by the braces with a sock still in the legs. Oh, my word. And didn't I get a wigging for not having put my things away tidy? Mr. Frobisher Pym laughed. And Mrs. Plunkett said dutifully, "There now." Her husband shook his head. That may be, sir. But I see the death coach last night with my own eyes. Just striking midnight it was by the church clock, and I see it coming up the lane by the old priory wall." "And what were you doing out of bed at midnight, eh?" Well, sir, I've been round to my sister's that got her boy home on leave off his ship." "And you've been drinking to his health, I dare say, Plunkett?" Mr. Frobisher Pym wagged an admonitory finger. "No, sir, I don't deny I had a glass or two of ale, but not to fuddle me. My wife can tell you I was sober enough when I got home." "That's right, sir. Plunkett hadn't taken too much last night, that I'll swear to." "Well, what was it you saw, Plunkett?" "I see the death coach, same as I'm telling you, sir. It come up the lane, all ghostly white, sir, and never making no more sound than the dead, which it were, sir." "A wagon or something, going through to Limptree or Herioting?" "No, sir, 'tweren't a wagon. I counted the horses. 4 white horses, and they went by with never a sound of hoof or bridle. And that weren't 4 horses? Oh, come, Plunkett, you must have been seeing double. There's nobody about here would be driving 4 horses. Unless it was Mr. Mortimer from Abbott's Bolton, and he wouldn't be taking his horseflesh out at midnight. 4 horses they was, sir. I seed 'em plain. It weren't Mr. Mortimer, neither, for he drives a drag, and this were a big heavy coach with no lights on it, but shining all of itself with a colour like moonshine." "Oh, nonsense, man. You couldn't see the moon last night. It was pitch dark." "No, sir. But the coach shone all moony-like, all the same." "And no lights?" "I wonder what the police would say to that." "No mortal police could stop that coach, sir," said Plunkett contemptuously. "Nor no mortal man could abide the sight on it. I tell you, sir, that ain't the worst of it. The horses—" "Was it going slowly?" No, sir, no, it were going at a gallop. All the hoofs didn't touch the ground. There weren't no sound, and I see the black road and the white hoofs half a foot off it, and the horses had no heads." "No heads?" "No, sir." Mr. Frobisher Pym laughed. "Oh, come, Plunkett. You don't expect us to swallow that? No heads? How could even a ghost drive horses with no heads? Hey, how about the reins, eh? Hey? Ah, you may laugh, sir, but we know that with God all things is possible. 4 white horses they was. I see 'em clearly, but there was neither head nor neck beyond the collar, sir. I see the reins shining like silver, and they ran up to the rings of the aims, and they didn't go no further. If I was to drop down dead this minute, sir, that's what I see." "Was there a driver to this wonderful turnout?" "Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, there was a driver." "Headless too, I suppose." "Ha! Yes, sir, headless too. At least I couldn't see nothing of him beyond his coat, which had them old-fashioned capes at the shoulders." "Well, I must say, Plunkett, you're very circumstantial. How far off was it, this, apparition, when you saw it?" "I was passing by the War Memorial, sir, when I seed it come up the lane. It wouldn't be above 20 or 30 yards from where I stood. It went by at a gallop and turned off to the left round the churchyard wall." "Well, it sounds odd, certainly, but it was a dark night, and at that distance your eyes may have deceived you. Now, if you'll take my advice, you'll think no more about it." "Ah, sir, all very well saying that, but everybody knows the man who sees the death coach of the Burdocks is doomed to die within the week. No use rebelling against it, sir. It is so. If you'll be so good as to oblige me over that matter of a will, I'd die happier for knowing as Sarah and the children was sure of their bit of money." Mr. Frobisher Pym obliged over the will, though much against the grain, exhorting and scolding as he wrote. Wimsey added his own signature as one of the witnesses, and contributed his own bit of comfort. "I shouldn't worry too much about the coach if I were you," he said. "Depend upon it, if it was the Burdocks' coach, it'll just have come for the soul of the old squire. Couldn't be expected to go to New York for him, don't you see? Just getting ready for the funeral tomorrow." That's likely enough," agreed Plunkett. "Often and often it's been seen in these parts when one of their Burdocks was taken, but it's terrible unlucky to see it." The thought of the funeral seemed, however, to cheer him a little. The visitors again begged him not to think about it and took their departure. "Isn't it wonderful," said Mr. Frobisher Pym, "what imagination will do for these people? And they're obstinate. You could argue with them till you were black in the face." "Yes. I say, let's go down to the church and have a look at the place. I'd like to know just how much he could really have seen from where he was standing." The parish church of Little Doddering stands, like so many country churches, at some distance from the houses. The maid road from Herioting, Abbots Bolton, and Frimpton runs past the west gate of the churchyard, a wide God's acre crowded with ancient stones. On the south side is a narrow and gloomy lane, heavily overhung with old elm trees, dividing the church from the still more ancient ruins of Doddering Priory. On the main road, a little beyond the point where Old Priory Lane enters, stands the War Memorial. From here the road runs straight on into Little Doddering. Round the remaining 2 sides of the churchyard winds another lane, known to the village simply as the Back Lane. This branches out from the Herioting Road about 100 yards north of the church, connects with the far end of Priory Lane, and thence proceeds deviously to Shootering Underwood, Hampsey, Thripsey, and Wick. "Whatever it was Plunkett thinks he saw," said Mr. Frobisher Pym, "it must have come from Shootering. The back lane only leads round by some fields and a cottage or two, and it stands to reason anybody coming from Frimpton would have taken the main road, going and coming. The lane's in a very bad state with all this rain. I'm afraid even your detective ability, my dear Wimsey, would not avail to find wheel marks on this modern tarmac.
No, hardly, said Wimsey. Especially in the case of a ghostly chariot which gets along without touching the ground. But your reasoning seems perfectly sound, sir.
Oh, probably a couple of belated wagons going to market, and the rest of it is superstition, and, I am afraid, the local beer. Plunkett couldn't have seen all those details about drivers and hames and so on at this distance. And if it was making no noise, how did he come to notice it at all, since he got past the turn and was walking in the other direction? Depend upon it, he heard the wheels and imagined the rest.
Probably, said Wimsey.
Of course, went on his host, if the wagons really were going about without lights, it ought to be looked into. Very dangerous thing with all these motor vehicles about, and I've had to speak severely about it before now. I fined a man only the other day for the very same thing. Do you care to see the church while we're here?
Knowing that in country places it is always considered proper to see the church, Lord Peter expressed his eagerness to do so.
Always open nowadays, said the magistrate, leading the way to the west entrance. The vicar had an idea that churches should be always open for private prayer. He comes from a town living, of course. Round about here, the people are always out on the land, and you couldn't expect them to come into church in their working clothes and muddy boots. They wouldn't think it respectful, and they've other things to do. Besides, I said to him, consider the opportunity it gives for undesirable conduct. But he's a young man, and he'll have to learn by experience.
He pushed the door open. A curious, stuffy waft of stale incense, damp, and stoves rushed out at them as they entered. A kind of concentrated extract of Church of England. The two altars, bright with flowers and gilding, and showing as garish splashes among the heavy shadows and oppressive architecture of the little Norman building, sounded the same note of contradiction. It was the warm and human that seemed exotic and unfamiliar, the cold and unwelcoming that seemed native to the place and people.
This Lady Chapel, as Hancock calls it, in the South Isle is new, of course, said Mr. Frobisher Pym. It roused a good deal of opposition, where the bishop is lenient with the High Church party. Too lenient, some think. But after all, what does it matter? I'm sure I can say my prayers just as well with 2 communion tables as with 1. And I will say for Hancock, he is very good with the young men and the girls. These days of motorcycles, it's something to get them interested in religion at all. Those trestles in the chapel are for old Burdock's coffin, I suppose. Ah, here is the vicar.
A thin man in a cassock emerged from a door beside the high altar and came down towards them, carrying a tall oaken candlestick in his hand. He greeted them with a slightly professional smile of welcome. Wimsey diagnosed him promptly as earnest, nervous, and not highly intellectual. The candles have only just come, he observed, after the usual introductions had been made. I was afraid they would not be here in time. However, all now is well. He set the candlestick beside the coffin trestle and proceeded to decorate its brass spike with a long candle of unbleached wax, which he took from a parcel in a neighbouring pew. Mr. Frobisher Pym said nothing. Wimsey felt it incumbent on him to express his interest, and he did so. "It's very gratifying," said Mr. Hancock, thus encouraged, "to see the people beginning to take a real interest in their church. I've really had very little difficulty in finding watchers for tonight. We're having 8 watchers, 2 by 2, from 10 o'clock this evening till 6 in the morning, when I come in to say Mass. The men will carry on till 2 o'clock, then my wife and daughter will relieve them, and Mr. Hubbard and young Rawlinson have kindly consented to take the hours from 4 till 6.
"What Rawlinson's that?" demanded Mr. Frobisher Pym.
Mr. Graham's clerk from Herioting. It's true he's not a member of the parish, but he was born here, and he was good enough to wish to take his turn in watching. He's coming over on his motorcycle. After all, Mr. Graham has had charge of the Burdock family's business affairs for very many years, and no doubt they wish to show their respect in some way."
"I only hope he'll be awake enough to do his work in the morning after gadding about all night," said Mr. Frobisher Pym gruffly. "As for Mr. Hubbard, that's his own lookout. I must say it seems an odd occupation for a publican. Still, if he's pleased and you're pleased, there's no more to be said about it."
"You've got a very beautiful church here, Mr. Hancock," said Wimsey, seeing that controversy seemed imminent. Very beautiful indeed," said the vicar. "Have you noticed the apse? It's rare for a village church to possess such a perfect Norman apse. Perhaps you'd like to come and look at it." He genuflected as they passed a hanging lamp which burned before a niche. You see, we are permitted reservation. The bishop, he prattled cheerfully as they wandered up the chancel, digressing from time to time to draw attention to the handsome miserere seats. Of course, this was the original priory church, and a beautifully carved piscina and ombre. It is rare to find them so well preserved. Wimsey assisted him to carry down the remaining candlesticks from the vestry, and when these had been put in position, joined Mr. Frobisher Pym at the door.
"I think you said you were dining with the Lumsdens tonight," said the magistrate, as they sat smoking after lunch. "How are you going? Will you have the car?"
Well, I'd rather you lend me one of the saddle horses," said Wimsey. "I get few opportunities of riding in town."
"Oh, certainly, my dear boy, certainly. Only I'm afraid you'll have rather a wet ride. Take Polly Flinders. It'll do her good to get some exercise. You're quite sure you'd prefer it? Have you got your kit with you?"
Yes, I brought an old pair of bags down with me, and with this raincoat I shan't come to any harm. They won't expect me to dress. How far is it to Frimpton, by the way?"
9 miles by the road, and tarmac all the way, I'm afraid. There's a good wide piece of grass each side, and of course you can cut off a mile or so by going across the common. What time will you want to start?"
"Oh, about 7, I should think. And I say, sir, will Mrs. Frobisher Pym think it very rude if I'm rather late back? Old Lumsden and I went through the war together, and if we get yarning over old times, we may go on into the small hours. I don't want to feel I'm treating your house like a hotel, but..."
"No, of course not, of course not, of course not. No, that's absolutely all right. My wife won't mind in the very least. We want you to enjoy yourself and do exactly what you would like. I'll give you the key, and I'll remember not to put the train up. Perhaps you'd mind doing that yourself when you come in."
"Oh, rather not. And how about the mayor?"
"Tell Merridew to look out for you. He sleeps over the stables. I only wish it were going to be a better night for you. I'm afraid the glass is going back."
Dear, it's a bad lookout for tomorrow."
"By the way, you'll probably pass the funeral procession at the church. I should be along about then, if the train's punctual."
The train presumably was punctual, for as Lord Peter cantered up to the west gate of the church, he saw a hearse of great funereal pomp drawn up before it, surrounded by a little crowd of people. 2 mourning coaches were in attendance. The driver of the second seemed to be having some difficulty with the horses, and Wimsey rightly inferred that this was the pair which had been borrowed from Mr. Mortimer. Restraining Polly Flinders as best he might, he sidled into a respectful position on the edge of the crowd, and watched the coffin taken from the hearse and carried through the gate, where it was met by Mr. Hancock in full pontificals, attended by a thurifer and 2 torchbearers. The effect was a little marred by the rain, which had extinguished the candles, but the village seemed to look upon it as an excellent show, nevertheless. A massive man, dressed with great correctness, in a black frock coat and tall hat, and accompanied by a woman in handsome mourning and furs, was sympathetically commented on. This was Haviland Burdock, of silk stocking fame, the younger son of the deceased. A vast number of white wreaths were then handed out, and greeted with murmurs of admiration and approval. The choir struck up a hymn, rather raggedly, and the procession filed away into the church. Polly Flinders shook her head vigorously, and Wimsey, taking this as a signal to be gone, replaced his hat and ambled gently away towards Frimpton. He followed the main road for about 4 miles, winding up through finely wooded country to the edge of Frimpton Common. Here the road made a wide sweep, skirting the common and curving gently down into Frimpton village. Wimsey hesitated for a moment, considering that it was growing dark and that both the way and the animal he rode were strange to him. There seemed, however, to be a well-defined bridle path across the common, and eventually he decided to take it. Polly Flinders seemed to know it well enough, and cantered along without hesitation. A ride of about 1.5 miles brought them, without adventure, into the main road again. Here a fork in the road presented itself confusingly. An electric torch, however, and a signpost solved the problem, after which 10 minutes' ride brought the traveller to his goal. Major Lumsden was a large, cheerful man, none the less cheerful for having lost a leg in the war. He had a large, cheerful wife, a large, cheerful house, and a large, cheerful family. Wimsey soon found himself seated before a fire as large and cheerful as the rest of the establishment, exchanging gossip with his host over a whisky and soda. He described the Burdock funeral with irreverent gusto, and went on to tell the story of the phantom coach. Major Lumsden laughed. "Yes, quaint part of the country," he said. "The policeman is just as bad as the rest of them. Do you remember, dear, the time I had to go out and lay a ghost down at Pogson's farm?
"Oh, I do indeed," said his wife emphatically. "The maids had a wonderful time. Trivet, that's our local constable, came rushing in here and fainted in the kitchen, and they all sat round howling and sustaining him with our best brandy while Dan went down and investigated." "Did you find the ghost?" Well, not the ghost exactly, but we found a pair of boots and half a pork pie in the empty house, so we put it all down to a tramp. Still, I must say, odd things do happen about here. There were those fires on the common last year. They were never explained. Gypsies, Dan. Well, maybe. But nobody ever saw them, and the fires would start in the most unexpected way. Sometimes in the pouring rain. And before you could get near one, it would be out, and only a sodden, wet black mark left behind it. And there's another bit of the common that animals don't like, near what they call the dead man's post. My dogs won't go near it. Funny brutes. I've never seen anything there, but even in broad daylight they don't seem to fancy it. The common's not got a good reputation. Used to be a great place for highwaymen. Is the Burdock coach anything to do with highwaymen? No. No, I fancy it was some rake-helly, dead-and-gone Burdock. Belonged to the Hellfire Club or something. Usual sort of story. All the people round here believe in it, of course. Rather a good thing. Keeps the serpents indoors at night. Well, let's go and have some grub, shall we?
Disc 3.
"Do you remember," said Major Lumsden, "that damned old mill and the 3 elms by the pigsty?" "Oh, good Lord, yes. You very obligingly blew 'em out of the landscape for us, I remember. They made us a damn sight too conspicuous. Ooh, we rather missed them when they were gone. Well, thank heaven you didn't miss them when they were there. I'll tell you what you did miss, though. What's that? The old sow." "Oh, by Jove, yes. Good. Do you remember old Piper fetching her in?" "Well, I say I do." "That reminds me. You know Bunthorne?" "I'll say good night," said Mrs. Lumsden, "and leave you people to it." "Do you remember," said Lord Peter Wimsey, "that awkward moment when Popham went off his rocker?" No, I'd been sent back with a batch of prisoners. I heard about it, though. I never knew what became of him. I got him sent home. He's married now and living in Lincolnshire." "Is he?" "Well, he couldn't help himself, I suppose. He was only a kid." "Where's your glass, old man?" Look here, why not stay the night? My wife will be delighted. I can fix you up in no time." No, thanks. No, thanks most awfully. No, I must be rolling off home. I said I'd be back, and I'm booked to put the chain on the door." "Oh, well, as you like. But it's still raining. Not a good night for a ride on an open horse." "I'll bring a saloon next time. We shan't hurt. Rain's good for the complexion. Makes the roses grow. Don't wake your man up. I can saddle her myself." "My dear man, it's no trouble. No, really, old man." "Well, I'll come along and lend you a hand." A gust of rain and wind blew in through the hall door as they struggled out into the night. It was past 1 in the morning and pitch dark. Major Lumsden again pressed Wimsey to stay. "No, thanks, really. The old lady's feelings might be hurt. It's not so bad, really. Wet, but not cold. Come up, Polly. Stand over, Lee. Stand over. There we are." He put the saddle on and girthed it, while Lumsden held the lantern. The mare, fed and rested, came delicately dancing out of the warm loose box, head well stretched forward and nostrils snuffing at the rain. "Well, so long, old lad. Come and look us up again. It's been great." "Oh, rather. Yes, by Jove, yes. Best respects to madam. Is the gate open?" "Yes." "Oh, well, cheerio." "Cheerio." Polly Flinders, with her nose turned homeward, settled down to make short work of the 9 miles of high road. Once outside the gates, the night seemed lighter, though the rain poured heavily. Somewhere buried behind the thronging clouds there was a moon, which now and again showed as a pale stain on the sky, a paler reflection on the black road. Wimsey, with a mind full of memories and a skin full of whisky, hummed to himself as he rode. As he passed the fork, he hesitated for a moment. Should he take the path over the common or stick to the road? On consideration, he decided to give the common a miss, not because of its sinister reputation, but because of ruts and rabbit holes. He shook the reins, bestowed a word of encouragement on his mount, and continued by the road, having the common on his right, and on the left, fields bounded by high hedges which gave some shelter from the driving rain. He topped the rise and passed the spot where the bridle path again joined the high road, when a slight start and stumble drew his attention unpleasantly to Polly Flinders. "Hold up, mare," he said disapprovingly. Polly shook her head, moved forward, tried to pick up her easy pace again. "Hello," said Wimsey, alarmed. He pulled her to a standstill. "Ah, lame in the near fore," he said, dismounting. "Well, if you've been and gone and strained anything, my girl, 4 miles from home, father will be pleased." It occurred to him for the first time how curiously lonely the road was. He'd not seen a single car. They might have been in the wilds of Africa. He ran an exploratory hand down the near foreleg. The mare stood quietly enough, without shrinking or wincing. Wimsey was puzzled. "If these had been the good old days," he said, "I'd have thought she'd picked up a stone, but what—" He lifted the mare's foot and explored it carefully with fingers and pocket torch. His diagnosis had been right, after all. A steel nut, evidently dropped from a passing car, had wedged itself firmly between the shoe and the frog. He grunted and felt for his knife. Happily it was one of those excellent old-fashioned kind which includes, besides blades and corkscrews, an ingenious apparatus for removing foreign bodies from horses' feet. The mare nuzzled him gently as he stood over his task. It was a little awkward getting to work. He had to wedge the torch under his arm so as to leave one hand free for the tool and the other to hold the hoof. He was swearing gently at these difficulties when, happening to glance down the road ahead, he fancied he caught the gleam of something moving. It wasn't easy to see, for at this point the tall trees stood up on both sides of the road, which dipped abruptly from the edge of the common. It wasn't a car. The light was too faint. A wagon, probably, with a dimmed lantern. Yet it seemed to move fast. He puzzled for a moment, then bent to work again. The nut resisted his efforts, and the mare, touched in a tender spot, pulled away, trying to get her foot down. He soothed her with his voice and patted her neck. The torch slipped from his arm. He cursed it impatiently, set down the hoof, and picked up the torch from the edge of the grass into which it had rolled. As he straightened himself again, he looked along the road and saw. Up from under the dripping dark of the trees it came, shining with a thin, moony radiance. There was no clatter of hoofs, no rumble of wheels, no ringing of bit or bridle. He saw the white, sleek, shining shoulders with the collar that lay on each, like a faint fiery ring enclosing nothing. He saw the gleaming reins, their cut ends slipping back and forward, unsupported through the ring of the hames. The feet that never touched earth ran swiftly, 4 times 4 noiseless hooves, bearing the pale bodies by like smoke. The driver leaned forward, brandishing his whip. He was faceless and headless, but his whole attitude bespoke desperate haste. The coach was barely visible through the driving rain, but Wimsey saw the dimly spinning wheels and a faint whiteness still and stiff at the window. It went past at a gallop. Headless driver and headless horses, and silent coach. Its passing left a stir, a sound that was less a sound than a vibration, and the wind roared suddenly after it, with a great sheet of water blown up out of the south. "Good God," said Wimsey. "How many whiskies have I had?" He turned and looked back along the road, straining his eyes. Then suddenly he remembered the mare, and without troubling further about the torch, picked up her foot and went to work by touch. The nut gave no more trouble, but dropped out into his hand almost immediately. Polly Flinders sighed gratefully and blew into his ear. Wimsey led her forward a few steps, but she put her feet down firmly and strongly. The nut, removed without delay, had left no tenderness. Wimsey mounted, let her go, then pulled her head round suddenly. "I'm going to see," he said resolutely. "Come up, mare. We won't let any headless horses get the better of us. Perfectly indecent going about without heads. Get on, old lady. Over the common with you. We'll catch 'em at the crossroads." Without the slightest consideration for his host or his host's property, he put the mare to the bridle path again and urged her into a gallop. At first he thought he could make out a pale, fluttering whiteness moving away ahead of him on the road. Presently, as high road and bridle path diverged, he lost it altogether. But he knew there was no side road. Bar any accident to his mount, he was bound to catch it before it came to the fork. Polly Flinders, answering easily to the touch of his heels, skimmed over the rough track with the indifference born of familiarity. In less than 10 minutes her feet rang out again on the tarmac. He pulled her up, faced round in the direction of Little Doddering, and stared down the road. He could see nothing. Either he was well ahead of the coach, or it had already passed at an unbelievable speed. Or else
He waited. Nothing. The violent rain ceased, and the moon was struggling out again. The road appeared completely deserted. He glanced over his shoulder. A small beam of light near the ground moved, turned, flashed, green and red and white again, and came towards him. Presently he made out that it was a policeman wheeling a bicycle. "Bad night, sir," said the man civilly, but with a faint note of inquiry in his voice. "Rotten," said Wimsey. "Just had to mend a puncture to make it all the pleasanter," added the policeman. Wimsey expressed sympathy. "Have you been here long?" he added. "Oh, best part 20 minutes. Did you see anything pass along this way from Little Doddering?" "Ain't been nothing along while I've been here. What sort of thing did you mean, sir?" "Well, I thought I saw—" Wimsey hesitated. He didn't care about the idea of making a fool of himself. "A carriage with 4 horses," he said hesitatingly. "It passed me on this road not a quarter of an hour ago, down at the other end of the common. I came back to see. It seemed unusual." He became aware that his story sounded very lame. The policeman spoke rather sharply and rapidly. "There ain't been nothing past here." "You sure?" "Yes, sir. And if you don't mind me saying so, sir, you'd best be getting home. It's a lonesome bit of road." Yes, isn't it?" said Wimsey. "Isn't it? Well, good night, Sergeant." He turned the mare's head back along the Little Doddering road, going very quietly. He saw nothing, heard nothing, and passed nothing. The night was brighter now, and as he rode back, he verified the entire absence of side roads. Whatever the thing was which he'd seen, it had vanished somewhere along the edge of the common. It had not gone by the main road, nor by any other. Wimsey came down rather late for breakfast in the morning to find his hosts in a state of some excitement. "The most extraordinary thing has happened," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym.
"Outrageous," added her husband. "I warned Hancock. He can't say I didn't warn him. Still, however much one may disapprove of his goings-on, there is no excuse whatever for such abominable conduct. Once let me get hold of the beggars, whoever they are."
"Oh, what's up?" said Wimsey, helping himself to broiled kidneys at the sideboard. "Most scandalous thing," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym. "The vicar came up to Tom at once. I hope we didn't disturb you by the way with all the excitement. It appears that when Mr. Hancock got to the church this morning at 6 o'clock to take the early service—"
No, my dear, you've got it wrong. Now, look, let me tell it. When Joe Grinch, that's the sexton, you know, when he has to get there first in order to ring the bell, when he arrived, he found the south door wide open and nobody in the chapel, where they should have been, beside the coffin. He was very much perplexed, of course, but he supposed that Hubbard and young Rawlinson had got sick of it and gone off home. So he went on to the vestry to get the vestments and things ready, and to his amazement he heard women's voices calling out to him from inside. He was so astonished, didn't know where he was. But he went on and unlocked the door.
With his own key, put in Wimsey.
The key was in the door. As a rule, it's kept hanging up on a nail under a curtain near the organ, but it was in the lock, where it ought not to have been. And inside the vestry he found Mrs. Hancock and her daughter, nearly dead with fright and annoyance.
Great Scott!
Yes, indeed. They had a most extraordinary story to tell. They'd taken over at 2 o'clock from the other pair of watchers, and had knelt down by the coffin in the ladies' chapel, according to plan, to say the proper sort of prayers, whatever they are. They'd been there, to the best of their calculations, about 10 minutes, when they heard a noise up by the high altar, as though somebody was creeping stealthily about. Miss Hancock is a very plucky girl, and she got up and walked up to the aisle in the dark, with Mrs. Hancock following on behind, because, as she said, she didn't want to be left alone. Well, when they got as far as the rood screen, Miss Hancock called out aloud, "Who's there?" At that they heard a sort of rustling sound and a noise like something being knocked over. Miss Hancock most courageously snatched up one of the churchwarden's staffs, which was clipped onto the choir stalls, and ran forward, thinking, she says, that somebody was trying to steal the ornaments off the altar. There's a very fine 15th century cross there.
Never mind the cross, Tom. That hasn't been taken at any rate.
No, it hasn't. But she thought it might be. Anyhow, just as she got up to the sanctuary steps, with Mrs. Hancock coming close after her and begging her to be careful, somebody seemed to rush out of the choir stalls and caught her by the arms and frog-marched her, there's her expression, into the vestry. and before she could get her breath, even to shriek, Mrs. Hancock was pushed in beside her, and the door locked on them. By Jove, you do have exciting times in your village. Well, said Mr. Frobisher Pym, of course they were dreadfully frightened, because they didn't know but what these wretches would come back and murder them. And in any case, they thought the church was being robbed. But the vestry windows are very narrow and barred, and they couldn't do anything except wait. They tried to listen, but they couldn't hear much. Their only hope was that the 4 o'clock watchers might come early and catch the thieves at work. But they waited, and they waited, and they heard 4 o'clock strike, and 5, and nobody came. What happened to, what's-his-name, and Rawlinson, then? Well, they couldn't make out, nor could Grinch. However, they had a good look round the church, and nothing seemed to be taken or disturbed in any way. Just then the vicar came along, and they told him all about it. He was very much shocked, naturally, and his first thought, when he found the ornaments were safe and the poor box all right, was that some Kensingtonite people had been stealing the wafers from the, what do you call it? The tabernacle, suggested Wimsey. Yes, that's his name for it. Well, that worried him very much, and he unlocked it and had a look, but the wafers were all there all right. And as there's only one key, and that was on his own watch chain, it wasn't a case of anyone substituting unconsecrated wafers for consecrated ones, or any practical joke of that kind. So he sent Mrs. and Miss Hancock home, and had a look round the church outside. And the first thing he saw, lying in the bushes near the south door, was young Rawlinson's motorcycle. Ho-ho! So his next idea was to hunt for Rawlinson and Hubbard. However, he didn't have to look far. He got round the church as far as the furnace house on the north side when he heard a terrific hullabaloo going on, and people shouting and thumping on the door. So he called Grinch, and they looked in through the little window, and there, if you please, were Hubbard and young Rawlinson, bawling and going on and using the most shocking language. It seemed they were set upon in exactly the same way, only before they got inside the church. Rawlinson had been passing the evening with Hubbard, I understand, and they'd had a bit of a sleep downstairs in the back bar to avoid disturbing the house early. Or so they say, though I dare say if the truth were known they were having drinks. And if that's Hancock's idea of a suitable preparation for going to church to say in prayers, all I can say is it isn't mine. Anyway, they started off just before 4, Hubbard going down on the carrier of Rawlinson's bicycle. They had to get off at the south gate, which was pushed to, and while Rawlinson was wheeling the machine up the path, 2 or 3 men, they couldn't see exactly, jumped out from the trees. There was a bit of a scuffle, but what with the bicycle and its being so unexpected, they couldn't put up a very good fight, and the men dropped blankets over their heads or something. I don't know all the details. At any rate, they were bundled into the furnace house and left there. They may be there still, for all I know, if they haven't found the key. There should be a spare key, but I don't know what's become of it. They sent up for it this morning, but I haven't seen it about for a long time. It wasn't left in the lock this time, then? No, it wasn't, no. They had to send to the locksmith. I'm going down now to see what's been done about it. Like to come if you're ready? Wimsey said he would. Anything in the nature of a problem always fascinated him. "You're back pretty late, by the way," said Frobisher Pym jovially as they left the house. "Yarning over old times, I suppose." Yeah, yes, we were indeed," said Wimsey. "Hope the old girl carried you all right. Lonely bit of road, ain't it? I don't suppose you saw anybody worse than yourself, as the saying goes?" "Only a policeman," said Wimsey untruthfully. He'd not yet quite decided about the phantom coach. No doubt Plunkett would be relieved to know that he was not the only person to whom the warning had come. But then, had it really been the phantom coach, or merely a delusion begotten by whisky upon reminiscence? Wimsey, in the cold light of day, was none too certain. On arriving at the church, the magistrate and his guest found quite a little crowd collected, conspicuous among whom were the vicar in cassock and biretta, gesticulating freely, and the local policeman, his tunic buttoned awry and his dignity much impaired by the small fry of the village, who clustered round his legs. He had just finished taking down the statements of the 2 men who had been released from the stokehole. The younger of these, a fresh-faced, impudent-looking fellow of 25 or so, was in the act of starting up his motorcycle. He greeted Mr. Frobisher Pym pleasantly. "Afraid they've made us look a bit small, sir. You'll excuse me, won't you? I'll have to be getting back to Herioting. Mr. Graham won't be any too pleased if I'm late for the office. I think some of the bright lads have been having a joke with us." He grinned as he pushed the throttle lever over and departed in a smother of unnecessary smoke that made Mr. Frobisher Pym sneeze.
His fellow victim, a large, fat man who looked the sporting publican that he was, grinned shamefacedly at the magistrate.
"Well, Hubbard," said the latter, "hope you've enjoyed your experience. Must say I'm surprised that a man of your size is letting himself be shut up in a coal-hole like a naughty urchin."
Yes, sir. I was surprised myself at the time," reported the publican, good-humouredly enough. "When that there blanket came down on my head, I was the most surprised man in this here county. I gave him a hack or two on the shins, though, to remember me by," he added, with a reminiscent chuckle. "How many of them were there?" asked Wimsey.
3 or 4, I should say, sir. But not having seen 'em, I could only tell from hearing 'em talk. There was 2 laid hold of me, I'm pretty sure, and young Rawlinson thinks there was only 1 had hold of him, but he was a wonderful strong 'un."
"We must leave no stone unturned to find out who these people were," said the vicar excitedly. Mr. Frobisher Pym, come and see what they've done in the church. It is, as I thought, an anti-Catholic protest. We must be most thankful that they've done no more than they have." He led the way in. Somebody had lit 2 or 3 hanging lamps in the gloomy little chancel. By their light, Wimsey was able to see that the neck of the eagle lectern was decorated with an enormous red, white and blue bow, and bore a large placard, obviously pinched from the local newspaper offices, "Vatican bans immodest dress." In each of the choir stalls a teddy bear sat, lumpishly amiable, apparently absorbed in reading the choir books upside down, while on the ledge before them copies of the Pink 'Un were obtrusively displayed. In the pulpit, a waggish hand had set up a pantomime ass's head, elegantly arrayed in a nightgown, and crowned with a handsome nimbus cut from gold paper. "Disgraceful, isn't it?" said the vicar.
"Well, Hancock," replied Mr. Frobisher Pym, "must say I think you brought it upon yourself. Oh, I quite agree, of course, that this sort of thing cannot possibly be allowed, and the offenders must be discovered and severely punished. But you must see that many of your practices appear to these people to be papistical nonsense at best. Well, while that is no excuse," his reprimanding voice barked on, "what I can really only look upon is this sacrilegious business with old Burdock, a man whose life—" The policeman had by this time shoved away the attendant villagers and was standing beside Lord Peter at the entrance of the rood screen. "Was that you that was out on the road this morning, sir? I thought I recognised your voice. Did you get home all right, sir? Didn't meet nothing?"
There seemed to be a shade more than idle questioning in the tone of his voice. Wimsey turned quickly. No, I met nothing more. Who is it drives a coach with 4 white horses about this village of a night sergeant?"
Not sergeant, sir. I ain't due for promotion yet a while. Well, sir, as to white horses, I don't altogether like to say. Mr. Mortimer over at Abbott's Bolton has some nice greys, and he's the biggest horse breeder about these parts. But, well, there, sir, he wouldn't be driving out in all that rain, sir, would he?
Well, it doesn't seem a sensible thing to do, certainly.
No, sir, and the constable leaned close to Wimsey and spoke in his ear. Mr. Mortimer is a man that's got a head on his shoulders. And what's more, so have his horses.
"Why," said Wimsey, a little startled by the aptness of this remark, "did you ever know a horse that hadn't?"
"No, sir," said the policeman with emphasis. "I never knew no living horse that hadn't. But that's neither here nor there, as the saying goes. But as to this church business, that's just a bit of a lark got up among the boys, that's what that is. They don't mean no harm, you know, sir. They likes to be up to their tricks. All very well for the vicar to talk, sir, but this ain't no Kensingtites nor anything of that. As you can see with half an eye. Just a bit of fun, that's all it is."
"Yes, I'd come to that conclusion myself," said Wimsey, interested. "But I'd rather like to know what makes you think so."
"Well, Lord bless you, sir, ain't it plain as the nose in your face? If it had been these Kensingtites, wouldn't they have gone for the crosses and the images and the lights and that there? They extended a horny finger in the direction of the tabernacle? No, sir, these lads what did this ain't laid a finger on the things what you might call sacred images, and they ain't done no harm neither to the communion table. So I says as it ain't a case of controversy, but more a bit of fun like. And they've treated Mr. Burdock's corpse respectfully, sir, you see, too. That shows they wasn't meaning anything wrong at heart, don't you see?"
"I agree, absolutely," said Wimsey. "In fact, they've taken particular care not to touch anything that a churchman holds really sacred. How long have you been on this job, officer?"
3 years, come February, sir."
"Ever had any idea of going to town or taking up the detective side of the business?"
Well, sir, I have, but it isn't just asking of, as you might say."
Wimsey took a card from his note-case. "If ever you think seriously about it," he said, "give this card to Chief Inspector Parker and have a chat with him. Tell him I think you haven't got opportunities enough down here. He's a great friend of mine, and he'll give you a good chance, I know." "Ah, I've heard of you, my lord," said the constable, gratified, "and I'm sure it's very kind of your lordship. Well, I suppose I'd best be getting along now. You leave it to me, Mr. Frobisher Pym, sir. We'll soon get at the bottom of this here." "Well, I hope you do," said the magistrate. "Meanwhile, Mr. Hancock, I trust you will realise the inadvisability of leaving the church doors open at night. Well, come along, Wimsey. We're leaving to get the church straight for the funeral. Hello, what have you found there?"
"Nothing," said Wimsey, who had been peering at the floor of the Lady Chapel. "I was afraid you'd got the worm in here, but I see it's only sawdust." He dusted his fingers as he spoke, and followed Mr. Frobisher Pym out of the building. When you're staying in a village, you're expected to take part in the interests and amusements of the community. Accordingly, Lord Peter duly attended the funeral of Squire Burdock and beheld the coffin safely committed to the ground, in a drizzle, certainly, but not without the attendance of a large and reverent congregation. After this ceremony, he was formally introduced to Mr. and Mrs. Haviland Burdock, and was able to confirm his previous impression that the lady was, well, not to say too well dressed, as might be expected from one whose wardrobe was based upon silk stockings. She was a handsome woman, in a large, bold style, and the hand that clasped Wimsey's was quite painfully encrusted with diamonds. Haviland was disposed to be friendly, and indeed silk manufacturers have no reason to be otherwise to rich men of noble birth. He seemed to be aware of Wimsey's reputation as an antiquarian and book collector, and extended a hearty invitation to him to come and see the old house. "My brother Martin's still abroad," he said, "but I'm sure he would be delighted to have you come and look at the place. I'm told there are some very fine old books in the library. We shall be staying here till Monday, if Mrs. Hancock will be good enough to have us. Suppose you come along tomorrow afternoon." Wimsey said he would be delighted. Mrs. Hancock interposed and said wouldn't Lord Peter come to tea at the vicarage first? Wimsey said it was very good of her. "That's settled," said Mrs. Burdock. "You and Mr. Pym go to tea, and then we'll all go over the house together. I've hardly seen it myself yet."
"Very well worth seeing," said Mr. Frobisher Pym. "Fine old place, but takes some money to keep up. Has nothing been seen of the will yet, Mr. Burdock?"
Nothing whatever," said Haviland. "It's curious, because Mr. Graham, the solicitor, you know, Lord Peter, certainly drew one up just after poor Martin's unfortunate difference with our father. He remembers it perfectly." "Can't he remember what's in it?" "Well, he could, of course, but he doesn't think it's etiquette to say. He's one of the crusted old type. Poor Martin always called him an old scoundrel, but then, of course, he never approved of Martin, so Martin was not altogether unprejudiced. Besides, as Mr. Graham says, all that was some years ago, and it's quite possible that the governor destroyed the will later or made a new one in America." "Poor Martin doesn't seem to have been popular hereabouts," said Wimsey to Mr. Frobisher Pym as they parted from the Burdocks and turned homewards.
"No," said the magistrate. "Not with Graham, anyway. Personally, I rather liked the lad, though he was a bit parum-scarum. I dare say he sobered up with time and marriage. It's odd that they can't find the will, but if it was made at the time of the rumpus, it's bound to be in Haviland's favour."
"I think Haviland thinks so too," said Wimsey. His manner seemed to convey a chastened satisfaction. I expect the discreet Graham made it fairly clear that the advantage was not with the unspeakable Martin. The following morning turned out fine, and Wimsey, who was supposed to be enjoying a rest and fresh air cure in Little Doddering, petitioned for a further loan of Polly Flinders. His host consented with pleasure, and only regretted that he couldn't accompany his guest, being booked to attend a Board of Guardians meeting in connection with the workhouse.
"But you could go up and get a good blow on the common," he suggested. "Why not go round by Petering Friars, turn off across the common till you get to Dead Man's Post, and come back by the Frimpton Road, Makes a very pleasant round, about 19 miles. You'll be back in nice time for lunch if you take it easy."
Wimsey fell in with the plan, the more readily that it exactly coincided with his own inward purpose. He had a reason for wishing to ride over the Frimpton Road by daylight. "You will be careful about Dead Man's Post," said Mrs. Frobisher Pym, a little anxiously. "The horses have a way of shying at it. I don't know why. People say, of course—"
"All nonsense," said her husband. "Villagers dislike the place, and that makes the horses nervous. Remarkable how a rider's feelings communicate themselves to his mount. I've never had any trouble at Dead Man's Post.
It was a quiet and pretty road, even on a November day, that led to Petering Friars. Jogging down the winding Essex lanes in the wintry sunshine, Wimsey felt soothed and happy. A good burst across the common raised his spirits to exhilaration pitch. He had entirely forgotten Dead Man's Post and its uncanny reputation, when a violent start and swerve, so sudden that it nearly unseated him, recalled him to what he was doing. With some difficulty he controlled Polly Flinders and brought her to a standstill. He was at the highest point of the common, following a bridle path which was bordered on each side by gorse and dead bracken. A little way ahead of him, another bridle path seemed to run into it, and at the junction of the two was something which he'd vaguely imagined to be a decaying signpost. Certainly it was short and thick for a signpost and had no arms. It appeared, however, to bear some sort of inscription on the face that was turned towards him. He soothed the mare and urged her gently towards the post. She took a few hesitating steps and plunged sideways, snorting and shivering.
Queer, said Wimsey. If this is my state of mind communicating itself to my mount, I'd better see a doctor. My nerves must be in a rotten state. Now, come up, old lady. What's the matter with you?
Polly Flinders, apologetic but determined, refused to budge. He urged her gently with his heel. She sidled away, with ears laid back, and he saw the white of a protesting eye. He slipped from the saddle, and putting his hand through the bridle, endeavoured to lead her forward. After a little persuasion, the mare followed him, with stretched neck and treading as though on eggshells. After a dozen hesitating paces, she stopped again, trembling in all her limbs. He put his hand on her neck and found it wet with sweat. "Damn it all," said Wimsey. "Look here, I'm jolly well going to read what's on that post. If you won't come, will you stand still?" He dropped the bridle. The mare stood quietly with hanging head. He left her and he went forward, glancing back from time to time to see that she showed no disposition to bolt. She stood quietly enough, however, only shifting her feet uneasily. Wimsey walked up to the post. It was a stout pillar of ancient oak, newly painted white. The inscription, too, had been recently blacked in. It read, "On this spot, George Winter was foully murthered, in defence of his master's goods, by Black Ralph of Herioting, who was afterwards hanged in chains, on the place of his crime, 9 November 1674. Fear justice."
"And very nice, too," said Wimsey. "Dead Man's Post, without a doubt." Polly Flinders seemed to share the local feeling about the place. "Well, Polly, if them's your sentiments, I won't do violence to 'em. But may I ask why, if you're so sensitive about a mere post, you should swallow a death coach and 4 headless horses with such hardened equanimity?" The mare took the shoulder of his jacket gently between her lips and mumbled at it. "Just so," said Wimsey. "I perfectly understand. You would if you could, but you really can't. But those horses, Polly, did they bring with them no brimstone blast from the nethermost pit? Can it be that they really exuded nothing but an honest and familiar smell of stables?" He mounted, and turning Polly's head to the right, guided her in a circle so as to give Dead Man's Post a wide berth before striking the path again. The supernatural explanation is, I think, excluded. Not on priori grounds, which would be unsound, but on the evidence of Polly's senses. There remain the alternatives of whisky and jiggery-pokery. Further investigation seems called for. He continued to muse as the mare moved quietly forward. "Supposing I wanted for some reason to scare the neighbourhood with the apparition of a coach and headless horses, I should choose a dark, rainy night. Good. It was that kind of a night. Now, if I took black horses and painted their bodies white, poor devils, what a state they'd be in. No, how do they do these masculine and advanced stunts where they cut off people's heads? White horses, of course, and black felt clothing over their heads. Right. And luminous paint on the harness, with a touch here and there on their bodies to make good contrast and ensure that the whole show wasn't invisible. Yeah, no difficulty about that. But they must go silently. Well, why not?
4 stout black clothes bags filled with bran, drawn well up and tied around the fetlocks, would make any horse go quietly enough, especially if there was a bit of a wind going. Rags round the bridle rings to prevent clinking, and round the ends of the traces to keep them from squeaking. Give 'em a coachman in a white coat and a black mask, hitch 'em to a rubber-tired fly, picked out with phosphorus and well-oiled at the joints, and I swear I'd make something quite ghostly enough to startle a rather well-irrigated gentleman on a lonely road at 2:30 in the morning. Yes, he was pleased with this thought, and tapped his boot cheerfully with his whip. But damn it all, they never passed me again. Where do they go? A coach and horses can't vanish into thin air, you know. There must be a side road after all. Or else, Polly Flinders, you have been pulling my leg all the time. The bridle path eventually debouched upon the highway at the now familiar fork where Wimsey had met the policeman. As he slowly ambled homewards, his lordship scanned the left-hand hedgerow, looking for the lane which surely must exist. But nothing rewarded his search. Enclosed fields with padlocked gates presented the only breaks in the hedge, till he again found himself looking down the avenue of trees upon which the death coach had come galloping 2 nights before. "Damn," said Wimsey. It occurred to him for the first time that the coach might perhaps have turned round and gone back through Little Doddering. Certainly it had been seen by Little Doddering Church on Wednesday, but on that occasion also it had galloped off in the direction of Frimpton. In fact, thinking it over, Wimsey concluded that it had approached from Frimpton, gone round the church, Widdershins naturally, back by the back lane, and returned by the high road whence it came. And in that case... "Turn again, Whittington," said Wimsey, and Polly Flinders rotated obediently in the road. "Through one of those fields it went, or I am a Dutchman." He pulled Polly into a slow walk and passed along the strip of grass at the right-hand side, staring at the ground as though he were an Aberdonian who'd lost a sixpence. The first gate led into a ploughed field, harrowed smooth and sown with autumn wheat. It was clear that no wheeled thing had been across it for many weeks. The second gate looked more promising. It gave upon a fallow ground, and the entrance was seamed with innumerable wheel ruts. On further examination, however, it was clear that this was the one and only gate. It seemed unlikely that the mysterious coach should have been taken into a field from which there was no way out. Wimsey decided to seek further. The third gate was in bad repair. It sagged heavily from its hinges. The hasp was gone, and gate and posts had been secured with elaborate twists of wire. Wimsey dismounted and examined these, convincing himself that their rusty surface had not been recently disturbed. There remained only 2 more gates before he came to the crossroads. One led into plough again, where the dark ridge and furrow showed no sign of disturbance, but at the sight of the last gate, Wimsey's heart gave a leap. There was ploughland there also, but round the edge of the field ran a wide, beaten path, rutted and waterlogged. The gate was not locked, but opened simply with a spring catch. Wimsey examined the approach. Among the wide ruts made by farm wagons was the track of 4 narrow wheels, the unmistakable prints of rubber tyres. He pushed the gate open and passed through. The path skirted 2 sides of the plough. Then came another gate and another field, containing a long barrow of mangold wurzels and a couple of barns. At the sound of Polly's hoofs, a man emerged from the nearest barn with a paintbrush in his hand and stood watching Wimsey's approach. "Morning," said the latter genially. "Morning, sir. Fine day after the rain." "Ah, yes, 'tis, sir. I hope I'm not trespassing." "Where was you wanting to go, sir?" "Well, I thought, as a matter of fact, hello. Anything wrong, sir?" Wimsey shifted in the saddle. "Oh, no, I fancy this girth slipped a bit. It's a new one." This was a fact. "Better have a look." The man advanced to investigate, but Wimsey had dismounted and was tugging at the strap with his head under the mare's belly. "Yes, it wants taking off a trifle." "Oh, thanks most awfully. Is this a short cut to Abbott's Bolton, by the way?" "Not to the village, sir, but you can get through this way. It comes out by Mr. Mortimer's stables." "Ah, yes. This his land?"
No, sir, no, it's Mr. Topham's land, but Mr. Mortimer rents this field and the next for fodder.
Oh, yes. Wimsey peered across the hedge. Lucerne, I suppose. Or clover.
Clover, sir. And the mangolds is for the cattle.
Ah. Mr. Mortimer keeps cattle as well as horses?
Yes, sir.
Oh, very jolly. Have a gosper? Wimsey had sidled across to the barn in his interest, and was gazing absently into its dark interior. It contained a number of farm implements and a black fly of antique construction, which seemed to be undergoing renovation with black varnish. Wimsey pulled some vestas from his pocket. The box was apparently damp, for after one or two vain attempts he abandoned it, and struck a match on the wall of the barn. The flame, lighting up the ancient fly, showed it to be incongruously fitted with rubber tires. "Very fine stud, Mr. Mortimer's, I understand," said Wimsey carelessly.
Yes, sir, very fine indeed.
"I suppose he hasn't any greys by any chance? My mother, queenly woman, Victorian ideas and all that, is rather keen on greys. Sports a carriage and a pair, don't you know?"
"Yes, sir." Well, Mr. Mortimer will be able to suit the lady, I think, sir. He has several greys."
"No, has he, though? I must really go over and see him. Is it far?"
"A matter of 5 or 6 miles by the field, sir."
Wimsey looked at his watch. "Oh, dear. I'm really afraid it's too far for this morning. I absolutely promised to get back to lunch. Well, I must come over another day. Thank you so much. Is that girth right now?" "Oh, really, I'm immensely obliged. Get yourself a drink, won't you? And tell Mr. Mortimer not to sell his greys till I've seen them. Well, good morning, and many thanks." He set Polly Flinders on the homeward path and trotted gently away. Not till he was out of sight of the barn did he pull up and, stooping from the saddle, thoughtfully examine his boots. They were liberally plastered with bran. "I must have picked it up in the barn," said Wimsey. Curious, if true. Why should Mr. Mortimer be lashing the stuffing out of his greys in an old fly at dead of night, and with muffled hoofs and no heads to boot? Not a kind thing to do. It frightened Plunkett very much. It made me think I was drunk. A thought I hate to think. Ought I to tell the police? Are Mr. Mortimer's jokes any business of mine? What do you think, Polly?" The mare, hearing her name, energetically shook her head. "You think not? Yeah, well, perhaps you're right. Let us say that Mr. Mortimer did it for a wager. Who am I to interfere with his amusements? All the same," added his lordship, "I'm glad to know it wasn't Lumsden's whisky." "This is the library," said Haviland, ushering in his guests. "A fine room and a fine collection of books, I'm told, though literature isn't much in my line. Wasn't much in the governor's line either, I'm afraid. The place wants doing up, as you see. I don't know whether Martin will take it in hand. It's a job that'll cost money, of course." Wimsey shivered a little as he gazed round, more from sympathy than from cold, though a white November fog lay curled against the tall windows and filtered damply through the frames. A long, mouldering room in the frigid neoclassical style. The library was melancholy enough in the sunless grey afternoon, even without the signs of neglect which wrung the book-collector's heart. The walls, panelled to half their height with bookcases, ran up in plaster to the moulded ceiling. Damp had blotched them into grotesque shapes, and here and there were ugly cracks and squamous patches from which the plaster had fallen in yellow flakes. A wet chill seemed to ooze from the books, from the calf bindings peeling and perishing, from the stains of greenish mildew which spread horridly from volume to volume. The curious, musty odour of decayed leather and damp paper added to the general cheerlessness of the atmosphere. "Oh, dear, dear," said Wimsey, peering dismally into this sepulchre of forgotten learning. With his shoulders hunched like the neck-feathers of a chilly bird, with his long nose and half-shut eyes, he resembled a dilapidated heron, brooding over the stagnation of a wintry pool. "What a freezing cold place," explained Mrs. Hancock. "You really ought to scold Mrs. Lovell, Mr. Burdock. When she was put in here as caretaker, I said to my husband, didn't I, Philip, that your father had chosen the laziest woman in Little Doddering. She ought to have kept up big fires here, at least twice a week. It's really shameful the way she lets things go." "Yes, isn't it?" agreed Haviland. Wimsey said nothing. He was nosing amongst the shelves, and every now and then taking a volume down and glancing at it. "It was always rather a depressing room," went on Haviland.
I remember when I was a kid it used to overawe me, rather. Martin and I used to browse about among the books, you know, but I think we were always afraid that something or somebody would stalk out upon us from the dark corners. What's that you got there, Lord Peter? Oh, Fox's Book of Martyrs. Oh, dear me. How those pictures did terrify me in the old days. And there was Pilgrim's Progress, with a most alarming picture of Apollyon straddling over the whole breadth of the way, which gave me many nightmares. Let me see. It used to live over here in this bay, I think. Yes, here it is. Oh, how it does bring it all back, to be sure. Is it valuable, by the way? No, not really. But this first edition of Burton is worth money. Badly spotted, though. You'd better send it to be cleaned. And this is an extremely fine Boccaccio. Now take care of it. John Boccaccio, The Dance of Machabri. That's a good title, anyhow. Is that the same Boccaccio that wrote the naughty stories? Yes, said Wimsey, a little shortly. He resented this attitude toward Boccaccio. Never read 'em, said Haviland with a wink at his wife. But I've seen 'em in the windows of those surgical shops, so I suppose they're naughty, eh? Hello, the vicar's looking shocked. Not at all, said Mr. Hancock, with a conscientious assumption of broad-mindedness. Et ego in Arcadia. That is to say, one doesn't enter the church without undergoing a classical education, and making the acquaintance of much more worldly authors even than Boccaccio. Those woodcuts are very fine, to my uninstructed eye. Very fine indeed, said Wimsey. There's another old book I remember with jolly pictures, said Haviland. A chronicle of some sort. What's its name now? Place in Germany, you know. Where that hangman came from. They published his diary the other day. I read it, but it wasn't really exciting. Not half as gruesome as old Harriet and Ainsworth. What's the name of the place? Nuremberg, suggested Wimsey. Yeah, that's it, of course, yes. The Nuremberg Chronicle. I wonder if that's still in its old place. It was over here by the window, if I remember rightly. He led the way to the end of one of the bays, which ran up close against the window. Here the damp seemed to have done its worst. A pane of glass was broken, and rain had blown in. Now, where has it gone? Big book it was, with a stamped leather binding. I'd like to see the old chronicle again. I haven't set eyes on it for donkey's years. His glance roamed vaguely over the shelves. Wimsey, with the book-lover's instinct, was the first to spot the chronicle, wedged at the extreme end of the shelf against the outer wall. He hitched his finger into the top edge of the spine, but finding that the rotting leather was ready to crumble at a touch, he dislodged a neighbouring book and drew the chronicle gently out, using his whole hand. Here he is. In pretty bad condition, I'm afraid. Hello. As he drew the book away from the wall, a piece of folded parchment came away with it and fell at his feet. He stooped and picked it up. I say, Burdock, isn't this what you've been looking for? Haviland Burdock, who had been rooting about on one of the lower shelves, straightened himself quickly, his face red from stooping. By Jove, he said, turning first redder and then pale with excitement. Look at this, Winnie. It's the governor's will. Well, what an extraordinary thing. Who ever would have thought of looking for it in this, of all places? Is it really the will? Said Mrs. Hancock. No doubt about it, I should say, observed Wimsey coolly. Last will and testament of Simon Burdock. He stood, turning the grimy document over and over in his hands, looking from the endorsement to the plain side of the folded parchment. Well, well, said Mr. Hancock, how strange. It seems almost providential that you should have taken that book down. What does the will say? Demanded Mrs. Burdock in some excitement. I beg your pardon, said Wimsey, handing it over to her. Yes, as you say, Mr. Hancock, it does almost seem as if I was meant to find it. He glanced down again at the chronicle, mournfully tracing with his finger the outline of a damp stain which had rotted the cover and spread to the inner pages, almost obliterating the colophon. Haviland Burdock, meanwhile, had spread the will out on the nearest table. His wife leaned over his shoulder. The Hancocks, barely controlling their curiosity, stood near awaiting the result. Wimsey, with an elaborate pretence of non-interference in this family matter, examined the wall against which the chronicle had stood, feeling its moist surface and examining the damp stains. They had assumed the appearance of a grinning face. He compared them with the corresponding mark on the book, and shook his head desolately over the damage. Mr. Frobisher Pym, who had wandered away some time before and was absorbed in an ancient book on farriery, now approached and inquired what the excitement was about. "Listen to this," cried Haviland. His voice was quiet, but a suppressed triumph throbbed in it and glittered from his eyes. "I bequeath everything of which I die possessed." Now, there's a lot of enumeration of properties here, which doesn't matter. "To my eldest son, Martin." Mr. Frobisher Pym whistled. "Listen. To my eldest son, Martin, for so long as my body shall remain above ground. But so soon as I am buried, I direct that the whole of this property shall revert to my younger son, Haviland, absolutely." "Good God," said Mr. Frobisher. "There's a lot more," said Haviland, "but that's the gist of it."
"Let me see,"
said the magistrate. He took the will from Haviland and read it through with a frowning face.
"Yeah, that's right," he said. "No possible doubt about it. Martin has had his property and lost it again. How very curious. Up till yesterday, everything belonged to him, though nobody knew it. Now it is all yours, Burdock. This certainly is the strangest will I ever saw. Oh, just fancy that. Martin the heir up to the time of the funeral, and now... Well, Burdock, I must congratulate you."
"Oh, thank you," said Haviland. "It is very unexpected." He laughed unsteadily. "But what a queer idea," said Mrs. Burdock. "Suppose Martin had been at home. It almost seems a mercy that he wasn't, doesn't it? I mean, it would all have been so awkward. What would have happened if he'd tried to stop the funeral, for instance?" "Yes," said Mrs. Hancock. "Could he have done anything? Who decides about funerals?"
"The executors, as a rule," said Mr. Frobisher Pym.
"Who are the executors in this case?" inquired Wimsey.
"I don't know. Let me see."
Mr. Frobisher Pym examined the documents again.
"Ah, yes, here we are. I appoint my 2 sons, Martin and Haviland, joint executors of this my will. Well, what an extraordinary arrangement."
"But I call it a wicked, unchristian arrangement," cried Mrs. Hancock. "It might have caused dreadful mischief if the will hadn't been quite providentially lost." "Look, hush, my dear," said her husband. "I'm afraid," said Haviland grimly, that was my father's idea." There's no use pretending he wasn't spiteful. He was, and I believe he hated both Martin and me like poison. "No, don't say that," pleaded the vicar. "Well, I do say it. He made our lives a burden to us, and he obviously wanted to go on making them a burden after he was dead. If he'd seen us cutting each other's throats, he'd only have been too pleased. Oh, come, vicar, it's no use pretending. He hated our mother and was jealous of us. Everybody knows that. It probably pleased his unpleasant sense of humour to think of us squabbling over his body. Fortunately, he overreached himself when he hid the will here. He's buried now, and the problem settles itself." "Are you quite sure of that?" said Wimsey.
"Why, of course," said the magistrate. "The property goes to Mr. Haviland Burdock as soon as his father's body is underground. Well, his father was buried yesterday."
"But are you sure of that?" repeated Wimsey. He looked from one to the other quizzically, his long lips curling into something like a grin. "Sure of that?" exclaimed the vicar. "But, my dear Lord Peter, you were present at the funeral. You saw him buried yourself." "I saw his coffin buried," said Wimsey mildly. "That the body was in it is merely an unverified inference."
"I think," said Mr. Frobisher Pym, "this is rather an unseemly kind of jest. There is no reason to imagine that the body was not in the coffin."
"Well, I saw it in the coffin," said Haviland, "and so did my wife." "And so did I," said the vicar. "I was present when it was transferred from the temporary shell into which it crossed over from the States to a permanent lead and oak coffin provided by Jolliffe. And if further witnesses are necessary, you can easily get Jolliffe himself and his men who put the body in and screwed it down." "Just so," said Wimsey. "I'm not denying that the body was in the coffin when the coffin was placed in the chapel. I only doubt whether it was there when it was put into the ground."
"That is the most unheard-of suggestion to make, Lord Peter," said Mr. Frobisher Pym with severity. "May I ask if you have anything to go upon? And if the body is not in the grave, perhaps you would mind telling us where you imagine it to be?"
"Not at all," said Wimsey. He perched himself on the edge of the table and sat swinging his legs and looking down at his own hands as he ticked his points off on his fingers. "I think," he said, "that this story begins with young Rawlinson. He is a clerk in the office of Mr. Graham, who drew up this will, and I fancy he knows something about its conditions. So, of course, does Mr. Graham, but I don't somehow suspect him of being mixed up in this. From what I can hear, he's not a man to take sides. Or not Mr. Martin's side, at any rate. When the news of Mr. Burdock's death was cabled over from the States, I think young Rawlinson remembered the terms of the will, and considered that Mr. Martin, being abroad and all that, would be rather at a disadvantage. Rawlinson must be rather attached to your brother, by the way. Martin always had a way of picking up good-for-nothing youths and wasting his time with them, agreed Haviland sulkily. The vicar seemed to feel that the statement needed some amendment, and murmured that he'd always heard how good Martin was with the village lads. Quite so, said Wimsey. Well, I think young Rawlinson wanted to give Martin an equal chance of securing the legacy, don't you see? He didn't like to say anything about the will, which might or might not turn up, and possibly he thought that even if it did turn up, there might be difficulties. Well, anyway, he decided that the best thing to do was to steal the body and keep it above ground till Martin came home to see things himself.
"This is an extraordinary accusation," began Mr. Frobisher Pym.
Well, I dare say I am mistaken, said Wimsey, but it's just my idea. Makes a damn good story anyhow, you see. Well then, young Rawlinson saw that this was too big a job to carry out alone, so he looked round for somebody to help him, and he pitched on Mr. Mortimer.
Mortimer?
I don't know Mr. Mortimer personally, but he seems to be a sporting sort of customer, from what I can hear, with certain facilities which everybody hasn't got. Young Rawlinson and Mortimer put their heads together and worked out a plan of action. Of course, Mr. Hancock, you helped them enormously with this slide-in-state idea of yours. Without that, I don't know if they could have worked it. Mr. Hancock made an embarrassed clicking sound. The idea was this. Mortimer was to provide an antique fly and 4 white horses made up with luminous paint and black cloth to represent the Burdock death coach. The advantage of that idea was that nobody would feel inclined to inspect the turnout too closely if they saw it hanging around the churchyard at unearthly hours. Meanwhile, young Rawlinson had to get himself accepted as a watcher for the chapel, and to find a sporting companion to watch with him and take a hand in the game. He fixed things up with a publican fellow, and spun a tale for Mr. Hancock so as to get the vigil from 4 to 6. Didn't it strike you as odd, Mr. Hancock, that he should seem so keen to come all the way from Herioting? Well, I am accustomed to find keenness in my congregation, said Mr. Hancock stiffly. Ah, yes, but Rawlinson didn't belong to your congregation. Anyway, it was all worked out, and there was a dress rehearsal on the Wednesday night, which frightened your man Plunkett into fits, sir.
"If I thought this was true," said Mr. Frobisher Pym.
On Thursday night, pursued Wimsey, the conspirators were ready, hidden in the chancel at 2 in the morning. They waited till Mrs. and Miss Hancock had taken their places, and then made a row to attract their attention. When the ladies courageously advanced to find out what was up, they popped out and bundled him into the vestry. Good gracious, said Mrs. Hancock. That was when the death coach affair was timed to drive up the south door. It came round the back lane, I fancy, though I can't be sure. Then Mortimer and the other 2 took the embalmed body out of the coffin and filled its place up with bags of sawdust. I know it was sawdust because I found the remains of it on the Lady Chapel floor in the morning. They put the body in the fly, and Mortimer drove off with it. They passed me on the Herioting Road at 2:30, so they can't have wasted much time over the job. Mortimer may have been alone, or possibly he had someone with him to see the body while he himself did the headless coachman business in a black mask. I'm not certain about that. They drove through the last gate before you come to the fork at Frimpton, and went across the fields to Mortimer's barn. They left the fly there. I know that because I saw it. And I saw the bran they used to muffle the horses' hooves, too. I expect they took it on from there in a car and fetched the horses up next day, but that's a detail. I don't know either where they took the body to, but I expect if you went and asked Mr. Mortimer about it, he would be able to assure you that it was still above ground. Wimsey paused. Mr. Frobisher Pym and the Hancocks were looking only puzzled and angry, but Haviland's face was green. Mrs. Haviland showed a red, painted spot on each cheek, and her mouth was haggard. Wimsey picked up the Nuremberg Chronicle and caressed its covers thoughtfully as he went on. Meanwhile, of course, young Rawlinson and his companion were doing the camouflage in the church to give the idea of a Protestant outrage. Having fixed everything up neat and pretty, all they had to do was to lock themselves up in the furnace house and chuck the key through the window. You'll probably find it there, Mr. Hancock, if you care to look. Didn't you think that story of an assault by 2 or 3 men was a bit thin? Hubbard is a hefty great fellow, and Rawlinson a sturdy lad. And yet on their own showing they were bundled into a coal-hole like helpless infants, without a scratch on either of them. Look for the men in buckram, my dear sir, look for the men in buckram.
Look here, Wimsey, are you sure you're not romancing? Said Mr. Frobisher Pym. One would need some very clear proof before...
Certainly, said Wimsey. Get a Home Office order, open the grave. You'll soon see whether it's true or whether it's just my diseased imagination. But I think the whole conversation is disgusting, cried Mrs. Burdock. Don't listen to it, Haviland. Anything more heartless on the day after Father's funeral than sitting here and inventing such a revolting story I simply cannot imagine. It's not worth paying a moment's attention to. You will certainly not permit your father's body to be disturbed. It's horrible. It's desecration.
It's very unpleasant indeed, said Mr. Frobisher Pym gravely, but if Lord Peter is seriously putting forward this astonishing theory, which I can scarcely credit...
Wimsey shrugged his shoulders. Then I feel bound to remind you, Mr. Burdock, that your brother, when he returns, may insist on having the matter investigated. But he can't, can he? Said Mrs. Burdock. Course he can, Winnie, snapped her husband savagely. He's an executor. He's as much right to have the governor dug up as I have to forbid it. Don't be a fool. If Martin had any decency, he would forbid it too, said Mrs. Burdock. Oh, well, said Mrs. Hancock, shocking as it may seem, there's the money to be considered. Mr. Martin might think it a duty to his wife and his family, if he should ever have any. The whole thing is preposterous, said Haviland decidedly. I don't believe a word of it. If I did, naturally I should be the first person to take action in the matter. Not only in justice to Martin, but on my own account. But if you ask me to believe that a responsible man like Mr. Mortimer would purloin a corpse and desecrate a church, well, the thing only has to be put into plain words to show how absurd and unthinkable it is. I suppose Lord Peter Wimsey, who consorts, as I understand, with criminals and police officers, finds the idea conceivable. I can only say that I do not. I am sorry that his mind should have become so blunted to all decent feeling. That is all. Good afternoon. Mr. Frobisher Pym jumped up.
Look, come, Burdock. Don't take that attitude. I'm sure Lord Peter intended no discourtesy. I must say I think he's all wrong, but upon my soul, things have been so disturbed in the village these last few days, I'm not surprised anybody should think there was something behind it. Now let's forget all about it. And hadn't we better be moving out of this terrible cold room? Nearly dinner time. Bless me, what will Agatha think of us?
Wimsey held out his hand to Burdock, who took it reluctantly. I'm sorry, said Wimsey. I suffer from hypertrophy of the imagination, don't you know? Overstimulation of the thyroid, probably. Don't mind me. I apologize and all that. I don't think, Lord Peter, said Mrs. Burdock acidly, you ought to exercise your imagination at the expense of good taste. Wimsey followed her from the room in some confusion. Indeed, he was so disturbed that he carried away the Nuremberg Chronicle beneath his arm, which was an odd thing for him to do under the circumstances. I am gravely distressed, said Mr. Hancock. He'd come over after Sunday evening service to call upon the Frobisher Pyms. He sat upright on his chair, his thin face flushed with anxiety. I could never have believed such a thing of Hubbard. It's been a grievous shock to me. It's not only the great wickedness of stealing a dead body from the very precincts of the church, though that's grave enough. It is the sad hypocrisy of his behaviour, the mockery of sacred things, the making use of the holy services of his religion to further worldly ends. He actually attended the funeral, Mr. Frobisher Pym, and exhibited every sign of grief and respect. Even now he hardly seems to realize the sinfulness of his conduct. I feel it very much as a priest and as a pastor, very much indeed.
Oh, well, Hancock, said Mr. Frobisher Pym, you must make allowances, you know. Hubbard's not a bad fellow, but you can't expect refinement of feeling from a man of his class. The point is, what are we to do about it? Mr. Burdock must be told, of course. It's a most awkward situation. Dear me, Hubbard confessed the whole conspiracy, you say? How did he come to do that?
I taxed him with it, said the parson. When I came to think over Lord Peter's remarks, I was troubled in my mind. It seemed to me, I can't say why, that there might be some truth in the story, wild as it appeared. I was so worried about it that I swept the floor of the Lady Chapel myself last night, and I found quite a quantity of sawdust among the sweepings. That led me to search for the key of the furnace house, and I discovered it in some bushes at a little distance, in fact within a stone's throw of the furnace house window. I sought guidance in prayer, and from my wife, whose judgment I greatly respect, and I made up my mind to speak to Hubbard after Mass. It was a great relief to me that he didn't present himself at early celebration. Feeling as I did, I should have had scruples.
Just so, said the magistrate, a little impatiently. Well, you taxed him with it, and he confessed,
He did. I am sorry to say he showed no remorse at all. He even laughed. It was a most painful interview. I'm sure it must have been, said Mrs. Frobisher Pym sympathetically.
We must go and see Mr. Burdock, said the magistrate, rising. Whatever old Burdock may or may not have intended by that iniquitous will of his, it's quite evident that Hubbard and Mortimer and Rawlinson were entirely in the wrong. On my word, I've no idea whether it's an indictable offence to steal a body. I must look it up, but I should say it was. If there is any property in a corpse, it must belong to the family or the executors. In any case, it's sacrilege, to say nothing of the scandal in the parish. I must say, Hancock, it won't do any of us any good in the eyes of the nonconformists. However, no doubt you realise that. Well, it's an unpleasant job, and the sooner we tackle it, the better. I'll run over to the vicarage with you and help you to break it to the Burdocks. How about you, Wimsey? You were right after all, and I think Burdock owes you an apology.
Oh, I'll keep out of it, said Wimsey. I shan't be exactly persona grata, don't you know? It's going to mean a deuce of a big financial loss to the Haviland Burdocks.
So it is. Most unpleasant. Well, perhaps you're right. Come along, Vicar.
Wimsey and his hostess sat discussing the matter by the fire for half an hour or so, when Mr. Frobisher Pym suddenly put his head in and said,
I say, Wimsey, we're all going over to Mortimer's. I wish you'd come and drive the car. Merridew always has a day off on Sunday, and I don't care about driving at night, particularly in this fog.
Oh, right you are, said Wimsey. He ran upstairs and came down in a few moments, wearing a heavy leather flying coat and with a parcel under his arm. He greeted the Burdocks briefly, climbed into the driving seat, and was soon steering cautiously through the mist along the Herioting road. He smiled a little grimly to himself as they came up under the trees to the spot where the phantom coach had passed him. As they passed the gate through which the ingenious apparition had vanished, he indulged himself by pointing it out, and was rewarded by hearing a snarl from Haviland. At the well-remembered fork, he took the right-hand turning into Frimpton and drove steadily for 6 miles or so, till a warning shout from Mr. Frobisher Pym summoned him to look out for the turning up to Mortimer's. Mr. Mortimer's house, with its extensive stabling and farm buildings, stood about 2 miles back from the main road. In the darkness, Wimsey could see little of it, but he noticed that the ground-floor windows were all lit up. And when the door opened to the magistrate's imperative ring, a loud burst of laughter from the interior gave evidence that Mr. Mortimer was not taking his misdoings too seriously.
Is Mr. Mortimer at home? Demanded Mr. Frobisher Pym, in the tone of a man not to be trifled with.
Yes, sir. Will you come in, please? They stepped into a large, old-fashioned hall, brilliantly lit, and made cosy with a heavy oak screen across the door. As Wimsey advanced, blinking from the darkness, he saw a large, thick-set man with a ruddy face advancing with hand outstretched in welcome.
Frobisher Pym, by Jove! How decent of you to come over! We've got some old friends of yours here.
Oh. And in a slightly altered tone, Burdock. Oh, well, well. Damn you, said Haviland Burdock, thrusting furiously past the magistrate who was trying to hold him back. Damn you, you swine! Chuck this bloody farce! What have you done with the body? The body, eh? Said Mr. Mortimer, retreating in some confusion. Yes, curse you. Your friend Hubbard split. It's no good denying it. What the devil do you mean by it? You've got the body here somewhere. Where is it? Hand it over. He strode threateningly round the screen into the lamplight. A tall, thin man rose up unexpectedly from the depths of an armchair and confronted him. Hard luck, old man.
Good God, said Haviland, stepping heavily back on Wimsey's toes. Martin!
Sure, said the other. Here I am. Come back like a bad halfpenny. How are you? So you're at the bottom of this, stormed Haviland. Well, I might have known it. You damn dirty hound. I suppose you think it's decent to drag your father out of his coffin and tote him about the country like a circus? It's degrading, it's disgusting, it is abominable. And you must be perfectly dead to all decent feeling. You don't deny it, I suppose. Look, I say, Burdock, expostulated Mortimer. Shut up, curse you, said Haviland. I'll deal with you in a minute. Now, look here, Martin. I am not going to stand any more of this disgraceful behaviour. You'll give up that body and— Look, just a moment, said Martin. He stood smiling a little, his hands thrust into the pockets of his dinner jacket. This seems to be rather public. Who are all these people? Oh, it's the vicar, I see. Well, I'm afraid we owe you a little explanation, vicar. And,
This is Lord Peter Wimsey, put in Mr. Frobisher Pym, who discovered your— I'm afraid, Burdock, I must agree with your brother in calling it your disgraceful plot.
Oh, Lord, said Martin. I say, Mortimer, you didn't know you were up against Lord Peter Wimsey, did you? No wonder the cat got out of the bag. The man's known to be a perfect Sherlock. However, I seem to have got home at a crucial moment, so there's no harm done. Diana, this is Lord Peter Wimsey, my wife. A young and pretty woman in a black evening dress greeted Wimsey with a shy smile and turned deprecatingly to her brother-in-law. Haviland, we want to explain. He paid no attention to her. Now then, Martin, the game is up. I think it is Haviland. But why make all this racket? Racket! I like that. You take your own father's body out of its coffin. No, Haviland. I knew nothing about it. I swear that. I only got the news of his death a few days ago. We were right out in the wilds filming a show in the Pyrenees, and I came straight back as soon as I got away. Mortimer here, with Rawlinson and Hubbard, staged the whole show by themselves. I never heard a word about it till yesterday morning in Paris, when I found his letter waiting at my old digs. Look, honestly, Haviland, I had nothing to do with it. Why should I? I don't need to.
What do you mean?
If I had been here, I should have only had to speak up to stop the funeral altogether. Why on earth should I have gone to the trouble of stealing the body? Quite apart from the irreverence and all that. As it is, when Mortimer told me about it, I must say I was a bit revolted at the idea, though I appreciated the kindness and the trouble they'd been to on my account. I think Mr. Hancock has most cause for wrath, really. But Mortimer has been as careful as possible, sir. Really he has. He has placed the old governor quite reverently and decently in what used to be the chapel, and put flowers round him and so on. You'll be quite satisfied, I'm sure.
Yes, said Mortimer. No disrespect intended, don't you know? I mean, come and see him.
This is dreadful, said the vicar helplessly. They have to do the best they could, don't you see, in my absence, said Mortimer. As soon as I can, I'll make proper arrangements for a suitable tomb above ground, of course. Or possibly cremation would fit the case. What? Gasped Haviland. Do you mean to say you imagine I'm going to let my father stay unburied simply because of your disgusting greed about money? My dear chap, do you think I am going to let you put him underground simply to enable you to grab my property? I am an executor of his will, and I say he shall be buried whether you like it or not. And I am an executor too, and I say that he shan't be buried. He can be kept absolutely decently above ground, and he shall be. But hear me, said the vicar, distracted between these two disagreeable and angry men.
I'll see what Graham says about you, bawled Haviland.
Oh, yes, the honest lawyer Graham, sneered Martin. He knew what was in the will, didn't he? I suppose he didn't mention it to you by any chance?
He did not, retorted Haviland. He knew too well the sort of skunk you were to say anything about it. Not content with disgracing us with your miserable blackmailing marriage. Mr. Burdock, look, take care, Haviland. You have no more decency, stop it, than to steal your father's body and my money so that you and your damn wife can carry on your loose living, your beastly ways with a parcel of film actors and chorus girls. Now then, Haviland, now keep your tongue off my wife and my friends. How about your own? Somebody told me Winnie'd be going the pace pretty well. Next door to bankruptcy, aren't you, with the G's and the tables and God knows what? No wonder you want to do your brother out of his money. I never thought much of you, Haviland, but by God— Look, one moment. Mr. Frobisher Pym at last succeeded in asserting himself, partly through the habit of authority and partly because the brothers had shouted themselves breathless. One moment, Martin. I will call you so because I have known you a long time, and your father too. I understand your anger at the things Haviland has said. They were unpardonable, as I'm sure he will realize when he comes to his right mind. But you must remember that he has been greatly shocked and upset, as have we all, by this very, very painful business. And it is not fair to say that Haviland has tried to do you out of anything. He knew nothing about the iniquitous will, and he naturally saw to it that the funeral arrangements were carried out in the usual way. You must settle the future amicably between you, just as you would have done had the will not been accidentally mislaid. Now, Martin, and Haviland too, think it over. My dear boys, this scene is simply appalling. It really must not happen. Surely the estate can be divided up in a friendly manner between you. It's horrible that an old man's body should be a bone of contention between his own sons just over a matter of money. I'm sorry, said Martin. I forgot myself. You're quite right, sir. Look here, Haviland, forget it. I'll let you have half the money. Half the money? But it's all mine. You let me have half? How damn generous. My own money. No, old man. It's mine at the moment. The governor's not buried yet, you know. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Frobisher Pym? Yes. The money is yours legally at this moment. You must see that, Haviland. But your brother offers you half. Half? I'll be damned if I'll take half. The man's tried to swindle me out of it. I'll send for the police and have him put in jail for robbing a church. You see if I don't. Give me that telephone. Look, excuse me, said Wimsey. I don't want to butt in on your family affairs any more than I have already, but I really don't advise you to send for the police. You don't, eh? Well, what the hell's it got to do with you? Well, said Wimsey deprecatingly, if this will business comes into court, I shall probably have to give evidence, because I was the bird who found the thing, don't you know? Well, then, they might ask how long the will was supposed to have been where I found it. Haviland appeared to swallow something which obstructed his speech. What about it, curse you? Yes, well, you see, it's rather odd when you come to think of it. I mean, your late father must have hidden that will in the bookcase before he went abroad. That was how long ago? 3 years? 5 years? About 4 years. Quite. And since then your bright caretaker has let the damp get into the library, hasn't he? No fires, and the windows getting broken, and so on. Ruinous to the books. Very distressing to anybody like myself, you know. Yes, well, supposing they asked that question about the will, and you said it had been there in the damp for 4 years. Wouldn't they think it a bit funny if I told them that there was a big damp stain like a grinning face on the end of the bookshelf, and a big, damp, grinning face on the jolly old Nuremberg Chronicle to correspond with it, and no stain on the will, which had been sitting 4 years between the two? Mrs. Haviland screamed suddenly. Haviland! You fool, you utter fool! Shut up! Haviland snapped round on his wife with a cry of rage, and she collapsed into a chair with her hands snatched to her mouth. Thank you, Winnie, said Martin. No, Haviland, don't trouble to explain. Winnie's given the show away. So you knew. You knew about the will, and you deliberately hid it away and let the funeral go on. I'm immensely obliged to you. Nearly as obliged as I am to the discreet Graham. Is it fraud or conspiracy or what to conceal wills? Mr. Frobisher Pym will know. Oh, dear, dear, said the magistrate. Are you certain of your facts, Wimsey? Positive, said Wimsey, producing the Nuremberg Chronicle from under his arm. Here's the stain. You can see it yourself. Forgive me for having borrowed your property, Mr. Burdock. I was rather afraid Mr. Haviland might think this little discrepancy over in the still watches of the night to decide to sell the Chronicle, or give it away, or even think it looked better without its back pages and cover. Allow me to return it to you, Mr. Martin, intact. You will perhaps excuse my saying that I don't very much admire any of the roles in this melodrama. It throws, as Mr. Pecksniff would say, a sad light on human nature. But I resent extremely the way in which I was wangled up to that bookshelf and made to be the bright little independent witness who found the will. I may be an ass, Mr. Haviland Burdock, but I'm not a bloody ass. Good night. I will wait in the car till you're all ready. Wimsey stalked out with some dignity. Presently he was followed by the vicar and by Mr. Frobisher Pym. Mortimer's taking Haviland and his wife to the station, said the magistrate. They're going back to town at once. You can send their traps off in the morning, Hancock. We'd better make ourselves scarce. Wimsey pressed the self-starter. As he did so, a man ran hastily down the steps and came up to him.
It was Martin. "I say," he muttered, "you've done me a good turn. More than I deserve, I'm afraid. You must think I'm a damn swine. But I'll see the old man's decently put away, and I'll share with Haviland. You mustn't judge him too hardly, either. That wife of his is an awful woman. Run him over head and ears into debt. Bust up his business. I'll see it's all squared up, see? Don't want you to think us too awful." "Oh, righty-ho," said Wimsey. And he slipped in the clutch and faded away into the wet, white fog.
Disc 4.
The Vindictive Story of the Footsteps That Ran. Mr. Bunter withdrew his head from beneath the focusing cloth. "I fancy that will be quite adequate, sir," he said deferentially, "unless there are any further patients, if I may call them so, which you would wish put on record." "Not today," replied the doctor. He took the last stricken rat gently from the table and replaced it in its cage with an air of satisfaction. "Perhaps on Wednesday, if Lord Peter can spare your services once again." What's that?" murmured his lordship, withdrawing his long nose from the investigation of a number of unattractive-looking glass jars. Nice old dog," he added vaguely. "Wags his tail when you mention his name, what? Are these monkey glands, Hartman, or a southwest elevation of Cleopatra's duodenum?" "You don't know anything, do you?" said the young physician, laughing. "No use playing your ballet fool with an eyeglass tricks on me, Wimsey. I'm up to them. I was saying to Bunter that I'd be no end grateful if you let him turn up again 3 days hence to register the progress of the specimens. Always supposing they do progress, that is." "Well, why ask, dear old thing?" said his lordship. "Always a pleasure to assist a fellow sleuth, don't you know? Tracking down murderers, all in the same way of business and all that. All finished? Good egg. By the way, if you don't have that cage mended, you'll lose one of your patients, number 5. The last wire but one is working loose, assisted by the intelligent occupant. Jolly little beasts, ain't they? No need of dentists. Wish I was a rat. Wire much better for the nerves than that fizzling drill." Dr. Hartman uttered a little exclamation. "How in the world did you notice that, Wimsey? I didn't think you even looked at the cage." "Built noticing, improved by practice," said Lord Peter quietly. "Anything wrong leaves a kind of impression on the eye. Brain trots along afterwards with a warning. I saw that when I came in. Only just grasped it. Can't say my mind was glued on the matter. Shows the victim's improving, anyhow. All serene, Bunter?" "Everything perfectly satisfactory, I trust, my lord," replied the manservant. He'd packed up his camera and plates and was quietly restoring order in the little laboratory whose fittings, compact as those of an ocean liner, had been disarranged for the experiment. "Well," said the doctor, "I am enormously obliged to you, Lord Peter, and to Bunter too. I'm hoping for a great result from these experiments, and you can't imagine how valuable an assistance it will be to me to have a really good series of photographs. I can't afford this sort of thing yet," he added, his rather haggard young face wistful as he looked at the great camera. "And I can't do the work at the hospital. There's no time. I've got to be here. A struggling GP can't afford to let his practice go, even in Bloomsbury. There are times when even a half-crown visit makes all the difference between making both ends meet and having an ugly hiatus." "As Mr. Micawber said," replied Wimsey, "income £20, expenditure 19.19.6, result happiness. Expenditure £20, ought 6, result misery. Don't prostrate yourself in gratitude, old bean. Nothing Bunter loves like messing around with pyro and hyposulfite. Keeps his hand in. All kinds of practice welcome. Fingerprints and process plates spell 7th whatchamacallit of bliss. But focal plate work on scurvy-ridden rodents, oh, that's a good phrase. Acceptable if no crime forthcoming. Crimes have been rather short lately. Been eating our heads off, haven't we, Bunter? Don't know what's come over London. I've taken to prying into my neighbours' affairs to keep them going stale. Frightened the postman into a fit the other day by asking him how his young lady at Croydon was. He's a married man living in Great Ormond Street. Well, how did you know? Well, I didn't really. But he lives just opposite to a friend of mine, Inspector Parker. And his wife, not Parker's, he's unmarried, the postman's, I mean, asked Parker the other day whether the flying shows at Croydon went on all night. Parker, being flummoxed, said no without thinking. Bit of a giveaway, what? Though I'd give the poor devil a word in season, don't you know? Uncommonly thoughtless of Parker. The doctor laughed. "You'll stay to lunch, won't you?" he said. "Only cold meat and salad, I'm afraid. My woman won't come Sundays. Have to answer my own door. Deuced unprofessional, I'm afraid, but it can't be helped." "Oh, pleasure," said Wimsey, as they emerged from the laboratory and entered the dark little flat by the back door. "Did you build this place on?" No, said Hartman. No, the last tenant did that. He was an artist. That's why I took the place. Comes in very useful, ramshackle as it is, though this little Graf's roof is a bit sweltering on a hot day like this. Still, I had to have something on the ground floor, cheap, and it'll do till times get better." "Till your vitamin experiments make you famous, eh?" said Peter cheerfully. "You're going to be the coming man, you know. Feel it in my bones. Uncommonly neat little kitchen you got, anyhow." "Well, it does," said the doctor. "The lab makes it a bit gloomy, but the woman's only here in the daytime." He led the way into a narrow little dining room where the table was laid for a cold lunch. The one window at the end farthest from the kitchen looked out into Great James Street. The room was little more than a passage and full of doors. The kitchen door, a door in the adjacent wall leading into the entrance hall, and a third on the opposite side, through which his visitor caught a glimpse of a moderate-sized consulting room. Lord Peter and his host sat down to table, and the doctor expressed a hope that Mr. Bunter would sit down with them. That correct person, however, deprecated any such suggestion. "If I might venture to indicate my preference, sir," he said, "it would be to wait upon you and his lordship in the usual manner." "No use," said Wimsey. "Bunter likes me to know my place. Oh, terrorizing sort of man, Bunter. Can't call my soul my own. Carry on, Bunter, we wouldn't presume for the world." Mr. Bunter handed the salad and poured out the water with a grave decency appropriate to a crusted old tawny port. It was a Sunday afternoon in the halcyon summer of 1921. The sordid little street was almost empty. The ice-cream man alone seemed thriving and active. He leaned luxuriously on the green post at the corner, in the intervals of driving a busy trade. Bloomsbury's swarm of able-bodied and able-voiced infants was still, presumably within doors, eating steamy Sunday dinners inappropriate to the tropical weather. The only disturbing sounds came from the flat above, where heavy footsteps passed rapidly to and fro. "Who's the merry and bright bloke above?" inquired Lord Peter presently. "Not an early riser, I take it. Not that anybody is on a Sunday morning. Why an inscrutable providence ever inflicted such a ghastly day on people living in town, I cannot imagine. I ought to be in the country, but I've got to meet a friend of Victoria this afternoon. Oh, such a day to choose. Who's the lady? Wife or accomplished friend? Gather she takes a properly submissive view of woman's duties in the home, either way. That's the bedroom overhead, I take it." Hartman looked at Peter in some surprise. "Excuse my beastly inquisitiveness, old thing," said Wimsey. "Bad habit, not my business." "But how did you guesswork?" said Lord Peter, with disarming frankness. "I heard the squawk of an iron bedstead on the ceiling, and a heavy fellow get out with a bump. But it may quite well be a couch or something. Anyway, he's been pottering about in his stocking feet over these few feet of floor for the last half hour, while the woman has been clattering to and fro in and out of the kitchen and away into the sitting-room with her high heels on, ever since we've been here. Hence deduction as to domestic habits of the first-floor tenants." "I thought," said the doctor, with an aggrieved expression, "you'd been listening to my valuable exposition of the beneficial effects of vitamin B and Lynn's treatment of scurvy with fresh lemons in 1755. Yes, well, I was listening," agreed Lord Peter hastily, "but I heard the footsteps as well. Fellow's toddled into the kitchen. Only wanted the matches there. He's gone off into the sitting-room and left her to carry on the good work. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Well, you see, as I was saying before, one hears a thing or sees it without knowing or thinking about it. Then afterward one starts meditating, and it all comes back, and one sorts out one's impressions. Like those plates of Bunter's. Pictures all there, what is the word I want, Bunter? Latent, my lord. Yeah, that's it, yes. Yeah, my right-hand man, Bunter. Couldn't do a thing without him. The picture's latent till you put the developer on. Same with the brain. No mystery. Little grey books, all by respected grandmother. Little grey matter's all you want to remember things with. As a matter of curiosity, was I right about those people above? Perfectly. The man's a gas company inspector. Bit surly, but devoted. after his own fashion, to his wife. I mean, he doesn't mind hulking in bed on a Sunday morning and letting her do the chores, but he spends all the money he can spare on giving her pretty hats and fur coats and what-not. They've only been married about 6 months. I was called into her when she had a touch of flu in the spring, and he was almost off his head with anxiety. She's a lovely little woman, I must say. Italian. He picked her up in some meeting place in Soho, I believe. Glorious dark hair and eyes. Venus sort of figure. Proper contours in all the right places. Good skin and all that sort of thing. She was a bit of a draw to the restaurant while she was there, I fancy. Lively. She had an old admirer around here one day, an awkward little Italian fellow with a knife. Active as a monkey. Might have been unpleasant, but I happened to be on the spot, and her husband came along. People are always laying one another out in these streets. Good for business, of course, but one gets tired of tying up broken heads and slits in the jugular. Still, I suppose the girl can't help being attractive. Though I don't say she's what you might call standoffish in her manner. She's sincerely fond of Brotherton, I think, though. That's his name. Wimsey nodded inattentively. I suppose life is a bit monotonous here, he said. Professionally, yes. Births and drunks and wife-beatings are pretty common. And all the usual ailments, of course. Just at present, I'm living on infant diarrhoea, chiefly. Bound to this hot weather, you know. With the autumn, flu and bronchitis set in. I may get an occasional pneumonia. Legs, of course, and varicose veins. God, cried the doctor explosively, if only I could get away and do my experiments. Ah, said Peter. Where's that eccentric old millionaire with a mysterious disease who always figures in the novels? A lightning diagnosis, a miraculous cure. God bless you, doctor, here are £5,000. Harley Street. Yes, well, that sort doesn't live in Bloomsbury, said the doctor. Well, it must be fascinating diagnosing things, said Peter thoughtfully. How do you do it? I mean, is there a regular set of symptoms for each disease, like calling a club to show you want your partner to go no trumps? You don't just say, this fellow's got a pimple on his nose, therefore he has fatty degeneration of the heart. I hope not, said the doctor dryly. Or is it more like getting a clue to a crime, went on Peter. You see something. A room or a body, say, all knocked about anyhow, and there's a damn sight of symptoms of something wrong, and you've got just to pick out the ones which tell the story. Well, that's more like it, said Dr. Hartman. Some symptoms are significant in themselves, like the condition of the gums in scurvy, let us say. Others in conjunction with... He broke off, and both sprang to their feet as a shrill scream sounded suddenly from the flat above, followed by a heavy thud. A man's voice cried out lamentably. Feet ran violently to and fro, and then, as the doctor and his guest stood frozen in consternation, came the man himself, falling down the stairs in his haste, hammering on Hartman's door. Help! 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 Let me in! Let me in! My wife! He's murdered her! They ran hastily to the door and let him in. He was a big, fair man in his shirt sleeves and stockings. His hair stood up and his face was set in bewildered misery. She's dead! Dead! He was a lover, he groaned. Come and look, take her away, doctor. I've lost my wife, my Madalena. He paused, looked wildly for a moment, and then said hoarsely, Someone's been in, somehow stabbed her, murdered her. I'll have the law on him, doctor. Come quickly. She was cooking the chicken for my dinner. Oh! He gave a long, hysterical shriek, which ended in a hiccuping laugh. The doctor took him roughly by the arms and shook him. Pull yourself together, Mr. Brotherton, he said sharply. Perhaps she's only hurt. Look, stand out of the way. Only hurt, said the man, sitting heavily down on the nearest chair. No, she's dead. Little Madalena. Oh, my God. Dr. Hartman had snatched a roll of bandages and a few surgical appliances from the consulting room, and he ran upstairs, followed closely by Lord Peter. Bunter remained for a few moments to combat hysterics with cold water. Then he stepped across to the dining-room window and shouted. Well, what is it? Cried a voice from the street. Would you be so kind as to step in here a minute, officer? Said Mr. Bunter. There's been murder done. When Brotherton and Bunter arrived upstairs with the constable, they found Dr. Hartman and Lord Peter in the little kitchen. The doctor was kneeling beside the woman's body. At their entrance he looked up and shook his head.
Death instantaneous, he said. Clean through the heart. Poor child. She can't have suffered at all. Oh, Constable, it's very fortunate that you're here. Murder appears to have been done, though I'm afraid the man's escaped. Probably Mr. Brotherton can give us some help. He was in the flat at the time. The man had sunk down on a chair and was gazing at the body with a face from which all meaning seemed to have been struck out. The policeman produced a notebook. Now, sir, he said, don't let's waste any time. Sooner we can get to work, the more likely we are to catch our men. Now, you was here at the time, was you? Brotherton stared a moment, then, making a violent effort, he answered steadily. I was in the sitting room, smoking and reading the paper. She was getting the dinner ready in here. I heard her give a scream, and I rushed in and found her lying on the floor. I didn't have time to say anything. When I found she was dead, I rushed to the window and saw the fellow scrambling away over the glass roof there. I yelled at him, but he disappeared. Then I ran down...
Off a mo, said the policeman. Now, see here, sir. Didn't you think to go after him at once?
No, my first thought was for her, said the man. I thought maybe she wasn't dead. I tried to bring her round.
His speech ended in a groan. You say he came in through the window, said the policeman. I beg your pardon, officer, interrupted Lord Peter, who had been apparently making a mental inventory of the contents of the kitchen. Mr. Brotherton suggested that the man went out through the window. Better to be accurate. Well, it's the same thing, said the doctor. It's the only way he could have come in. These flats are all alike. The staircase door leads into the sitting room, and Mr. Brotherton was there, so the man couldn't have come in that way. And, said Lord Peter, he didn't get in through the bedroom window, or we should have seen him. We were in the room below. Unless, indeed, he let himself down from the roof. Was the door between the bedroom and the sitting room open? He asked suddenly, turning to Brotherton. The man hesitated a moment. Yes, he said finally. Yes, I'm sure it was. Could you have seen the man if he'd come through the bedroom window? Well, I couldn't have helped seeing him. Come, sir, said the policeman, with some irritation. Look, better let me ask the questions. Stands to reason the fellow wouldn't get in through the bedroom window in full view of the street. Oh, yes, how clever of you to think of that, said Wimsey. Of course not. Never occurred to me. Then it must have been this window, as you say. And what's more, here's his marks on the window-sill, said the constable triumphantly, pointing to some blurred traces among the London soot. That's right. Down he goes by that drain-pipe, over the glass roof down there. What's that the roof of? My laboratory, said the doctor. Oh, heavens, to think that while we were there at dinner, this murdering villain... Quite so, sir, agreed the constable. Well, he'd get away over the wall and into the court behind. He'll have been seen there, no fear. You needn't anticipate much trouble in laying hands on him, sir. I'll go round there in half a tick. Now then, sir, turning to Brotherton, have you any idea what this party might have looked like? Brotherton lifted a wild face, and the doctor interposed. Look, I think you ought to know, Constable, he said, that there was, well, not a murderous attack, but what might have been one made on this woman before, about 8 weeks ago, by a man named Marinchetti, an Italian waiter, with a knife. Ah! The policeman licked his pencil eagerly. Do you know this party, as has been mentioned? He inquired of Brotherton. That's the man, said Brotherton, with concentrated fury. Coming here after my wife. God curse him! Oh, I wish to God I had him dead here beside her. Quite so, said the policeman. Now, sir, to the doctor, have you got the weapon what the crime was committed with? No, said Hartman. There was no weapon in the body when I arrived. Did you take it out? Pursued the constable to Brotherton. No, said Brotherton. He took it with him. Took it with him? The constable entered the fact in his notes. Phew, wonderful lot it is in here, ain't it, sir? He added, mopping his brow. It's the gas oven, I think, said Peter mildly. Uncommon hot thing, a gas oven in the middle of July. Do you mind if I turn it out? There's a chicken inside, but I don't suppose you want... Brotherton groaned, and the constable said, quite right, sir. A man wouldn't hardly fancy his dinner after a thing like this. All right, thank you, sir. Well, now, Doctor, what kind of weapon do you take this to have been?
It was a long, narrow weapon. Something like an Italian stiletto, I imagine, said the doctor. About 6 inches long. It was thrust in with great force under the 5th rib, and I should say it had pierced the heart centrally. As you see, there's been practically no bleeding. Such a wound would cause instant death. Was she lying just as she is now when you first saw her, Mr. Brotherton? On her back, just as she is, replied the husband. Well, that seems to be clear enough, said the policeman. This here, Marinetti, or whatever his name is, has a grudge against the poor young lady? I believe he was an admirer, put in the doctor. Quite so, agreed the constable. Of course these foreigners are like that. Even the decentest of them. Stabbing and such like seems to come natural to 'em, as you might say. Well, this here Marinetti climbs in here, sees the poor young lady standing here by the table all alone, getting the dinner ready. He comes in behind, catches her round the waist, stabs her. Easy job, you see. No corsets, no nothing. She shrieks, he pulls out the stiletto, out of here and makes tracks. Well, now we've got to find him, and by your leave, sir, I will be getting along. We'll have him by the heels before long, so don't you worry. I'll have to put a man in charge here, sir, to keep folks out, but that needn't worry you. Well, good morning, gentlemen. May we move the poor girl now? Asked the doctor. Certainly. Let me help you, sir. No, don't lose any time. We can manage. Dr. Hartman turned to Peter as the constable clattered downstairs. Will you help me, Lord Peter? Bunter's better at that sort of thing, said Wimsey, with a hard mouth. The doctor looked at him in some surprise, but said nothing, and he and Bunter carried the still form away. Brotherton didn't follow them. He sat in a grief-stricken heap with his head buried in his hands. Lord Peter walked about the little kitchen, turning over the various knives and kitchen utensils, peering into the sink buckets, and apparently taking an inventory of the bread, butter, condiments, vegetables, and so forth, which lay about in preparation for the Sunday meal. There were potatoes in the sink, half peeled, a pathetic witness to the quiet domestic life that had been so horribly interrupted. The colander was filled with green peas. Lord Peter turned these things over with an inquisitive finger, gazed into the smooth surface of a bowl of dripping as though it were a divining crystal, ran his hands several times right through a bowl of flour, then drew his pipe from his pocket and filled it slowly. The doctor returned and put his hand on Brotherton's shoulder. "Come," he said gently, "we've laid her in the other bedroom. She looks very peaceful. You must remember that, except for that moment of terror when she saw the knife, she suffered nothing. It's terrible for you, but you must try not to give way. The police can't bring her back to life," said the man savagely. "She's dead. Look, leave me alone, curse you. Leave me alone, I say." He stood up with a violent gesture. "Look, you must not sit here," said Hartman firmly. "I'll give you something to take, and you must try to keep calm. Then we'll leave you, but if you don't control yourself—" After some further persuasion, Brotherton allowed himself to be led away. "Bunter," said Lord Peter, as the kitchen door closed behind them, "do you know why I'm doubtful about the success of those rat experiments?" Meaning Dr. Hartman's, my lord?" "Yes. Dr. Hartman has a theory. In any investigation, my Bunter, it is a most damnably dangerous thing to have a theory." "I have heard you say so, my lord." "Confound you, you know it as well as I do. What is wrong with the doctor's theories, Bunter?" You wish me to reply, my lord, that he only sees the facts which fit in with the theory." "Thought-reader," exclaimed Lord Peter bitterly. "And that he supplies them to the police, my lord." "Shh," said Peter, as the doctor returned. "I've got him to lie down," said Dr. Hartman, "and I think the best thing we can do is to leave him to himself." "Do you know," said Wimsey, "I don't cotton to that idea somehow." "Why, do you think he's likely to destroy himself?" "Well, that's as good a reason to give as any other, I suppose," said Wimsey. "When you haven't got any reason which can be put into words. But my advice is don't leave him for a moment." "But why? Frequently, with a deep grief like this, the presence of other people is merely an irritant. He begged me to leave him." "Then for God's sake go back," said Peter. "Oh, really, Lord Peter," said the doctor, "I think I ought to know what is best for my patient." "Doctor," said Wimsey, "this is not a question of your patient. A crime has been committed." "But there's no mystery." "There are 20 mysteries. For one thing, when was the window cleaner here last?" "The window cleaner?" Who shall fathom the ebony black enigma of the window cleaner? Pursued Peter, lightly putting a match to his pipe. You are quietly in your bath, in a state of more or less innocent nature, when an intrusive head appears at the window, like the ghost of Hamilton Tighe, and a gruff voice, suspended between earth and heaven, says, "Good morning, sir. Where do window cleaners go between visits? Do they hibernate like busy bees? Do they—" "Oh, really, Lord Peter," said the doctor, "don't you think you're going a bit beyond the limit?" "I'm sorry you feel like that," said Peter, "but I really want to know about the window cleaner. Look how clear these panes are." "He came yesterday, if you want to know," said Dr. Hartman rather stiffly. "You're sure?" "He did mine at the same time." "Ah, yes, I thought as much," said Lord Peter. "In the words of the song, I thought as much, I was a little window cleaner." "In that case," he added, "it is absolutely imperative that Brotherton should not be left alone for a moment. Bunter— Oh, confound it all, where's that fellow got to?" The door into the bedroom opened. "My lord?" Mr. Bunter unobtrusively appeared, as he'd unobtrusively stolen out to keep an unobtrusive eye upon the patient. "Ah, good," said Wimsey. "Look, stay where you are." His lackadaisical manner had gone, and he looked at the doctor as 4 years previously he might have looked at a refractory subaltern. "Dr. Hartman," he said, "something is wrong. Cast your mind back. We were talking about symptoms. Then came the scream. Then came the sound of feet running. Which direction did they run in?" "Well, I'm sure I don't know. Don't you?" "Ha-ha. Symptomatic, though, Doctor. They've been troubling me all the time, subconsciously. Now I know why. They ran from the kitchen." "Well?" "Well. And now the window cleaner. Well, what about him? Could you swear that it wasn't the window cleaner who made those marks on the sill? And the man Brotherton saw— Have we examined your laboratory roof for his footsteps?" "But the weapon, Wimsey, this is madness. Someone took the weapon, I know." "But did you think the edge of the wound was clean enough to have been made by a smooth stiletto? It looked ragged to me." "Wimsey, what are you driving at?" "There is a clue here in the flat, and I'm damned if I can remember it. I've seen it, I know I've seen it. It'll come to me presently. Meanwhile, don't let Brotherton—" "What?" "Well, do whatever it is he's going to do." "But what is it?" "Well, if I could tell you that, I could show you the clue. Why couldn't he make up his mind whether the bedroom door was open or shut? Very good story, but not quite thought out. Anyhow, look, I say, Doctor, make some excuse and strip him and bring me his clothes and send Bunter to me." The doctor stared at him, puzzled. Then he made a gesture of acquiescence and passed into the bedroom. Lord Peter followed him, casting a ruminating glance at Brotherton as he went. Once in the sitting-room, Lord Peter sat down on a red velvet armchair, fixed his eyes on a gilt-framed oleograph, and became wrapped in contemplation. Presently Bunter came in, with his arms full of clothing. Wimsey took it and began to search it methodically enough, but listlessly. Suddenly he dropped the garments and turned to the manservant. "No," he said. "No, this is a precaution, Bunter mine, but I'm on the wrong track. It wasn't here I saw whatever I did see. It was in the kitchen. Now, what was it?" "Well, I could not say, my lord, but I entertain a conviction that I was also, in a manner of speaking, conscious. Not consciously conscious, my lord, if you understand me, but still conscious of an incongruity." "Hooray!" said Wimsey suddenly. "Cheer-ho for the subconscious what's-his-name. Now, let's remember the kitchen. I cleared out of it because I was getting obfuscated. Now then, begin at the door. Frying pans and saucepans on the wall. Gas stove, oven going, chicken inside. Rack of wooden spoons on the wall, gas lighter, pan lifter. Stop me when I'm getting hot. Mantelpiece, spice boxes and stuff. Anything wrong with them? No. Dresser, plates, knives and forks. All clean. Flour dredger, milk jug, sieve on the wall, nutmeg grater. 3-tier steamer. Looked inside. No grisly secrets in the steamer. Did you look in all the dresser drawers, my lord?" No, that could be done. But the point is, I did notice something." "What did I notice? That's the point." "Never mind, on with the dance. Let joy be unconfined. Knife board, knife powder, kitchen table. Did you speak?" "No," said Bunter, who had moved from his attitude of wooden deference. "Table stirs a chord. No. Very good. On table, chopping board, remains of ham and herb stuffing, packet of suet, another sieve, several plates, butter in a glass dish, bowl of dripping." "Ah, dripping, yes. Yes, there was something unsatisfactory, my lord, about the dripping. Oh, my head. What's that they say in Dear Brutus, Bunter? Hold on to the workbox. That's right, yes. Hold on to the dripping. Beastly slimy stuff to hold on to. But wait." There was a pause. "When I was a kid," said Wimsey, "I used to love to go down into the kitchen and talk to old Cookie. Good old soul she was, too. I can see her now, getting chicken ready, with me dangling my legs on the table. She used to pluck a drawer herself. I revelled in it. Little beasts boys are, ain't they, Bunter? Plucked it, draw it, wash it, stuff it, tuck its little tail through its little, what-you-may-call-it, truss it, grease the dish." "Bunter, my lord?" "Hold on to the dripping. The bowl, my lord, the bowl. Visualize it, visualize it. What was wrong?" "It was full, my lord. Got it! Got it, got it! The bowl was full, smooth surface. Golly, I knew there was something queer about it. Now, why shouldn't it be full? Now, hold on to... The bird was in the oven, my lord, without dripping. Very careless cookery, my lord. The bird in the oven, no dripping. Bunter! Look, suppose it was never put in until after she was dead, thrust in hurriedly by someone who had something to hide. Horrible. But with what object, my lord? Yes, why, that's the point. One more mental association with the bird. It's just coming. Wait a moment. Pluck, draw, wash, stuff, tuck up, truss. By God, my lord! Come on, Bunter, thank heaven we've turned off the gas. He dashed through the bedroom, disregarding the doctor and the patient, who sat up with a smothered shriek. He flung open the oven door and snatched out the baking tin. The skin of the bird had just begun to discolour. With a little gasp of triumph, Wimsey caught the iron ring that protruded from the wing and jerked out the 6-inch spiral skewer. The doctor was struggling with the excited Brotherton in the doorway. Wimsey caught the man as he broke away and shook him into the corner with a jiu-jitsu twist. "Here is the weapon," he said. "Prove it, blast you," said Brotherton savagely. "I will," said Wimsey. "Bunter, call in the policeman whom you will find at the door. Doctor, we shall need your microscope." In the laboratory, the doctor bent over the microscope. A thin layer of blood from the skewer had been spread upon the slide. "Well," said Wimsey impatiently. "It's all right," said Hartman. "The roasting didn't get anywhere near the middle." "My God. Wimsey, yes, you're right. Round corpuscles. Diameter 1/3621st. Mammalian blood. Probably human." "Her blood," said Wimsey. "It was very clever, Bunter," said Lord Peter, as the taxi trundled along on the way to his flat in Piccadilly. "If that fowl had gone on roasting a bit longer, the blood corpuscles might easily have been destroyed beyond all hope of recognition. It all goes to show that the unpremeditated crime is usually the safest. And what does your lordship take the man's motive to have been?" "In my youth," said Wimsey meditatively, "they used to make me read the Bible. Trouble was, the only books I ever took to naturally were the ones they weren't over and above keen on. But I got to know the Song of Songs pretty well by heart. Look it up, Bunter. At your age it won't hurt you. It talks sense about jealousy." "I have perused the work in question, your lordship," replied Mr. Bunter with a sallow blush. "It says, if I remember rightly, jealousy is cruel as the grave." The bibulous business of a matter of taste. "Halt là! Attention!" The young man in the grey suit pushed his way through the protesting porters and leapt nimbly for the footboard of the guard's van as the Paris-Evreux Express steamed out of the Invalides. The guard, with an eye to a tip, fielded him adroitly from among the detaining hands. "It is happy for monsieur that he is so agile," he remarked. "Monsieur is in a hurry?" Oh, somewhat, thank you. I can get through by the corridor." "Certainly. The première are 2 coaches away, beyond the luggage van." The young man rewarded his rescuer and made his way forward, mopping his face. As he passed the piled-up luggage, something caught his eye, and he stopped to investigate. It was a suitcase, nearly new, of expensive-looking leather, labelled conspicuously, Lord Peter Wimsey, Hôtel Saint-Mandor, Verneuil-sur-Eure, and bore witness to its itinerary thus: London Waterloo, Paris Gare Saint-Lazare, via Southampton Havre, Paris Verneuil, Chemin de Fer de l'Est. The young man whistled and sat down on a trunk to think it out. Somewhere there'd been a leakage, and they were onto his trail. Nor did they care who knew it. There were hundreds of people in London and Paris who would know the name of Wimsey, not counting the police of both countries. In addition to belonging to one of the oldest ducal families in England, Lord Peter had made himself conspicuous by his meddling with crime detection. A label like this was a gratuitous advertisement. But the amazing thing was that the pursuers were not troubling to hide themselves from the pursued. That argued very great confidence. That he should have got into the guard's van was, of course, an accident, but even so he might have seen it on the platform or anywhere. An accident? It occurred to him, not for the first time, but definitely now and without doubt, that it was indeed an accident for them that he was there. The series of maddening delays that had held him up between London and the Invalides presented itself to him with an air of prearrangement. The preposterous accusation, for instance, of the woman who accosted him in Piccadilly, and the slow process of extricating himself at Marlborough Street. It was easy to hold a man up on some trumped-up charge till an important plan had matured. Then there was the lavatory door at Waterloo, which had so ludicrously locked itself upon him. Being athletic, he had climbed over the partition to find the attendant mysteriously absent. And in Paris, was it by chance that he'd had a deaf taxi driver, who mistook the direction Quai d'Orléans for Gare de Lyon, and drove 1.5 miles in the wrong direction before the shouts of his fare attracted his attention? They were clever, the pursuers, and circumspect. They had accurate information. They would delay him, but without taking any overt step. They knew that if only they could keep time on their side, they needed no other ally. Did they know he was on the train? If not, he still kept the advantage, for they would travel in a false security, thinking him to be left, raging and helpless in the Invalides. He decided to make a cautious reconnaissance. The first step was to change his grey suit for another inconspicuous navy blue cloth, which he had in his small black bag. This he did in the privacy of the toilet, substituting for his grey soft hat a large travelling cap, which pulled down well over his eyes. There was little difficulty in locating the man he was in search of. He found him seated in the inner corner of a first-class compartment, facing the engine, so that the watcher could approach unseen from behind. On the rack was a handsome dressing-case with the initials PDBW. The young man was familiar with Wimsey's narrow, beaky face, flat yellow hair, and insolent, drooped eyelids. He smiled a little grimly. He's confident, he thought, and has regrettably made the mistake of underrating the enemy. Good. This is where I retire into a second and keep my eyes open. The next act of this melodrama will take place, I fancy, at Dreux. It is a rule on the Chemin de Fer de l'Est that all Paris-Évreux trains, whether of grande vitesse or what Lord Peter Wimsey preferred to call Grande Paris, shall halt for an interminable period at Dreux. The young man, now in navy blue, watched his quarry safely into the refreshment room and slipped unobtrusively out of the station. In a quarter of an hour he was back, this time in a heavy motoring coat, helmet and goggles, at the wheel of a powerful hired Peugeot. Coming quietly onto the platform, he took up his station behind the wall of the Lampisterie, whence he could keep an eye on the train and the buffet d'or. After 15 minutes, his patience was rewarded by the sight of his man again boarding the express, dressing-case in hand. The porters slammed the doors, crying, "Next stop, Verneuil!" The engine panted and groaned. The long train of grey-green carriages clanked slowly away. The motorist drew a breath of satisfaction, and hurrying past the barrier, started up the car. He knew that he had a good 80 miles an hour under his bonnet, and there is no speed limit in France. Mont-Souci, the seat of that eccentric and eremitical genius the Comte de Ray, is situated 3 kilometres from Verneuil. It is a sorrowful and decayed chateau, desolate at the termination of its neglected avenue of pines. The mournful state of a nobility without an allegiance surrounds it. The stone nymphs droop greenly over their dry and mouldering fountains. An occasional peasant creaks with a single waggon-load of wood along the ill-forested glades. It has the atmosphere of sunset at all hours of the day. The woodwork is dry and gaping for lack of paint. Through the jalousies one sees the prim salon with its beautiful and faded furniture. Even the last of its ill-dressed, ill-favoured women has withered away from Mont-Souci with her inbred, exaggerated features and her long white gloves. But at the rear of the chateau a chimney smokes incessantly. It is the furnace of the laboratory, the only living and modern thing among the old and dying. The only place tended and loved, petted and spoiled, ere to the long solicitude which counts for a more light-hearted day had given to stable and kennel, portrait gallery and ballroom. And below, in the cool cellar, lie row upon row of dusty bottles, each an enchanted glass coffin in which the sleeping beauty of the vine grows even more ravishing in sleep. As the Peugeot came to a standstill in the courtyard, the driver observed with considerable surprise that he was not the Count's only visitor. An immense super Renault, like a merveilleuse of the Directoire, all bonnet and no body, had been drawn so ostentatiously across the entrance as to embarrass the approach of any newcomer. Its glittering panels were embellished with a coat of arms, and the Count's elderly servant was at that moment staggering beneath the weight of 2 large and elaborate suitcases, bearing in silver letters that could be read a mile away the legend, Lord Peter Wimsey. The Peugeot driver gazed with astonishment at this display and grinned sardonically. "Lord Peter seems rather ubiquitous in this country," he observed to himself. Then, taking pen and paper from his bag, he busied himself with a little letter-writing. By the time that the suitcases had been carried in and the Renault had purred its smooth way to the outbuildings, the document was complete and enclosed in an envelope addressed to the Comte de Ray. "The hoist with his own petard touch," said the young man, and stepping up to the door, presented the envelope to the manservant. "I am the bearer of a letter of introduction to Monsieur le Comte," he said. "Will you have the obligingness to present it to him? My name is Breeden, Diath Breeden." The man bowed and begged him to enter. "If monsieur will have the goodness to seat himself in the hall for a few moments. Monsieur le Comte is engaged with another gentleman, but I will lose no time in making monsieur's arrival known." The young man sat down and waited. The windows of the hall looked out upon the entrance, and it was not long before the chateau's sleep was disturbed by the hooting of yet another motor horn. A station taxicab came noisily up the avenue. The man from the first-class carriage and the luggage labelled PDBW were deposited upon the doorstep. Lord Peter Wimsey dismissed the driver and rang the bell. "Now," said Mr. Breeden, "the fun is going to begin." He effaced himself as far as possible in the shadow of a tall armoire normande. "Good evening," said the newcomer to the manservant in admirable French. "I am Lord Peter Wimsey. I arrive upon the invitation of Monsieur le Comte de Ray. Monsieur le Comte is at liberty?" "Milord Peter Wimsey? Pardon, monsieur, but I do not understand. Milord de Wimsey is already arrived, and is with Monsieur le Comte at this moment." "Oh, you surprise me," said the other, with complete imperturbability. "For certainly no one but myself has any right to that name. It seems as though some person more ingenious than honest has had the bright idea of impersonating me." The servant was clearly at a loss. Perhaps," he suggested, "monsieur can show his papier d'identité." "Well, although it is somewhat unusual to produce one's credentials on the doorstep when paying a private visit," replied his lordship with unaltered good humour, "I have not the slightest objection. Here is my passport. Here is a permis de séjour granted to me in Paris. Here my visiting card, and here a quantity of correspondence addressed to me at the Hotel Maurice, Paris, at my flat in Piccadilly, London, at the Marlborough Club, London, and at my brother's house at King's, Denver. Is that sufficiently in order? The servant perused the documents carefully, appearing particularly impressed by the permis de séjour.
It appears there is some mistake, he murmured dubiously. If monsieur will follow me, I will acquaint monsieur le comte.
They disappeared through the folding door at the back of the hall, and Breeden was left alone. Quite a little boom in Richmond's today, he observed. Each of us more unscrupulous than the last. The occasion obviously calls for a refined subtlety of method. After what he judged to be a hectic 10 minutes in the Count's library, the servant reappeared, searching for him.
Monsieur le Comte's compliment, will monsieur step this way?
Breeden entered the room with a jaunty step. He'd created for himself the mastery of this situation. The Count, a thin, elderly man, his fingers deeply stained with chemicals, sat with a perturbed expression at his desk. In 2 armchairs sat the 2 Wimseys. Breeden noted that while the Wimsey he'd seen in the train, whom he mentally named Peter I, retained his unruffled smile, Peter II, he of the Renault, had the flushed and indignant air of an Englishman affronted. The 2 men were superficially alike, both fair, lean, and long-nosed, with the nondescript, inelastic face which predominates in any assembly of well-bred Anglo-Saxons.
Mr. Breeden, said the Count, I am charmed to have the pleasure of making your acquaintance, and regret that I must at once call upon you for a service as singular as it is important. You have presented to me a letter of introduction from your cousin, Lord Peter Wimsey. Will you now be good enough to inform me which of these gentlemen he is?
Breeden let his glance pass slowly from the one claimant to the other, meditating what answer would best serve his own ends. One, at any rate, of the men in this room was a formidable intellect, trained in the detection of imposture.
Well, said Peter II, are you going to acknowledge me, Breeden?
Peter I extracted a cigarette from a silver case.
Your confederate doesn't seem very well up in his part, he remarked, with a quiet smile at Peter II.
Monsieur le Comte, said Breeden, I regret extremely that I cannot assist you in this matter. My acquaintance with my cousin, like your own, has been made and maintained entirely through correspondence, on a subject of common interest. My profession, he added, has made me unpopular with my family. There was a very slight sigh of relief somewhere. The false Wimsey, whichever he was, had gained a respite. Breeden smiled. An excellent move, Mr. Breeden, said Peter I, but it will hardly explain. Allow me. He took the letter from the Count's hesitating hand. It will hardly explain the fact that the ink of this letter of recommendation, dated 3 weeks ago, is even now scarcely dry, though I congratulate you on the very plausible imitation of my handwriting. If you can forge my handwriting, said Peter II, so can this Mr. Breeden. He read the letter aloud over his double shoulder. Monsieur le Comte, I have the honour to present to you my friend and cousin, Mr. Diaz Breeden, who, I understand, is to be travelling in your part of France next month. He's very anxious to view your interest in library. Although a journalist by profession, he really knows something about books. Well, I'm delighted to learn for the first time that I have such a cousin. An interviewer's trick, I fancy, Monsieur le Comte. Fleet Street appears well informed about our family names. Possibly it is equally well informed about the object of my visit to Mont Souci. If, said Breeden boldly, you refer to the acquisition of the de Roy formula for poison gas for the British government, I can answer for my own knowledge, though possibly the rest of Fleet Street is less completely enlightened. He weighed his words carefully, warned by his slip. The sharp eye and detective ability of Peter I alarmed him far more than the caustic tongue of Peter II. The Count uttered an exclamation of dismay. Gentlemen, he said, one thing is obvious, that there has been somewhere a disastrous leak of information. Which of you is the Lord Peter to whom I should entrust the formula, I do not know. Both of you are supplied with papers of identity. Both appear completely instructed in this matter. Both of your handwritings correspond with the letters I have previously received from Lord Peter, and both of you have offered me the sum agreed upon in Bank of England notes. In addition, this third gentleman arrives endowed with an equal facility in handwriting, an introductory letter surrounded by the most suspicious circumstances, and a degree of acquaintance with this whole matter which alarms me.
I can see but one solution. All of you must remain here at the chateau while I send to England for some elucidation of this mystery. To the genuine Lord Peter I offer my apologies, and I assure him that I will endeavour to make his stay as agreeable as possible. Will that satisfy you? It will? I am delighted to hear it. My servants will show you to your bedrooms, and dinner will be at 7:30.
It's delightful to think, said Mr. Breeden, as he fingered his glass and passed it before his nostrils with the air of a connoisseur, that whichever of these gentlemen has the right to the name which he assumes is assured tonight of a truly Olympian satisfaction. His impudence had returned to him, and he challenged the company with an air. Your cellars, Monsieur le Comte, are as well known among men endowed with a palate as your talents among men of science. No eloquence could say more. The two Lord Peters murmured assent. I am more pleased by your commendation, said the Count, that it suggests to me a little test, with your kind cooperation, which I think may assist us very much in the determining which of you gentlemen is Lord Peter, and which his talented impersonator. Is it not matter of common notoriety that Lord Peter has a palate for wine almost unequalled in Europe? Oh, you flatter me, Monsieur le Comte, said Peter II, modestly. I wouldn't like to say unequalled, said Peter I, chiming in like a well-trained duet. Let's call it fair to middling. Less liable to misconstruction and all that, what? Your lordship does yourself an injustice, said Breeden, addressing both men with impartial deference. The bet which you won from Mr. Frederick Arbuthnot at the Egotists' Club, when he challenged you to name the vintage years of 17 wines blindfold, received its due prominence in the Evening Wire. Yes, I was in extraordinary form that night, said Peter I. A fluke, laughed Peter II. The test I propose, gentlemen, is on similar lines, pursued the Count, though somewhat less strenuous. There are 6 courses ordered for dinner tonight. With each we will drink a different wine, which my butler shall bring in with a label concealed. You shall each, in turn, give me your opinion upon the vintage. At this means we shall perhaps arrive at something, since the most brilliant forger, of whom I gather I have at least 2 at my table tonight, can scarcely forge a palate for wine. If too hazardous a mixture of wines should produce a temporary incommodity in the morning, you will, I feel sure, suffer it gladly for this once in the cause of truth. The two Wimseys bowed. In vino veritas, said Mr. Breeden with a laugh. He, at least, was well seasoned and foresaw opportunities for himself. Accident and my butler, having placed you at my right hand, monsieur, went on the Count, addressing Peter I, I will ask you to begin by pronouncing as accurately as may be upon the wine which you have just drunk. Oh, that's scarcely such an ordeal, said the other with a smile. I can say definitely that this is a very pleasant and well-matured Chablis Mouton. And since 10 years is an excellent age for Chablis, a real Chablis, I should vote for 1916, which was perhaps the best of the war vintages in that district. Have you anything to add to that opinion, monsieur? Inquired the Count, deferentially, of Peter II. Well, I wouldn't like to be dogmatic to a year or so, said that gentleman critically, but if I must commit myself, don't you know, I should say 1915, decidedly 1915. The Count bowed and turned to Breeden. Perhaps you too, monsieur, would be interested to give an opinion, he suggested with the exquisite courtesy always shown to the plain man in the society papers. Well, I'd rather not set a standard which I might not be able to live up to, replied Breeden a little maliciously. I know that it's 1915, for I happen to see the label. Peter II looked a little disconcerted. We will arrange matters better in future, said the Count. Pardon me. He stepped apart for a few moments' conference with the butler, who presently advanced to remove the oysters and bring in the soup. The next candidate for attention arrived, swathed to the lip in damask. It is your turn to speak first, monsieur, said the Count to Peter II. Permit me to offer you an olive to cleanse the palate. No haste, I beg. Even for the most excellent political ends, good wine must not be used with disrespect. The rebuke was not unnecessary, for after a preliminary sip, Peter II had taken a deep draught of the heady white richness. Under Peter I's quizzical eye, he wilted quite visibly. It's a Sauterne, he began, and stopped. Then, gathering encouragement from Breeden's smile, he said with more aplomb, Chateau Yquem, 1911. Ah, the queen of white wine, sir, as what's-his-name says. He drained his glass defiantly. The Count's face was a study as he slowly detached his fascinated gaze from Peter II to fix it on Peter I. "If I had to be impersonated by somebody," murmured the latter genially, "it would have been more flattering to have it undertaken by a person to whom all white wines were not alike. Well, now, sir, this admirable vintage is, of course, a Montrachet of, let me see," he rolled the wine delicately upon his tongue, "of 1911. And a very attractive wine it is, though with all due deference to yourself, Monsieur le Comte, I feel that it is perhaps slightly too sweet to occupy its present place in the menu. True, with this excellent consommé marmite, sweetish wine is not altogether out of place, but in my own humble opinion it would have shown to better advantage with a confiture." "There now," said Breeden innocently, "it just shows how one may be misled. Had not I had the advantage of Lord Peter's expert opinion, for certainly nobody who could mistake Montrachet for Sauterne has any claim to the name of Wimsey, I should have pronounced this to be not the Montrachet année, but the Chevalier Montrachet of the same year, which is a trifle sweeter. But no doubt, as your lordship says, drinking it with the soup has caused it to appear sweeter to me than it actually is." The Count looked sharply at him, but made no comment. "Have another olive," said Peter I kindly. "You can't judge wine if your mind is on other flavours." "Thanks, frightfully," said Breeden. "And that reminds me." He launched into a rather pointless story about olives, which lasted out the soup and bridged the interval to the entrance of an exquisitely cooked sole. The Count's eyes followed the pale amber wine rather thoughtfully as it trilled into the glasses. Breeden raised his in the approved manner to his nostrils, and his face flushed a little. With the first sip he turned excitedly to his host. "Good God, sir," he began. The lifted hand cautioned him to silence. Peter I sipped, inhaled, sipped again, and his brows clouded. Peter II had by this time apparently abandoned his pretensions. He drank thirstily, with a beaming smile and a lessening hold upon reality. "Eh bien, monsieur?" inquired the Count gently. "This," said Peter I, "is certainly hock, and the noblest hock I have ever tasted, but I must admit that for the moment I cannot precisely place it." "No," said Breeden. His voice was like bean honey, now sweet and harsh together. "Nor the other gentleman?" "And yet I fancy I could place it within a couple of miles, though it's a wine I could hardly look to find in a French cellar at this time. It is a hock, as your lordship says, and that it is Johannisberger. Not the plebeian cousin, but the echte Schloss Johannisberger from the castle vineyard itself. Your lordship must have missed it, to your great loss, during the war years. My father laid some down the year before he died, but it appears that the ducal cellars at Denver were less well furnished." "I must set about remedying the omission," said the remaining Peter with determination. The poulet was served to the accompaniment of an argument over the Lafitte, his lordship placing it at 1878, Breeden maintaining it to be a relic of the glorious 75s, slightly over-matured, but both agreed as to its great age and noble pedigree. As to the Clos Vosges, on the other hand, there was complete agreement. After a tentative suggestion of 1915, it was pronounced finally by Peter I to belong to the equally admirable, though slightly lighter, 1911 crop. The pré salé was removed amid general applause, and the dessert was brought in. "Is it necessary?" asked Peter I, with a slight smile in the direction of Peter II, now happily murmuring, "Damn good wine, damn good dinner, damn good show. Is it necessary to prolong this farce any further?" "Your lordship will not surely refuse to proceed with the discussion," cried the Count. "The point is sufficiently made, I fancy. But no one will surely ever refuse to discuss wine," said Breeden, "least of all your lordship, who is so great an authority." "Not on this," said the other. "Frankly, it's a wine I don't care about. It is sweet and coarse, qualities that would damn any wine in the eyes, the mouth rather, of a connoisseur. Did your excellent father have this laid down also, Mr. Breeden?" Breeden shook his head. "No," he said. "No, genuine Imperial Tokai is beyond the opportunities of Grub Street, I fear, though I agree with you that it is horribly overrated, with all due deference to yourself, Monsieur le Comte." "In that case," said the Count, "we will pass on to the liqueur. I admit that I had thought of puzzling these gentlemen with the local product, but since one competitor seems to have scratched, it shall be brandy, the only fitting close to a good wine list."
In a slight, embarrassing silence, the huge, round-bellied balloon glasses were set upon the table, and the few precious drops poured gently into each, and set lightly, swinging to release the bouquet. "This," said Peter One, charmed again into amiability, "is indeed a wonderful old French brandy. Half a century old, I suppose." "Your lordship's praise lacks warmth," replied Breeden. "This is the brandy. The brandy of brandies, the superb, the incomparable, the true Napoleon. It should be honoured like the Emperor it is." He rose to his feet, his napkin in his hand. "Sir," said the Count, turning to him, "I have on my right a most admirable judge of wine, but you are unique." He motioned to Pierre, who solemnly brought forward the empty bottles, unswathed now from the humble Chablis to the stately Napoleon, with the imperial seal blown in the glass. "Every time you have been correct as to gross and year. There cannot be 6 men in the world with such a palate as yours, and I thought that but one of them was an Englishman. Will you not favour us this time with your real name?" "It doesn't matter what his name is," said Peter One. He rose. "Put up your hands, all of you. Count the formula." Breeden's hands came up with a jerk, still clutching the napkin. Its white folds spurted flame as his shot struck the other's revolver cleanly between the trigger and barrel, exploding the charge to the extreme detriment of the glass chandelier. Peter One stood shaking his paralysed hand and cursing. Breeden kept him covered while he cocked a wary eye at Peter Two, who, his rosy visions scattered by the report, seemed struggling back to aggressiveness. "Since the entertainment appears to be taking a lively turn," observed Breeden, "perhaps you would be so good, Count, as to search these gentlemen for further firearms." "Thank you. Now, why should we not all sit down again and pass the bottle round, You are—" growled Peter One. "Oh, my name is Breeden, all right," said the young man cheerfully. "I loathe aliases. Like another fellow's clothes, you know. Never seem quite to fit. Peter D.F. Breeden Wimsey. Bit lengthy and all that, but handy when taken in installments. I've got a passport and all those things too, but I didn't offer them, as their reputation here seems a little blown upon, so to speak. As regards the formula, I think I'd better give you my personal cheque for it. All sorts of people seem to be able to go about flourishing Bank of England notes. Personally, I think all this secret diplomacy work is a mistake, but that's the War Office's pigeon. I suppose we all brought similar credentials. Yes, I thought so. Some bright person seems to have sold himself very successfully in 2 places at once. But you two must have been having a lively time, each thinking the other was me." "My lord," said the Count heavily, "these 2 men are, or were, Englishmen, I suppose. I do not care to know what governments have purchased their treachery. But where they stand, I, alas, stand too. To our venal and corrupt republic, I, as a royalist, acknowledge no allegiance. But it is in my heart that I have agreed to sell my country to England because of my poverty. Go back to your War Office and say I will not give you the formula. If war should come between our countries, which may God avert, I will be found on the side of France. That, my lord, is my last word." Wimsey bowed. "Sir," said he, "it appears that my mission has, after all, failed. I am glad of it. This trafficking and destruction is a dirty kind of business, after all. Let us shut the door upon these 2, who are neither flesh nor fowl, and finish the brandy in the library." The piscatorial farce of the stolen stomach. "What in the world," said Lord Peter Wimsey, "is that?" Thomas Macpherson disengaged the tall jar from its final swathings of paper and straw and set it tenderly upright beside the coffee-pot. "That," he said, "is great-uncle Joseph's legacy." "And who is great-uncle Joseph?" "He was my mother's uncle, name of Ferguson. Eccentric old boy. I was rather a favourite of his." "Yeah, it looks like it. Was that all he left you?" "He said a good digestion was the most precious thing a man could have." "Yeah, well, he was right there. Is this his? Was it a good one?" "Ah, good enough. He lived to be 95 and never had a day's illness." Wimsey looked at the jar with increased respect. "What did he die of?" "Chucked himself out of a 6-story window. He had a stroke, and the doctors told him, or he guessed for himself, that it was the beginning of the end. He left a letter. Said he'd never been ill in his life and wasn't going to begin now."
They brought in temporary insanity, of course, but I think he was thoroughly sensible. Well, I should say so. What was he when he was functioning? Well, he used to be in business, something to do with shipbuilding, I believe, but he retired long ago. He was what the papers called a recluse. Lived all by himself in a little top flat in Glasgow and saw nobody. Used to go off by himself for days at a time. Nobody knew where or why. I used to look him up about once a year and take him a bottle of whiskey. Had he any money? Nobody knew. He ought to have had. He was a rich man when he retired. But when we came to look into it, it turned out he only had a balance of about £500 in the Glasgow bank. Apparently he drew out almost everything he had about 20 years ago. There were one or two big bank failures around about that time, and they thought he must have got the wind up. But what he did with it, goodness only knows. Yeah, kept it in his nose stocking, I expect. Well, I should think Colonel Robert devoutly hopes so. Cousin Robert? He's the residuary legatee. Distant cousin of mine and the only remaining Ferguson. He was awfully wild when he found he'd only got 500. Rather a bright lad is Robert, and a few thousand would have come in handy. I see. Well, how about Rebecca? You might stick Great-Uncle Joseph out of the way somewhere. I don't care about the looks of him. Well, I thought you were rather partial to anatomical specimens. So I am, but not on the breakfast table. A place for everything and everything in its place, as my grandmother used to say. Besides, it would give Maggie a shock if she saw it. Macpherson laughed and transferred the jar to a cupboard. Maggie's shot-proof. I brought a few old bones and things with me, my way of a holiday task. I'm getting near to my final, you know. She'll just think it's another of 'em. Ring the bell, old man, would you? We'll see what the trout's like. The door opened to admit the housekeeper with a dish of grilled trout and a plate of fried scones. "Yeah, these look good, Maggie," said Wimsey, drawing his chair up and sniffing appreciatively. "Aye, sir, they're good, but they're awful wee fish." "Don't grumble at 'em," said Macpherson. "They're the sole result of a day's purgatory up on Loch Wynion. Up with the sun fit to roast you and an east wind, I'm pretty well flayed alive. I very nearly didn't shave at all this morning." He passed a reminiscent hand over his red and excoriated face. It's a stiff pull up the hill, and the boat was going wallop, wallop all the time, like being in the Bay of Biscay. Damnable, I should think. But there's a change coming. The glass is going back. We'll be having some rain before we're many days older. Time, too, said Macpherson. The burns are nearly dry, and there's not much water in the fleet. He glanced out of the window to where the little river ran tinkling and skinkling over the stones at the bottom of the garden. If only we could get a few days' rain now, there'll be some grand fishing. Well, it would come just as I've got to go, naturally, remarked Wimsey. Can't you stay a bit longer? I want to have a try for some sea trout. I'm sorry, old man, can't be done. I must be in town on Wednesday. Never mind, I've had a fine time in the fresh air and got in some good rounds of golf. Well, you must come up again sometime. I'm here for a month, getting my strength up for the exams and all that. If you can't get away before I go, we'll put it off until August and have a shot at the grouse. The cottage is always at your service, you know, Wimsey. Oh, well, many thanks. I may get my business over quicker than I think, and if I do, I'll turn up here again. When did you say your great-uncle died? Macpherson stared at him. Some time in April, as far as I can remember. Why? Oh, nothing. I just wondered. You were a favourite of his, didn't you say? In a sense. I think the old boy liked my remembering him from time to time. Old people are pleased by little attentions, you know. Well, it's a queer world. What did you say his name was? Ferguson. Joseph Alexander Ferguson, to be exact. You seem extraordinarily interested in great-uncle Joseph. Well, I thought while I was about it, I might look up a man I know in the shipping line and see if he knows anything about where the money went to. Well, if you can do that, Cousin Robert will give you a medal. But if you really want to exercise your detective powers on the problem, you better have a hunt through the flat in Glasgow. Yes. What is the address, by the way? Macpherson told him the address. Well, I'll make a note of it, and if anything occurs to me, I'll communicate with Cousin Robert. Where does he hang out? Oh, he's in London, in a solicitor's office. Crosby and Plump, somewhere in Bloomsbury. Robert was studying for the Scottish Bar, you know, but he made rather a mess of things, so they pushed him off among the Sassenachs. His father died a couple of years ago. He was a writer to the Signet of Edinburgh. I fancy Robert has rather gone to the bow-wows since then. Got among a cheerful crowd down there, don't you know, and wasted his substance somewhat. Oh, terrible. Scotsmen shouldn't be allowed to leave home. What are you going to do with great-uncle? Well, I don't know. Keep him for a bit, I'd think. I like the old fellow, and I don't want to throw him away. He'll look rather well in my consulting room, don't you think, when I'm qualified and set up my brass plate? I'll say he was presented by a grateful patient on whom I performed a marvellous operation. Yeah, good idea. Stomach grafting, miracle of surgery never before attempted. He'll bring sufferers to your doors in flocks. Good old great-uncle. He may be worth a fortune to me, after all. Yes, so he may. I don't suppose you've got such a thing as a photograph of him, have you? A photograph? Macpherson stared again. The great-uncle seems to be becoming a passion with you. I don't suppose the old man had a photograph taken these 30 years. There was one done when he retired from business. I expect Robert's got that. Och, aye, said Wimsey in the language of the country. Wimsey left Scotland that evening and drove down through the night towards London, thinking hard as he went. He handled the wheel mechanically, swerving now and again to avoid the green eyes of rabbits as they bolted from the roadside to squat fascinated in the glare of his headlamps. He was accustomed to say that his brain worked better when his immediate attention was occupied by the incidents of the road. Monday morning found him in town with his business finished and his thinking done. A consultation with his shipbuilding friend had put him in possession of some facts about Great-Uncle Joseph's money, together with a copy of Great-Uncle Joseph's photograph, supplied by the London representative of the Glasgow firm to which he belonged. It appeared that old Ferguson had been a man of mark in his day. The portrait showed a fine, dour old face, long-lipped and high in the cheekbones, one of those faces which alter little in a lifetime. Wimsey looked at the photograph with satisfaction as he slipped it into his pocket and made a bee-line for Somerset House. Here he wandered timidly about the wills department till a uniformed official took pity on him and inquired what he wanted. Oh, thank you, said Wimsey effusively. Thank you so much. Always feel nervous in these places. All these big desks and things, don't you know, so awe-inspiring and businesslike. Yes, I just wanted to have a squint at a will. I'm told you can see anybody's will for £1. Is that really so? Yes, sir, certainly. Anybody's will in particular, sir? Oh, yes, of course, how silly of me. Yes, curious, ain't it, that when you're dead any stranger can come and snoop round your private affairs, see how much you were cut up for, and who your lady friends were, and all that, what? Yes, not at all nice. Horrid lack of privacy, what? The attendant laughed. I expect it's all one when you're dead, sir. Oh, yes, that's awfully true. Yes, naturally, you're dead by then, it doesn't matter. Maybe a bit trying for your relations, of course, to learn what a bad boy you've been. Great fun annoying one's relations. Always do it myself. Now, what were we saying? Yes, the will. I'm always so absent-minded. Whose will, you said? Yes, well, it's an old Scots gentleman called Joseph Alexander Ferguson that died in Glasgow. You know Glasgow, where the accent's so strong that even Scotsmen faint when they hear it. In April. This last April, as ever was. If it's not troubling you too much, may I have a bob's worth of Joseph Alexander Ferguson? The attendant assured him that he might, adding the caution that he must memorize the contents of the will and not on any account take notes. Thus warned, Wimsey was conducted into a retired corner, where in a short time the will was placed before him. It was a commendably brief document, written in holograph, and was dated the previous January. After the usual preamble and the bequest of a few small sums and articles of personal ornaments to friends, it proceeded somewhat as follows. And I direct that after my death the alimentary organs be removed entire with their contents from my body, commencing with the esophagus and ending with the anal canal, and that they be properly secured at both ends with a suitable ligature, and be enclosed in a proper preservative medium in a glass vessel, and given to my great-nephew Thomas Macpherson of the Stone Cottage, Gatehouse of the Fleet in Kirkcudbrightshire, now studying medicine in Aberdeen. And I bequeath him these my alimentary organs with their contents for his study and edification, they having served me for 95 years without failure or defect, because I wish him to understand that no riches in the world are comparable to the riches of a good digestion. And I desire of him that he will, in the exercise of his medical profession, use his best endeavours to preserve to his patients the blessing of good digestion unimpaired, not needlessly filling their stomachs with drugs out of concern for his own pocket, but exhorting them to a sober and temperate life, agreeable to the design of Almighty Providence. After this remarkable passage, the document went on to make Robert Ferguson residuary legatee without particular specification of any property, and to appoint a firm of lawyers in Glasgow executors of the will. Wimsey considered the bequest for some time. From the phraseology, he concluded that old Ferguson had drawn up his own will without legal aid, and he was glad of it, for its wording thus afforded a valuable clue to the testator's mood and intention. He mentally noted 3 points. The alimentary organs with their contents were mentioned twice over with a certain emphasis. They were to be ligatured top and bottom, and the legacy was accompanied by the expression of a wish that the legatee should not allow his financial necessities to interfere with the conscientious exercise of his professional duties. Wimsey chuckled. He felt he rather liked Great-Uncle Joseph. He got up, collected his hat, gloves, and stick, and advanced with the will in his hand to return it to the attendant. The latter was engaged in conversation with a young man who seemed to be expostulating about something. "I'm sorry, sir," said the attendant, "but I don't suppose the other gentleman will be very long. Here is the gentleman." The young man, whose reddish hair, long nose, and slightly sodden eyes gave him the appearance of a dissipated fox, greeted Wimsey with a disagreeable stare. "What's up? Want me?" asked his lordship airily. "Yes, sir. Very curious thing, sir. Here's a gentleman inquiring for that very same document as you've been studying, sir. I've been in this department 15 years, and I don't know as I ever remember such a thing happening before." "No," said Wimsey. No, I don't suppose there's much of a run on any of your lines as a rule." "It's a very curious thing indeed," said the stranger, with marked displeasure in his voice. "Member of the family?" suggested Wimsey. "I am a member of the family," said the foxy-faced man. "May I ask whether you have any connections with us?" "By all means," replied Wimsey graciously. "I don't believe it. I don't know you." No, I meant you might ask by all means." The young man positively showed his teeth. "Do you mind telling me who you are, anyhow, and why you're so damned inquisitive about my great-uncle's will?" Wimsey extracted a card from his case and presented it with a smile. Mr. Robert Ferguson changed colour. "If you would like a reference as to my respectability," went on Wimsey affably, "Mr. Thomas Macpherson will, I'm sure, be happy to tell you about me. I'm inquisitive," said his lordship, "a student of humanity. Your cousin mentioned to me the curious clause relating to your esteemed great-uncle's stomach and appurtenances. Curious clauses are a passion with me. I came to look it up and add it to my collection of curious wills. I'm engaged in writing a book on the subject, Clauses and Consequences. My publishers tell me it should enjoy a ready sale. I regret that my random jottings should have encroached upon your doubtless far more serious studies. I wish you a very good morning." As he beamed his way out, Wimsey, who had quick ears, heard the attendant informing the indignant Mr. Ferguson that he was a very funny gentleman, not quite all there, sir. It seemed that his criminological fame had not penetrated to the quiet recesses of Somerset House. "But," said Wimsey to himself, "I am sadly afraid that Cousin Robert has been given food for thought."
Disc 5.
Under the spur of this alarming idea, Wimsey wasted no time, but took a taxi down to Hatton Garden to call upon a friend of his. This gentleman, rather curly in the nose and fleshy about the eyelids, nevertheless came under Mr. Chesterton's definition of a nice Jew, for his name was neither Montague nor MacDonald, but Nathan Abrahams, and he greeted Lord Peter with a hospitality amounting to enthusiasm. "So pleased to see you. Sit down and have a drink. You come at last to select the diamonds for the future Lady Peter, Not yet," said Wimsey. "No? Oh, that's too bad. You should make haste and settle down. It's time you became a family man. Years ago we arranged I should have the privilege of decking the bride for the happy day. That is a promise, you know. I think of it when the fine stones pass through my hands. I say, that should be the very thing for my friend Lord Peter. But I hear nothing, and I sell them to stupid Americans who think only of the price and not of the beauty. Time enough to think of diamonds when I found the lady. Mr. Abrahams threw up his hands. Oh, yes. And then everything will be done in a hurry. Quick, Mr. Abrahams, I have fallen in love yesterday and I'm being married tomorrow. But it may take months, years to find and match perfect stones. It can't be done between today and tomorrow. Your bride will be married in something ready-made from the jewellers. If 3 days are enough to choose a wife, said Wimsey, laughing, 1 day should surely be enough for a necklace. That is the way with Christians, replied the diamond merchant resignedly. You are so casual. You do not think of the future. 3 days to choose a wife. No wonder the divorce courts are busy. My son Moses is being married next week. It has been arranged in the family these 10 years. Rachel Goldstein it is. A good girl, and her father is in a very good position. We are all very pleased, I can tell you. Moses is a good son, a very good son, and I am taking him into partnership. Well, I congratulate you, said Wimsey heartily. I hope they will be very happy. Thank you, Lord Peter. They will be happy, I'm sure. Rachel is a sweet girl and very fond of children, and she's pretty, too. Prettiness is not everything, but it is an advantage for a young man in these days. It is easier for him to behave well to a pretty wife. True, said Wimsey. I will bear it in mind when my time comes. To the health of the happy pair, and may you soon be an ancestor. Talking of ancestors, I've got an old bird here that you may be able to tell me something about. Ah, yes, always delighted to help you in any way, Lord Peter. This photograph was taken some 30 years ago, but you may possibly recognize him. Mr. Abrahams put on a pair of horn-rimmed spectacles and examined the portrait of great-uncle Joseph with serious attention. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I know him quite well. What do you want to know about him, eh? He shot a swift and cautious glance at Wimsey. Nothing to his disadvantage. He's dead, anyhow. I thought it just possible he'd been buying precious stones lately. It is not exactly business to give information about a customer, said Mr. Abrahams. Look, I'll tell you what I wanted for, said Wimsey. He lightly sketched the career of great-uncle Joseph and went on. You see, I looked at it this way. When a man gets the distrust of banks, what does he do with his money? He puts it into property of some kind. It may be land, it may be houses, but that means rent and more money to put in the banks. He's more likely to keep it in gold or notes or to put it into precious stones. Gold and notes are comparatively bulky. Stones are small. Circumstances, in this case, led me to think that he might have chosen stones. Unless we can discover what he did with the money, there will be a great loss to his heirs. I see. Well, if it is as you say, there is no harm in telling you. I know you to be an honourable man, and I will break my rule for you. This gentleman, Mr. Wallace... Wallace, did he call himself? That was not his name? No, they are funny, these secretive old gentlemen. But that's nothing unusual. Often when they buy stones, they are afraid of being robbed, so they give another name. Yes. Well, this Mr. Wallace used to come to see me from time to time. I had instructions to find diamonds for him. He was looking for 12 big stones, all matching perfectly and of superb quality. It took a long time to find them, you know. Well, of course. Yes, I supplied him with 7 altogether over a period of 20 years or so, and other dealers supplied him also. He's well known in this street. I found the last one for him, let me see, in last December, I think. Beautiful stone, beautiful. He paid £7,000 for it. Whew, some stone. If they were all as good as that, the collection must be worth something. Worth anything. It's difficult to tell how much. As you know, the 12 stones, all matched together, would be worth far more than the sum of the 12 separate prices paid for the individual diamonds. Well, naturally they would. Do you mind telling me how he was accustomed to pay for them? In Bank of England notes, always. Cash on the nail. He insisted on discount for cash, added Mr. Abrahams with a chuckle. He was a Scotsman, replied Wimsey. Well, that's clear enough. He had a safe deposit somewhere, no doubt, and having collected the stones, he made his will. Well, that's clear as daylight, too. But what has become of the stones? Inquired Mr. Abrahams with professional anxiety. I think I know that, too, said Wimsey. I am enormously obliged to you, and so, I fancy, will his heir be. Well, if they should come into the market again, suggested Mr. Abraham, I will see you have the handling of them, said Wimsey promptly. That is kind of you, said Mr. Abrahams. Business is business. Always delighted to oblige you. Beautiful stones, beautiful. If you thought of being the purchaser, I would charge you a special commission as my friend. Oh, thank you, said Wimsey. But as yet I have no occasion for diamonds, you know. Pity. Pity, said Mr. Abrahams. Well, very glad to have been of service to you. You're not interested in rubies? No? Because I have something very pretty here. He thrust his hand casually into a pocket and brought out a little pool of crimson fire like a miniature sunset. Looked nice in a ring now, wouldn't it? Said Mr. Abrahams. An engagement ring, eh? Wimsey laughed and made his escape. He was strongly tempted to return to Scotland and to attend personally to the matter of great-uncle Joseph, but the thought of an important book sale next day deterred him. There was a manuscript of Catullus which he was passionately anxious to secure, and he never entrusted his interest to dealers. He contented himself with sending a wire to Thomas Macpherson. Advise opening up great-uncle Joseph immediately. The girl at the post office repeated the message aloud and rather doubtfully. Quite right, said Wimsey, and dismissed the affair from his mind. He had great fun at the sale next day. He found a ring of dealers in possession, happily engaged in conducting a knockout. Having lain low for an hour in a retired position behind a large piece of statuary, he emerged just as the hammer was falling upon the Catullus for a price representing the 10th part of his value, with an overbid so large, prompt and sonorous that the ring gasped with a sense of outrage. Scrimes, a dealer who had sworn an eternal enmity to Wimsey, on account of a previous little encounter over a Justinian, pulled himself together and offered a £50 advance. Wimsey promptly doubled his bid. Scrimes overbid him 50 again. Wimsey instantly jumped another 100, in the tone of a man prepared to go on till doomsday. Scrimes scowled and was silent. Somebody raised it 50 more. Wimsey made it guineas, and the hammer fell. Encouraged by this success, Wimsey, feeling that his hand was in, romped happily into the bidding for the next lot, a hypnerotomachia, which he already possessed, and for which he felt no desire whatever. Scrimes, annoyed by his defeat, set his teeth, determining that if Wimsey was in the bidding mood, he should pay through the nose for his rashness. Wimsey, entering into the spirit of the thing, skied the bidding with enthusiasm. The dealers, knowing his reputation as a collector, and fancying that there must be some special excellence about the book that they had failed to observe, joined in wholeheartedly, and the fun became fast and furious. Eventually they all dropped out again, leaving Scrimes and Wimsey in together. At which point Wimsey, observing a note of hesitation in the dealer's voice, neatly extricated himself and left Mr. Scrimes with the baby. After this disaster, the ring became sulky and demoralized and refused to bid at all, and a timid little outsider, suddenly flinging himself into the arena, became the owner of a fine 14th-century missal at bargain price. Crimson with excitement and surprise, he paid for his purchase and ran out of the room like a rabbit, hugging the missal as though he expected to have it snatched from him. Wimsey thereupon set himself seriously to acquire a few fine early printed books, and having accomplished this, retired, covered with laurels and hatred. After this delightful and satisfying day, he felt vaguely hurt at receiving no ecstatic telegram from Macpherson. He refused to imagine that his deductions had been wrong, and supposed rather that the rapture of Macpherson was too great to be confined to telegraphic expression, and would come next day by post. However, at 11 next morning, the telegram arrived. It said, "Just got your wire. What does it mean? Great-uncle stolen last night. Burglar escaped. Please write fully." Wimsey committed himself to a brief comment in language usually confined to the soldiery. Robert had undoubtedly got great-uncle Joseph, and even if they could trace the burglary to him, the legacy was by this time gone forever. He'd never felt so furiously helpless. He even cursed the Catullus, which had kept him from going north and dealing with the matter personally. While he was meditating what to do, a second telegram was brought in. It ran, "Great-uncle's bottle found broken in Fleet. Dropped by burglar in flight. Contents gone. What next?" Wimsey pondered this. Of course, he said, if the thief simply emptied the bottle and put great-uncle in his pocket, we're done. Or if he simply emptied great-uncle and put the contents in his pocket, we're done. But dropped in flight sounds rather as though great-uncle had gone overboard, lock, stock, and barrel. Why can't the fool of a Scotsman put a few more details into his wires? It only cost him a penny or two. Well, I suppose I'd better go up myself. Meanwhile, a little healthy occupation won't hurt him. He took a telegraph form from the desk and dispatched a further message. Was great-uncle in bottle when dropped? If so, drag river. If not, pursue burglar. Probably Robert Ferguson. Spare no pains, starting for Scotland tonight. Hope arrive early tomorrow. Urgent. Important. Put your back into it. Will explain. The night express decanted Lord Peter at Dumfries earlier the following morning, and a hired car deposited him at the Stone Cottage in time for breakfast. The door was opened to him by Maggie, who greeted him with hearty cordiality. "Come awa in, sir. It's all ready for ye, and Mr. Macpherson will be back in a few minutes, I'm a-thinking. You'll be tired with your long journey and hungry, maybe. Aye, will you take a bit of porridge to your eggs and bacon? There's nae truth today, though yesterday was a grand day for the fish. Mr. Macpherson has been up and down the river with my Jock, looking for ane of his specimens, as he calls them, that was dropped by the thief that came in. And dinna ken what the thing may be. My Jock says it's like a calf's pluck to look at, by what Mr. Macpherson tells him." "Oh, dear me," said Wimsey. "And how did the burglary happen, Maggie?" "Indeed, sir, it was a very remarkable circumstance. Mr. Macpherson was away all day on Monday and Tuesday up at the big loch by the viaduct fishing. There was a big rain Saturday and Sunday, I may remember, and Mr. Macpherson says, 'There'll be grand fishing the morning, Jock,' says he. 'We'll go up to the viaduct if it stops raining, and we'll spend the night at the keeper's lodge.' So on Monday it stopped raining, and it was a grand, warm, soft day, so off they went together. There was a telegram come for him Tuesday morning, and I set it on the mantelpiece, where he'd see it when he came in. But it's been in my mind that may be that telegram that had something to do with the burglary." "Well, I wouldn't say but you might be right, Maggie," replied Wimsey gravely. "Aye, sir, that wouldn't surprise me." Maggie set down a generous dish of eggs and bacon before the guest, and took up her tale again. "Well, I was sitting in my kitchen that Tuesday night, waiting for Mr. Macpherson and Jock to come home. And sir, I pitied the poor wee souls, for the rain was pelting down again, and the night was so dark I was afraid they might have tumbled into a bog pool. Well, I was listening for the sound of the door snick when I heard something moving in the front room. The door wasn't locked, you ken, because Mr. Macpherson was expected back. So I up from my chair, and I thought they'd maybe came in, and I not heard them. I waited a minute to see the kettle on the fire, and then I heard a cracking sound. So I came out, and I called, 'Is that you, Mr. Macpherson?' And there was nae answer, only another big cracking sound. So I ran for it, and a man came quickly out of the front room, brushing past me and putting me aside with his hand, so and out of the front door like a flash of lightning. So with that I let out a skellock, and Jock's voice answered me from the garden gate. 'Och,' I says, 'Jock, here's a burglar been in the house.' And I hear him running across the garden down to the river, trampling down on the young kale and the strawberry beds, the blackguard." Wimsey expressed his sympathies. "Aye, that was a bad business. And the next thing there was Mr. Macpherson and Jock helter-skeltering after him. If Dave Murray's cattle had broken in, they couldn't have done more devastation. And then there was a big splashing and crashing, and after a bit, back comes Mr. Macpherson, and he says he jumped into the fleet. He says he's awa. 'What has he taken?' he says. 'I dinna ken,' says I, 'for all happened so quickly. I couldn't see anything.' 'Come awa, Ben,' says he, 'and we'll see what's amiss him.' So we look at high and low, and all we can find was the cupboard door in the front room broken open, and nothing taken but this bottle with a specimen." "Aha," said Wimsey. "Aha. And they both went out together with lights, but nothing could they see of the thief. So Mr. Macpherson comes back, and I'm going to my bed," says he, "for I'm that tired I cannot do more the night." "Oh," I said, "and dinna gae to bed, I'm frightened." And Jock said, "Hoots, woman, dinna fash yoursel. There'll be nae more burglars the nicht, with the fright we've gied 'em." So we locked up the doors and windows and gaed to our beds, but I couldna sleep a wink. "Oh, very natural," said Wimsey. It wasn't until the next morning, said Maggie, that Mr. Macpherson opened yon telegram. Aye, but he was in a taking. And then the telegram started. Back and for it, between the hoose and the post office. And then they finds the bits of the bottle that the specimen was in, stuck between twa stanes in the river. And off goes Mr. Macpherson and Jock with our waders on, and a couple of gaffs hunting into the pools and under the stains to find the specimen. And they're still at it. At this point, 3 heavy thumps sounded on the ceiling. "Good save us!" ejaculated Maggie. "I was forgetting the poor wee gentleman." "What gentleman?" inquired Wimsey. "Him that was fetched out of the fleet," replied Maggie. Excuse me just a moment, sir." She fled swiftly upstairs. Wimsey poured himself out a 3rd cup of coffee and lit a pipe. Presently a thought occurred to him. He finished the coffee, not being a man to deprive himself of his pleasures, and walked quietly upstairs in Maggie's wake. Facing him stood the bedroom door half open, the room which he'd occupied during his stay at the cottage. He pushed it open. In the bed lay a red-headed gentleman whose long, foxy countenance was in no way beautified by a white bandage tilted rakishly across the left temple. A breakfast tray stood on a table by the bed. Wimsey stepped forward with extended hand. "Good morning, Mr. Ferguson," said he. This is an unexpected pleasure." "Good morning," said Mr. Ferguson snappishly. "I had no idea when we last met," pursued Wimsey, advancing to the bed and sitting down upon it, "that you were thinking of visiting my friend Mr. Macpherson." "Got off my leg," growled the invalid. "I broke my kneecap." "Oh, what a nuisance. Frightfully painful, ain't it? And they say it takes years to get right, if it ever does get right. Is it what they call a Potts fracture? I don't know who Potts was, but it sounds impressive. How did you get it, fishing?" "I slipped in the damn river." "Oh, beastly. Sort of thing that might happen to anybody." Keen fisherman, Mr. Ferguson?" "So-so." "Oh, so am I. When I get the opportunity." "What kind of fly do you fancy for this part of the country? I rather like a Greenaway's gadget myself. Ever tried it?" "Oh," said Mr. Ferguson briefly. "Some people find a pink sisket better, so they tell me. Do you use one? Have you got your fly book here?" "Yes. No," said Ferguson. "I dropped it." "Oh, pity. But do give me your opinion of the pink sisket." "No so bad," said Mr. Ferguson. "Sometimes caught a trout with it." "Oh, well, you surprise me," said Wimsey, not unnaturally, since he'd invented the pink sisket on the spur of the moment, and had hardly expected his improvisation to pass muster. "Well, I suppose this unlucky accident has put a stop to your sport for the season. Damn bad luck. Otherwise you might have helped us to have a go at the Patriarch." "What's that, a trout?" "Yes. A frightfully wily old fish. Lurks about in the fleet. You never know where to find him. Any moment he may turn up in some pool or other. I'm going out with Mac to try for him today. He's a jewel of a fellow. We've nicknamed him Great Uncle Joseph." "Aye, don't joggle about like that. You'll hurt that knee of yours. Is there anything I can get for you?" He grinned amiably and turned to answer a shout from the stairs. "Hello, Wimsey, is that you?" Oh, it is. How's sport?" Macpherson came up the stairs 4 steps at a time and met Wimsey on the landing as he emerged from the bedroom. "I say, do you know who that is? It's Robert." "I know. I saw him in town." "Oh, never mind. Have you found Great Uncle?" "No, we haven't. What's all this mystery about? And what's Robert doing here? What did you mean by saying he was the burglar? And why is Great Uncle Joseph so important?" "Well, one thing at a time. Let's find the old boy first. What have you been doing?" "Well, when I got your extraordinary messages, I thought, of course, you were off your rocker." Wimsey groaned with impatience. "But then I considered what a funny thing it was that somebody should have thought Great Uncle was stealing, and thought there might be some sense in what you said after all." "Oh, dash good of you," said Wimsey. "So I went out and poked about a bit, you know. Not that I think there's the faintest chance of finding anything with the river coming down like this. Well, I hadn't got very far. By the way, I took Jock with me. I'm sure he thinks I'm mad too. Not that he says anything. These people never commit themselves. Look, confound Jock. Get on with it, huh? Well, before we got very far, we saw a fellow wading about in the river with a rod and a creel. I didn't pay much attention because, you see, I was wondering what you... yes, well, Jock noticed him and said to me, 'Yon's a queer kind of fisherman, I'm a-thinking.' So I had a look, and there he was, staggering about among the stones with his fly floating away downstream in front of him. And he was peering into all the pools he came to, and poking about with his gaff. So I hailed him.
He turned round, and then he put the gaff away in a bit of a hurry and started to reel in his line. He made an awful mess of it, added Macpherson appreciatively. Yes, well, I can believe that, said Wimsey. A man who admits to catching trout with the pink cisket would make a mess of anything. A pink what? Yes, well, never mind. I only meant that Robert was no fisher. Get on. Well, he got the line hooked round something, and he was pulling and hauling, and splashing about, and then it came out all of a sudden, and he waved it all over the place and got my hat. That made me pretty wild, and I made after him. And he looked round again, and I yelled out, "Good God, it's Robert!" And he dropped his rod and took to his heels. Well, of course, he slipped on the stones and came down an awful crack. We rushed forward and scooped him up and brought him home. He's got a nasty bang on the head and a fractured patella. Very interesting. I should have liked to have had a shot at setting it myself, but it wouldn't do, So I sent for Strachan. He's a good man. You've had extraordinary luck about this business so far, said Wimsey. Now the only thing left is to find great-uncle. How far down have you got? Not very far. You see, what with getting Robert home and setting his knee and so on, we couldn't do much yesterday. Damn Robert. Great-uncle may be away out to sea by this time. Let's get down to it. He took up a gaff from the umbrella stand. Roberts, interjected Macpherson, and led the way out. The little river was foaming down in a brown spate, rattling stones and small boulders along in its passage. Every hole, every eddy might be a lurking place for great-uncle Joseph. Wimsey peered irresolutely here and there, then turned suddenly to Jock. "Where's the nearest spit of land where things usually get washed up?" he demanded. Well, there's Battery Pool about a mile down the river. You'll whiles find things washed up there. Aye, there's a pool and a bit of sand where the river makes a bend. You'll maybe find it there, I'm a-thinking. Maybe no, I couldn't say. Let's have a look at it anyway. Macpherson, to whom the prospect of searching the stream in detail appeared rather a dreary one, brightened a little at this. That's a good idea. If we take the car down to just above Gatehouse, we've only got 2 fields to cross. The car was still at the door. The hired driver was enjoying the hospitality of the cottage. They pried him loose from Maggie's scones and slipped down the road to Gatehouse. "Those gulls seem rather active about something," said Wimsey, as they crossed the second field. The white wings swooped backwards and forwards in narrowing circles over the yellow shoal. Raucous cries rose on the wind. Wimsey pointed silently with his hand. A long, unseemly object like a drab purse lay on the shore. The gulls, indignant, rose higher, squawking at the intruders. Wimsey ran forward, stooped, rose again with the long bag dangling from his fingers. "Great-uncle Joseph, I presume," he said, and raised his hat with old-fashioned courtesy. "The gulls have had a wee peck at it here and there," said Jock. "It'll be tough for 'em. They haven't done so very much with it." "Aren't you going to open it?" said Macpherson impatiently. Not here," said Wimsey. "We might lose something." He dropped it into Jock's creel. "We'll take it home first and show it to Robert." Robert greeted them with ill-disguised irritation. "We've been fishing," said Wimsey cheerfully. "Look at our bonny wee fish." He weighed the catch in his hand. "What's inside this wee fish, Mr. Ferguson?" "I haven't the faintest idea," said Robert. "Then why did you go fishing for it?" asked Wimsey pleasantly. "Have you got a surgical knife there, Mac?" Yes, here, hurry up." "I'll leave it to you. Be careful. I shall begin with the stomach." Macpherson laid great-uncle Joseph on the table and slit him open with a practised hand. "God be gracious to us," cried Maggie, peering over his shoulder. "What'll that be?" Wimsey inserted a delicate finger and a thumb into the cavities of Uncle Joseph. 1, 2, 3. The stones glittered like fire as he laid them on the table. 7, 8, 9. That seems to be all. Try a little further down, Mac. Speechless with astonishment, Mr. Macpherson dissected his legacy. 10, 11, said Wimsey. Ah. Yes, I'm afraid the seagulls have got number 12. I'm sorry, Mac. But how did they get there? Demanded Robert foolishly. Simple as shell in peas. Great-uncle Joseph makes his will, swallows his diamonds. He must have been a grand man for a pill, said Maggie with respect, and jumps out of the window. It was as clear as crystal to anybody who read the will. He told you, Mac, that the stomach was given you to study. Robert Ferguson gave a deep groan.
"I knew there was something in it," he said. "That's why I went to look up the will, and when I saw you there, I knew I was right. Oh, cuss this leg of mine." But I never imagined for a moment. His eyes appraised the diamonds greedily. "And what will the value of these same stones be?" inquired Jock. "About £7,000 apiece, taken separately. More than that, taken together." "The old man was mad," said Robert angrily. "I shall dispute the will." "I think not," said Wimsey. "There is such an offence as entering and stealing, you know." "My God," said Macpherson, handling the diamonds like a man in a dream. "My God." £7,000, said Jock. "Did I understand you rightly to say that one of they gulls is going about with £7,000 of diamonds in his whim?" "Hey, it's just awful to think of." "Good day to you, sirs. I'll be going round to Jimmy McTaggart to ask will he lend me a loan of his gun." The Unsolved Puzzle of the Man with No Face. "And what would you say, sir," said the stout man, "to this here business of the bloke what's been found down on the beach at East Feltham?" The rush of travellers after the bank holiday had caused an overflow of third-class passengers into the firsts, and the stout man was anxious to seem at ease in his surroundings. The youngish gentleman whom he addressed had obviously paid full fare for a seclusion which he was fated to forgo. He took the matter amiably enough, however, and replied in a courteous tone. "I'm afraid I haven't read more than the headlines. Murdered, I suppose, wasn't he?" "Oh, murder right enough," said the stout man, with relish. "Cut about he was something awful, coming shocking." "More like as if a wild beast had done it," chimed in the thin, elderly man opposite. "No face at all he hadn't got, by what my paper says. He'll be one of these maniacs, I shouldn't be surprised, what goes about killing children." "Oh, I do wish you wouldn't talk about such things," said his wife with a shudder. "I lays awake at nights thinking what might happen to Lizzie's girls, till my head feels regular in a fever, and I has such a sinking inside my inside I has to get up and eat biscuits. They didn't ought to put such dreadful things in the papers." "Well, it's better they should, madam," said the stout man. "Then we're warned, so to speak, and can take our measures accordingly. Now, from what I can make out, this unfortunate gentleman had gone bathing all by himself in a lonely spot. Now, quite apart from cramps, as is a thing that might happen to the best of us, that is a very foolish thing to do." "Just what I was telling my husband," said the young wife. The young husband frowned and fidgeted. "Well, dear, it really isn't safe, and you with your heart not strong." Her hand sought his under the newspaper. He drew away, self-consciously saying, "Look, that'll do, Kitty." "The way I look at it is this," pursued the stout man. "Here we've been and had a war, what has left hundreds of men in what you might call a state of unstable equilibrium. They've seen all their friends blown up or shot to pieces. They've been through 5 years of horrors and bloodshed, and it's given them what you might call a twist in the mind towards horrors. They may seem to forget it and go along as peaceable as anybody at all outward appearances, but it's all artificial, if you get my meaning. And one day something happens to upset them. They has words with their wife, or weather's extra hot as it is today, and something goes pop inside their brains and makes raving monsters out of them. It's all in the books. I do a good bit of reading myself of an evening, being a bachelor without encumbrances." "Well, that's all very true," said a prim little man, looking up from his magazine. "Very true indeed, too true. But do you think it applies in the present case? I've studied the literature of crime a good deal. I may say I make it my hobby, and it's my opinion there is more in this than meets the eye. If you will compare this murder with some of the most mysterious crimes of late years, crimes which, mind you, have never been solved, and in my opinion never will be, what do you find?" He paused and looked round. "You will find many features in common with this case, but especially you will find that the face, and the face only, mark you, has been disfigured, as though to prevent recognition, as though to blot out the victim's personality from the world. And you will find that, in spite of the most thorough investigation, the criminal is never discovered. Now, what does all that point to? It points to organization. Organization. To an immensely powerful influence at work behind the scenes. In this very magazine that I am reading now, he tapped the page impressively, there is an account, not a faked-up story, but an account extracted from the annals of the police of the organization of one of these secret societies, which mark down men against whom they bear a grudge and destroy them. And when they do this, they disfigure their faces with the mark of the secret society, and they cover up the track of the assassin so completely, having money and resources at their disposal, that nobody is ever able to get at them.
Well, I've read about such things, of course, admitted the stout man, but I thought as they mostly belonged to the medieval days. They had a thing like that in Italy once. What they call it now? A Gomorrah, was it? Are there any Gomorrahs nowadays?
You spoke a true word, sir, when you said Italy, replied the prim man. The Italian mind is made for intrigue. There is the fascisti. That's come to the surface now, of course, but it started by being a secret society. And if you were to look below the surface, you would be amazed at the way in which that country is honeycombed with hidden organizations of all sorts. Don't you agree with me, sir? He added, addressing the first-class passenger.
Ah, said the stout man. No doubt this gentleman has been in Italy and knows all about it. Now, should you say this murder was the work of a Gomorrah, sir?
I hope not, I'm sure, said the first-class passenger. I mean, it rather destroys the interest, don't you think? I like a nice, quiet, domestic murder myself, with the millionaire found dead in the library. The minute I open a detective story and find a Gomorrah in it, my interest seems to dry up and turn to dust and ashes. A sort of Sodom and Gomorrah, as you might say.
I agree with you there, said the young husband, from what you might call the artistic standpoint. But in this particular case, I think there may be something to be said for this gentleman's point of view.
Well, admitted the first-class passenger, not having read the details. The details are clear enough, said the prim man. This poor creature was found lying dead on the beach at East Feltham early this morning with his face cut about in the most dreadful manner. He'd nothing on him but his bathing dress. Stop a minute. Who was he to begin with? Well, they haven't identified him yet. His clothes had been taken. Oh, well, that looks more like robbery, doesn't it? Suggested Kitty. Well, if it was just robbery, retorted the prim man, why should his face have been cut up in that way? No, the clothes were taken away, as I said, to prevent identification. That's what these societies always try to do. Was he stabbed? Demanded the first-class passenger.
No, said the stout man. No, he wasn't. No, he was strangled.
Oh, not a characteristic Italian method of killing, observed the first-class passenger.
No more it is, said the stout man.
The prim man seemed a little disconcerted. And if he went down there to bathe, said the thin elderly man, how did he get there? Surely somebody must have missed him before now, if he was staying in Feltham. It's a busy spot for visitors in the holiday season.
No, said the stout man, not East Feltham. You're thinking of West Feltham, where the yacht club is. East Feltham is one of the loneliest spots on the coast. There's no house near except a little pub all by itself at the end of a long road, and after that you've got to go through 3 fields to get to the sea. There's no real road, only a cart track, but you can take a car through. I've been there.
He came in a car, said the prim man. They found the track of the wheels, but it had been driven away again. It looks as though the 2 men had come there together, suggested Kitty. Well, I think they did, said the prim man. The victim was probably gagged and bound and taken along in the car to the place, and then he was taken out and strangled. But why should they have troubled to put on his bathing dress? Said the first-class passenger. Because, said the prim man, as I said, they didn't want to leave any clothes to reveal his identity. Oh, quite. But why not leave him naked? The bathing dress seems to indicate an almost excessive regard for decorum under the circumstances.
Ah, yes, said the stout man impatiently. But you haven't read the paper carefully. The 2 men couldn't have come there in company, and for why? There was only 1 set of footprints found, and they belonged to the murdered man.
He looked around triumphantly. Only 1 set of footprints, eh? Said the first-class passenger quickly. Yeah, this looks interesting. Are you sure?
It says so in the paper. A single set of footprints, it says, made by bare feet, which by a careful comparison have been shown to be those of the murdered man.
and they lead from the position occupied by the cart to the place where the body was found. What do you make of that?"
"Why," said the first-class passenger, "that tells one quite a lot, don't you know? It gives one a sort of bird's-eye view of the place, and it tells one the time of the murder. Besides, casting quite a good bit of light on the character and circumstances of the murderer. Or murderers." "How do you make that out, sir?" demanded the elderly man. "Well, to begin with, though I've never been near the place, there is obviously a sandy beach from which one can bathe."
"That's right," said the stout man.
There is also, I fancy, in the neighbourhood a spur of rock running out into the sea, quite possibly with a handy diving pool. It must run out pretty far. At any rate, one can bathe there before it is high water on the beach."
"I don't know how you know that, sir, but it's a fact. There's rocks and a bathing pool exactly as you describe, about 100 yards further along. Many's the time I've had a dip off the end of them."
"And the rocks run right back inland where they are covered with short grass."
"That's right."
"The murder took place shortly before high tide, I fancy, and the body lay just about at high tide mark."
"Why so?"
"Well, you say there were footprints leading right up to the body. That means that the water hadn't been up beyond the body, but there were no other marks. Therefore, the murderer's footprints must have been washed away by the tide. The only explanation is that the two men were standing together just below the tide mark. The murderer came up out of the sea. He attacked the other man. Maybe he forced him back a little on his own tracks, and there he killed him. Then the water came up and washed out any marks the murderer may have left. One can imagine him squatting there, wondering if the sea was going to come up high enough." "Oh," said Kitty, "you make me creep all over." "Now, as to these marks on the face," pursued the first-class passenger, "the murderer, according to the idea I get of the thing, was already in the sea when the victim came along. You see the idea?"
"I get you," said the stout man. "You think as he went in off them rocks, what we were speaking of, and came up through the water, and that's why there weren't no footprints."
"Exactly. And since the water is deep round those rocks, as you say, he was probably in a bathing dress too."
"Looks like it."
"Quite so. Well, now, what was the face slashing done with? People don't usually take knives out with them when they go for a morning dip."
"Ah, that is the puzzle," said the stout man.
"Well, not altogether. Let's say either the murderer had a knife with him or he had not. If he had, put in the prim man eagerly, he must have laid wait for the deceased on purpose. And to my mind, that bears out my idea of a deep and cunning plot." "Yes, but if he was waiting there with the knife, why didn't he stab the man and have done with it? Why strangle him when he had a perfectly good weapon there to hand? No, I think he came unprovided, and when he saw his enemy there, he made for him with his hands in the characteristic British way. But the slashing? Well, I think that when he got his man down, dead before him, he was filled with a pretty grim sort of fury and wanted to do more damage. He caught up something that was lying near him on the sand. It might have been a bit of old iron, or even one of those sharp shells you sometimes see about, or a bit of glass. And he went for him with that in a desperate rage of jealousy or hatred." "Oh, dreadful, dreadful," said the elderly woman. "Of course, one can only guess in the dark, not having seen the wounds. It's quite possible that the murderer dropped his knife in the struggle and had to do the actual killing with his hands, picking the knife up afterwards. If the wounds were clean knife wounds, that is probably what happened, and the murder was premeditated. But if they were rough, jagged gashes made by an impromptu weapon, then I should say it was a chance encounter, and that the murderer was either mad or had suddenly come upon somebody whom he hated very much." "What do you think happened afterwards?" "Well, that's pretty clear. The murderer, having waited, as I said, to see that all his footprints were cleaned up by the tide, waded or swam back to the rock where he'd left his clothes, taking the weapon with him. The sea would wash away any blood from his bathing dress or body. He then climbed out upon the rocks, walked with bare feet so as to leave no tracks on any seaweed or anything, to the short grass on the shore, dressed, went along to the murdered man's car and drove it away." "Why did he do that?" "Yes, why? Well, he may have wanted to get somewhere in a hurry, or he may have been afraid that if the murdered man were identified too soon, it would cast suspicion on him. Or it may have been a mixture of motives. The point is, where did he come from? How did he come to be bathing at that remote spot early in the morning? He didn't get there by car, or there would be a second car to be accounted for. He may have been camping near the spot, but it would have taken him a long time to strike camp and pack all his belongings into the car, and he might have been seen. I am rather inclined to think he had a bicycle there, and that he hoisted the bicycle into the back of the car and took it away with him. But in that case, why take the car? Because he had been down at East Feltham longer than he expected, and he was afraid of being late. Either he had to get back to breakfast at some house where his absence would be noticed, or else he lived some distance off and had only just time enough for the journey home. I think, though, he had to be back to breakfast. Why? Because, well, if it was merely a question of making up time on the road, all he had to do was to put himself and his bicycle on the train for part of the way. No, I fancy he was staying in a smallish hotel somewhere. Not a large hotel, because there nobody would notice whether he came in or not. And not, I think, in lodgings, or someone would have mentioned before now that they'd had a lodger who went bathing at East Feltham. Either he lives in the neighbourhood, in which case he should be easy to trace, or was staying with friends who have an interest in concealing his movements. Or else, which I think is more likely, he was in a smallish hotel where he would be missed from the breakfast table, but where his favourite bathing place was not matter of common knowledge.
Ah, now that seems feasible, said the stout man.
In any case, went on the first-class passenger, he must have been staying within easy bicycling distance of East Feltham, so it shouldn't be too hard to trace him. And then there's the car. Yes, where is the car in your theory? Demanded the prim man, who obviously still had hankerings after the Camorra theory. In a garage waiting to be called for, said the first-class passenger promptly. Where? Persisted the prim man. Oh, somewhere on the other side of wherever it was the murderer was staying. If you have a particular reason for not wanting to be known that you were in a certain place at a specified time, it's not a bad idea to come back from the opposite direction. I rather think I should look for the car at West Feltham, and the hotel in the nearest town on the main road, beyond where the two roads to East and West Feltham join. When you found the car, you found the name of the victim, naturally. As for the murderer, you will have to look for an active man, a good swimmer, and ardent bicyclists, probably not very well off, since he can't afford to have a car, who has been taking a holiday in the neighbourhood of the Felthams, and who has a good reason for disliking the victim, whoever he may be. Well, I never, said the elderly woman admiringly. How beautiful you do put it all together, like Sherlock Holmes, I do declare. It's a very pretty theory, said the prim man, but all the same you'll find it's a secret society. Mark my words. Oh, dear me, we're just running in. Only 20 minutes late. Well, I call that very good for holiday time. Will you excuse me? My bag is just under your feet. There was an eighth person in the compartment who had remained throughout the conversation apparently buried in a newspaper. As the passengers decanted themselves upon the platform, this man touched the first-class passenger upon the arm.
Excuse me, sir, he said. That was a very interesting suggestion of yours. My name is Winterbottom, and I'm investigating this case. Do you mind giving me your name? I might wish to communicate with you later on.
Oh, certainly, said the first-class passenger. Oh, always delighted to have a finger in any pie, don't you know? Here's my card. Look me up at any time you like. Detective Inspector Winterbottom took the card and read the name. Lord Peter Wimsey, 110A, Piccadilly. The Evening Views vendor outside Piccadilly Tube Station arranged his placard with some care. It looked very well, he thought. Man with no face identified. It was, in his opinion, considerably more striking than that displayed by a rival organ which announced unimaginatively, Beach murder victim identified. A youngish gentleman in a grey suit who emerged at that moment from the Criterion bar appeared to think so too, for he exchanged a copper for the Evening Views and at once plunged into its perusal with such concentrated interest that he bumped into a hurried man outside the station and had to apologize. The Evening Views, grateful to murderer and victim alike for providing so useful a sensation in the dead days after the bank holiday, had torn Messrs. Negretti and Zambra's rocketing thermometrical statistics from the banner position which they had occupied in the lunch editions and substituted faceless victim of beach outrage identified, murder of prominent publicity artist, Police clues. The body of a middle-aged man who was discovered attired only in a bathing costume and with his face horribly disfigured by some jagged instrument on the beach at East Felpham last Monday morning has been identified as that of Mr. Correggio Plant, studio manager of Messrs. Crichton Limited, the well-known publicity experts of Holborn. Mr. Plant, who was 45 years of age and a bachelor, was spending his annual holiday in making a motoring tour along the west coast. He had no companion with him, and he'd left no address for the forwarding of letters, so that without the smart work of Detective Inspector Winterbottom of the Westshire Police, his disappearance might not in the ordinary way have been noticed until he became due to return to his place of business in 3 weeks' time. The murderer had no doubt counted on this, and had removed the motor car containing the belongings of his victim in the hope of covering up all traces of this dastardly outrage so as to gain time for escape. A rigorous search for the missing car, however, eventuated in its discovery in a garage at West Felpham, where it had been left for decarbonisation and repairs to the magneto. Mr. Spiller, the garage proprietor himself, saw the man who left the car and has furnished a description of him to the police. He is said to be a small, dark man of foreign appearance. The police hold a clue to his identity, and an arrest is confidently expected in the near future. Mr. Plant was for 15 years in the employment of Messrs. Crichton, being appointed studio manager in the latter years of the war. He was greatly liked by all his colleagues, and his skill in the layout and designing of advertisements did much to justify the truth of Messrs. Crichton's well-known slogan, "Crichton's for admirable advertising." The funeral of the victim will take place tomorrow at Golders Green Cemetery. Pictures on back page. Lord Peter turned to the back page. The portrait of the victim did not detain him long. It was one of those characterless studio photographs which establish nothing except that the sitter has a tolerable set of features. He noted that Mr. Plant had been thin rather than fat, commercial in appearance rather than artistic, and that the photographer had chosen to show him serious rather than smiling. A picture of East Felpham Beach, marked with a cross where the body was found, seemed to arouse in him rather more than a casual interest. He studied it intently for some time, making little surprised noises. There was no obvious reason why he should have been surprised, for the photograph bore out in every detail the deductions he'd made in the train. There was the curved line of sand, with a long spur of rock stretching out behind it into the deep water, and running back that mingled with the short dry turf. Nevertheless, he looked at it for several minutes with close attention, before folding the newspaper and hailing a taxi. And when he was in the taxi, he unfolded the paper and looked at it again. "Your lordship having been kind enough," said Inspector Winterbottom, emptying his glass rather too rapidly for true connoisseurship, "to suggest I should look you up in town, I made bold to give you a call in passing." Yeah, thank you, I won't say no. Well, as you've seen in the papers by now, we've found that car, all right." Wimsey expressed his gratification at this result. "And very much obliged I was to your lordship for the hint," went on the inspector generously. "Not but what I wouldn't say, but I should have come to the same conclusion myself, given a little more time. And what's more, we're on the track of the man. I see he's supposed to be foreign-looking. Don't say he's going to turn out to be a Comorist after all. No, my lord." The inspector winked. "Our friend in the corner had got his magazine stories a bit on the brain, if you ask me. And you were a bit out too, my lord, with your bicyclist idea." "Oh, was I? Oh, well, that's a blow. Well, my lord, these here theories sound all right, but half the time they're too fine spun altogether. Go for the facts, that's our motto in the force. Facts and motive, and you won't go far wrong." "Oh, you discovered the motive, then?" The inspector winked again. "There's not many motives for doing a man in," said he. "Women or money, or women and money. It mostly comes down to one or the other. This fellow Plant went in for being a bit of a lad, you see. He kept a little cottage down Felpham way with a nice little skirt to furnish it and keep the love nest warm for him. See?" "Oh, I thought he was doing a motor tour." "Motor tour your foot," said the inspector with more energy than politeness. "That's what the old so-and-so told him at the office. Handy reason, don't you see, for leaving no address behind him. No, there was a lady in it, all right, I've seen her. A very taking piece, too, if you like 'em skinny, which I don't. I prefer 'em better upholstered myself. That chair is really more comfortable with a cushion, put in Wimsey with anxious solicitude. Allow me. Well, thanks, my lord, thanks. No, I'm doing very well. It seems that this woman... by the way, we are speaking in confidence, you understand. I don't want this to go any further till I've got my man under lock and key. Wimsey promised discretion. That's all right, my lord, that's all right. I know I can rely on you. Well, the long and the short is, this young woman had another fancy man, a sort of Italiano whom she'd chucked for plant, and this same Dago got wind of the business and came down to East Feltham on the Sunday night looking for her. He's one of those professional partners in a palais de danse up Cricklewood way, and that's where the girl comes from, too. I suppose she thought Plant was a cut above him. Anyway, down he comes and busts in upon them Sunday night when they were having a bit of supper, and that's when the row started. Don't you know about this cottage and the goings-on there? Well, you know, there's such a lot of these weekenders nowadays. We can't keep tabs on them all so long as they behave themselves and don't make any disturbance. The woman's been there, so they tell me, since last June, with him coming down Saturdays to Monday. But it's a lonely spot, and the constable didn't take much notice. He came in the evening, so there wasn't anybody much to recognise him, except the old girl who did the slops and things, and she's half blind. And, of course, when they found him, he hadn't any face to recognise. It'd be thought he'd just gone off in the ordinary way. I dare say the Dago fellow reckoned on that. As I was saying, there was a big row, and the Dago was kicked out. He must have lain wait for Plant down by the bathing place and done him in. By strangling? Well, he was strangled. Was his face cut up with a knife, then? Well, no. No, I don't think it was a knife. More like a broken bottle, I should say, if you ask me. There's plenty of 'em come in with the tide. But then we're brought back to our old problem. If this Italian was lying in wait to murder Plant, why didn't he take a weapon with him, instead of trusting to the chance of his hand on a broken bottle? The inspector shook his head. Flighty, he said. All these foreigners are flighty. No headpiece. But there's our man, and there's our motive, plain as a pikestaff. You don't want more. And where is the Italian fellow now? Run away. Yes, pretty good proof of guilt in itself. But we'll have him before long. That's what I've come to town about. He can't get out of the country. I've had on all stations calls sent out to stop him. The dance hall people were able to supply us with a photo and a good description. I'm expecting a report in any minute now. In fact, I'd best be getting along. Thank you very much for your hospitality, my lord. Oh, the pleasure's mine, said Wimsey, ringing the bell to have the visitor shown out. I've enjoyed our little chat immensely. Sauntering into the Falstaff at 12 o'clock the following morning, Wimsey, as he'd expected, found Salcombe Hardy supporting his rather plump contours against the bar. The reporter greeted his arrival with a heartiness amounting almost to enthusiasm, and called for 2 large scotches immediately. When the usual skirmish as to who should pay had been honourably settled by the prompt disposal of the drinks and the standing of 2 more, Wimsey pulled from his pocket the copy of last night's Evening Views. "I wish you'd ask your people over at your place to get a hold of a decent print of this for me," he said, indicating the picture of East Feltham Beach. Salcombe Hardy gazed limpid inquiry at him from eyes like drowned violets. "Oh, see here, you old sleuth," he said. "Does this mean you've got a theory about the thing?" "I'm wanting a story badly. Must keep up the excitement, you know." "Police don't seem to have got any further since last night." No. No, I'm interested in this from another point of view altogether. I did have a theory, of sorts, but it seems it's all wrong. Bally old Homer nodding, I suppose. But I'd like a copy of the thing." "I'll get Warren to get you one when we come back. I'm just taking him down with me to Crichton's. I'm going to have a look at the picture. They say he wouldn't care to come with me, too. Tell me what to say about the damn thing." "Good God, I don't know anything about commercial art." "Well, it isn't commercial art. Supposed to be a portrait of this blighter Plant, done by one of the chaps in his studio or something. Kid who told me about it says it's clever. Oh, I don't know. Don't suppose she knows either. You go in for being artistic, don't you?" "Look, I wish you wouldn't use such filthy expressions, Sally. Artistic, oh my... Who is this girl?" "Typist in the copy department." "Oh, Sally. Look, nothing of that sort. I've never met her. Name's Gladys Twitterton. I'm sure that's beastly enough to put anybody off.
Rang us up last night and told us there was a bloke there who'd done a old plant in oils and was it any use to us. Drummer thought it might be worth looking into. Make a change from that everlasting syndicated photograph.
I see. Well, if you haven't got an exclusive story, an exclusive picture is better than nothing. The girl seems to have her wits about her. Friend of the artist's?
No. He said he'd probably be frightfully annoyed at her having told me. But I can wangle that. Only I wish you'd come and have a look at it. Tell me whether I ought to say it's an unknown masterpiece or merely a striking likeness.
How the devil can I say if it's a striking likeness of a bloke I've never seen?
Well, I say that in any case, but I want to know if it's well painted.
Oh, curse it, Sally. What's it matter whether it is or it's not? I've got other things to do. Who's the artist, by the way? Anybody one's ever heard of?
I don't know. I've got the name here somewhere.
Sally rooted in his hip pocket and produced a mass of dirty correspondence, its angles blunted by constant attrition.
Some comic named like Buggle or Snagtooth. Wait a bit. Here it is. Crowder. Thomas Crowder. Yeah, knew it was something out of the way.
Singularly like Buggle or Snagtooth. Yes, all right, Sally. I'll make a martyr of myself. Lead me to it.
We'll have another quick one. Here's Warren. This is Lord Peter Wimsey. This is on me.
On me, corrected the photographer, a jaded man with a disillusioned manner. 3 large white labels, please. Well, here's all the best. You fit, Sally? Because we'd better make tracks. I've got to be up at Golders Green by 2 for the funeral. Mr. Crowder of Crichton's appeared to have had the news broken to him already by Miss Twitterton, for he received the embassy in a spirit of gloomy acquiescence. Well, the directors won't like it, he said, but they've had to put up with such a lot that I suppose one irregularity, more or less, won't give 'em apoplexy. He had a small, anxious, yellow face like a monkey. Wimsey put him down as being in his late 30s. He noticed his fine, capable hands, one of which was disfigured by a strip of sticking plaster. Damage yourself, said Wimsey pleasantly, as they made their way upstairs to the studio. Mustn't make a practice of that, what? An artist's hands are his livelihood. Except, of course, for armless wonders and people of that kind. Awkward job painting with your toes. Go, nothing much, said Crowther. But it's best to keep the paint out of the surface scratches. Such a thing as lead poisoning. Well, here's this dud portrait, such as it is. I don't mind telling you that it didn't please the sitter. In fact, he wouldn't have it at any price.
Not flattering enough?
Asked Hardy. As you say. The painter pulled out a 4x3 canvas from its hiding place behind a stack of poster cartoons and heaved it up onto the easel.
Oh,
said Hardy, a little surprised. Not that there was any reason for surprise as far as the painting itself was concerned. It was a straightforward handling enough, the skill and originality of the brushwork being of the kind that interests the painter without shocking the ignorant.
Oh, said Hardy. Was he really like that?
He moved closer to the canvas, peering into it as he might have peered into the face of the living man, hoping to get something out of him. Under this microscopic scrutiny, the portrait, as is the way of portraits, dislimbed and became no more than a conglomeration of painted spots and streaks. He made the discovery that, to the painter's eye, the human face is full of green and purple patches.
He moved back again and altered the form of his question. So that's what he was like, was he?
He pulled out the photograph of plant from his pocket and compared it with the portrait. The portrait seemed to sneer at his surprise.
Of course, they touch these things up at these fashionable photographers, he said. Anyway, that's not my business. This thing will make a jolly good eye-catcher, don't you think so, Wimsey? Wonder if they'd give us a 2-column spread on the front page. Well, Warren, you better get down to it.
The photographer, bleakly unmoved by artistic or journalistic considerations, took silent charge of the canvas, mentally resolving it into a question of panchromatic plates and coloured screens. Crowder gave him a hand in shifting the easel into a better light. 2 or 3 people from other departments, passing through the studio on their lawful occasions, stopped and lingered in the neighbourhood of the disturbance as though it were a street accident. A melancholy, grey-haired man, temporary head of the studio, vice Correggio plant deceased, took Crowder aside with a muttered apology to give him some instructions about adapting a whole quad to an 11-inch treble. Hardy turned to Lord Peter.
"Damned ugly," he said. "Is it good?"
Brilliant, said Wimsey. You can go all out. Say what you like about it. Oh, splendid. Could we discover one of our neglected British masters? Yes, why not? You'll probably make the man the fashion and ruin him as an artist, but that's his pigeon. But I say, do you think he's a good likeness? He's made him look a most sinister sort of fella. After all, Plant thought it was so bad he wouldn't have it. The more fool he. Ever heard of the portrait of a certain statesman that was so revealing of his inner emptiness that he hurriedly bought it up and hid it to prevent people like you from getting hold of it? Crowder came back. I say, said Wimsey, whom does that picture belong to, you, or the heirs of the deceased, or what? Well, I suppose it's back on my hands, said the painter. Plant, well, he more or less commissioned it, you see, but, how more or less? Well, he kept on hinting, don't you know, that he would like me to do him, and as he was my boss, I thought I'd better. No price actually mentioned. When he saw it, he didn't like it and told me to alter it. But you didn't. Oh, well, I put it aside and said I'd see what I could do with it. I thought he'd perhaps forget about it. I see. Then, presumably, it's yours to dispose of. Well, I should think so. Why? You have a very individual technique, haven't you? Pursued Wimsey. Do you exhibit much? Oh, here and there. Never had a show in London. I fancy I once saw a couple of small seascapes of yours somewhere. Manchester, was it? Or Liverpool? I wasn't sure of your name, but I recognised the technique immediately. Well, dare say. I did send a few things to Manchester about 2 years ago. Yes, I felt sure I couldn't be mistaken. I want to buy the portrait. Here's my card, by the way. I'm not a journalist. I collect things. Crowder looked from the card to Wimsey, and from Wimsey to the card, a little reluctantly. If you want to exhibit it, of course, said Lord Peter, I shall be delighted to leave it with you as long as you liked. Oh, that's not it, said Crowder. The fact is, I'm not altogether keen on the thing. I should like to... Well, that is to say, it's not really finished. My dear man, it's a bally masterpiece. Oh, the painting's all right, but it's not altogether satisfactory as a likeness. Look, what the devil does the likeness matter? I don't know what the late Plant looked like, and I don't care. So I look at the thing as a damn fine bit of brushwork, and if you tinker about with it, you'll spoil it. You know that as well as I do. What's biting you? It isn't the price, is it? You know I shan't boggle about that. I can afford my modest pleasures, even in these thin and piping times. You don't want me to have it? Come now, what's the real reason? Well, there's no reason at all why you shouldn't have it, if you really want it, I suppose, said the painter, still a little sullenly. If it's really the painting that interests you? Well, what do you suppose it is, the notoriety? I can have all I want of that commodity, you know, for the asking. Or even without the asking. Well, anyhow, think it over, and when you've decided, send me a line and name your price. Crowder nodded without speaking, and the photographer, having by this time finished his job, the party took their leave. As they left the building, they became involved in the stream of Crichton staff going out to lunch. A girl, who seemed to have been loitering in a semi-intentional way in the lower hall, caught them as the lift descended. Are you the Evening News people? Did you get your picture all right? Miss Twitterton? Said Hardy, integratively. Yes, rather. Yeah, thank you so much for giving us the tip. Yes, you'll see it on the front page this evening. Oh, that's splendid. I'm frightfully thrilled. Well, it has made an excitement here, all this business. Do they know anything yet about who murdered Mr. Plant, or am I being horribly indiscreet? We're expecting news of an arrest any minute now, said Hardy. As a matter of fact, I shall have to buzz back to the office as fast as I can to sit with one ear glued to the telephone. You will excuse me, won't you? And look here, will you let me come round another day when things aren't so busy and take you out to lunch? Oh, well, of course I should love to. And Miss Twitterton giggled. I do so want to hear about all the murder cases. And there's the man to tell you about them, Miss Twitterton, said Hardy, with mischief in his eye. Allow me to introduce Lord Peter Wimsey. Miss Twitterton offered her hand in an ecstasy of excitement which almost robbed her of speech. How do you do, said Wimsey. As this blighter is in such a hurry to get back to his gossip shop, what do you say to having a spot of lunch with me? Oh, well, really, began Miss Twitterton. He's all right, said Hardy. Won't lure you into any gilded dens of infamy. If you look at him, you'll see he has a kind, innocent face.
"Oh, I'm sure I never thought of such a thing," said Miss Twitterton. "But you know, well, really, I've only got my old things on. It's no good wearing anything decent in this dusty old place." "Oh, nonsense," said Wimsey. "You couldn't possibly look nicer. It isn't the frock that matters, it's the person who wears it." "That's all right, then. See you later, Sally. A taxi? Where shall we go? What time do you have to be back, by the way?" 2 o'clock, said Miss Twitterton regretfully. "Oh, then we'll make the Savoy do," said Wimsey. "It's reasonably handy." Miss Twitterton hopped into the waiting taxi with a little squeak of agitation. "Did you see Mr. Crichton?" she said. "He went by just as we were talking. However, I dare say he doesn't really know me by sight. Well, I hope not, or he'll think I'm getting $2,000 to need a salary." She rooted in her handbag. "I'm sure my face is getting all shiny with excitement. Oh, what a silly taxi. It hasn't got a mirror, and I bust mine." Wimsey solemnly produced a small looking-glass from his pocket. "Oh, how wonderfully competent of you," exclaimed Miss Twitterton. "I'm afraid, Lord Peter, you're used to taking girls about." Moderately so," said Wimsey. He didn't think it necessary to mention that the last time he'd used that mirror it had been to examine the back teeth of a murdered man. "Of course," said Miss Twitterton, "they had to say he was popular with his colleagues. Haven't you noticed that murdered people are always well-dressed and popular?" "Well, they have to be," said Wimsey. "It makes it more mysterious and pathetic. Just as girls who disappear are always bright and home-loving and have no men friends." "Silly, isn't it?" said Miss Twitterton, with her mouth full of roast duck and green peas. "I should think everybody was only too glad to get rid of Plant. Nasty, rude creature. So mean, too, always taking credit for other people's work. All those poor things in the studio, with all the spirit squashed out of them. I always say, Lord Peter, you can tell if a head of a department's fitted for his job by noticing the atmosphere of the place as you go into it. Now, take the copy room now. We are all as cheerful and friendly as you like, though I must say the language that goes on there is something awful. But these writing fellows are like that, and they don't mean anything by it. But then Mr. Ormerod is a real gentleman. That's our copy chief, you know, and he makes them all take an interest in their work, for all they grumble about the cheese bills and the department store bills they have to turn out. But it's quite different in the studio. A sort of dead and alive feeling about it, if you understand what I mean. We girls notice things like that more than some of the high-up people think. Of course, I'm very sensitive to these things. Almost psychic, I've been told. Lord Peter said there was nobody like a woman for sizing up character at a glance. Women, he thought, were remarkably intuitive. "That is a fact," said Miss Twitterton. "I've often said if I could have a few frank words with Mr. Crichton, I could tell him a thing or two. There are wheels within wheels beneath the surface of a place like this that these brass hats have no idea of." Lord Peter said he felt sure of it. "The way Mr. Plant treated people he thought were beneath him," went on Miss Twitterton, "I'm sure it was enough to make your blood boil. I'm sure if Mr. Ormerod sent me with a message to him, I was glad to get out of the room again. Humiliating it was. The way he'd speak to you. I don't care if he's dead or not. Being dead doesn't make a person's past behaviour any better, Lord Peter. It wasn't so much the rude things he said. There's Mr. Birkett, for example. He's rude enough. But nobody minds him. He's just like a big, blundering puppy. Rather a lamb, really. It was Mr. Plant's nasty, sneering way we all hated so, and he was always running people down." "How about this portrait?" asked Wimsey. "Was it like him at all?" "Oh, it was a lot too like him," said Miss Twitterton emphatically. "Why, that's why he hated it so. He didn't like Crowder either. But of course he knew he could paint, and he made him do it because he thought he'd be getting a valuable thing cheap. And Crowder couldn't very well refuse, or Plant would have got him sacked." "I shouldn't have thought that would have mattered much to a man of Crowder's ability." "Poor Mr. Crowder. I don't think he's ever had much luck. Good artists don't always seem able to sell their pictures. And I know he wanted to get married, otherwise he'd never have taken up this commercial work. He's told me a good bit about himself. I don't know why, but I'm one of those people men seem to tell things to." Lord Peter filled Miss Twitterton's glass. "Oh, please, no, really, not a drop more. No, I'm talking a lot too much as it is. I don't know what Mr. Ormerod will say when I go in to take his letters. I shall be writing down all kinds of funny things. Oh, I really must be getting back. Just look at the time. Well, it's not really late. Have a black coffee, just as a corrective, Wimsey smiled. You haven't been talking at all too much. I've enjoyed your picture of office life enormously. You have a very vivid way of putting things, you know. I see now why Mr. Plant was not altogether a popular character. Well, not in the office, anyway. Whatever he may have been elsewhere, said Miss Twitterton darkly. Oh? He was a one, said Miss Twitterton. He certainly was a one. Some friends of mine met him one evening up in the West End, and they came back with some nice stories. It was quite a joke in the office, old Plant and his rosebuds, you know. Mr. Cowley, he's the Cowley, you know, who rides in the motorcycle races. He always said he knew what to think of Mr. Plant and his motor tours. That time Mr. Plant pretended he'd gone touring in Wales, Mr. Cowley was asking him about the roads, and he didn't know a thing about them. Because Mr. Cowley really had been touring there, and he knew quite well Mr. Plant hadn't been where he said he had. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Cowley knew he'd been staying the whole time in a hotel at Aberystwyth, in very attractive company. Miss Twitterton finished her coffee and slapped the cup down defiantly. And now I really must run away, or I shall be most dreadfully late. And thank you ever so much.
Disc 6.
Hello, said Inspector Winterbottom. You bought the portrait, then?
Yes, said Wimsey. It's a fine bit of work. He gazed thoughtfully at the canvas.
Sit down, Inspector. I want to tell you a story.
And I want to tell you a story, replied the inspector. Oh, well, let's have yours first, said Wimsey, with an air of flattering eagerness.
No, my lord, no, you take precedence, go ahead.
He snuggled down with a chuckle into his armchair.
Well, said Wimsey, mine's a sort of fairy story. And mind you, I haven't verified it. Oh, well, go ahead, my lord, go ahead.
Well, once upon a time, said Wimsey, sighing.
That's the good old-fashioned way to begin a fairy story, said Inspector Winterbottom.
Once upon a time, repeated Wimsey, there was a painter. He was a good painter, but the bad fairy of financial success had not been asked to his christening. What?
Well, that's often the way with painters, agreed the inspector.
So he had to take up a job as a commercial artist, because nobody would buy his pictures, and like so many people in fairy tales, he wanted to marry a goose girl.
Many people want to do the same, said the inspector.
The head of his department, went on Wimsey, was a man with a mean, sneering soul. He wasn't even really good at his job, but he'd been pushed into authority during the war, when better men went to the front. Mind you, I'm rather sorry for the man. He suffered from an inferiority complex.
The inspector snorted.
And he thought the only way to keep his end up was to keep other people's ends down. So he became a little tin tyrant and a bully. He took all the credit for the work of the men under his charge, and he sneered and harassed them till they got inferiority complexes even worse than his own.
As I've known that sort, said the inspector, and the marvel to me is how they get away with it.
Just so, said Wimsey. Well, I dare say this man would have got away with it all right if he hadn't thought of getting his painter to paint his portrait.
Oh, damn silly thing to do, said the inspector. Was only making the painter fellow conceited with himself?
True. But you see, this tin tyrant person had a fascinating female in tow, and he wanted the portrait for the lady. He thought that by making the painter do it, he would get a good portrait at starvation price. But unhappily he'd forgotten that however much an artist will put up with in the ordinary way, he's bound to be sincere with his art. That's the one thing a genuine artist won't muck about with.
Well, I dare say, said the inspector. I don't know much about artists.
Well, you can take it from me. So the painter painted the portrait as he saw it, and he put the man's whole creeping, sneering, paltry soul on the canvas for everybody to see. Inspector Winterbottom stared at the portrait, and the portrait sneered back at him.
It's not what you'd call a flattering picture, certainly, he admitted.
Now, when a painter paints a portrait of anybody, went on Wimsey, that person's face is never the same to him again. It's like... well, what shall I say? Well, it's like the way a gunner, say, looks at a landscape where he happens to be posted. He doesn't see it as a landscape. He doesn't see it as anything of magic beauty, full of sweeping lines and lovely colour. He sees it as so much cover, so many landmarks to aim by, so many gun emplacements. And when the war is over and he goes back to it, he'll still see it as cover and landmarks and gun emplacements. It isn't a landscape anymore. It's a war map.
Yes, well, I know that, said Inspector Winterbottom. I was a gunner myself.
A painter gets just the same feeling of deadly familiarity with every line of a face he's once painted, pursued Wimsey. And if it's a face he hates it with a new and more irritable hatred. It's like a defective barrel organ, everlastingly grinding out the same old maddening tune and making the same damn awful wrong note every time the barrel goes round.
Lord, how you can talk, ejaculated the inspector.
That was the way the painter felt about this man's hateful face. All day and every day he had to see it. He couldn't get away because he was tied to his job, you see.
Well, you ought to cut loose, said the inspector. It's no good going on like that, trying to work with uncongenial people.
Well, anyway, he said to himself he could escape for a bit during his holidays. There's a beautiful little quiet spot he knew on the west coast where nobody ever came. He'd been there before and painted it. Oh, by the way, that reminds me, I've got another picture to show you. He went to a bureau and extracted a small panel in oils from a drawer. I saw that 2 years ago at a show in Manchester, and I happen to remember the name of the dealer who bought it. Inspector Winterbottom gaped at the panel. But that's East Felpham, he explained. Yes. It's only signed T.C., but the technique is rather unmistakable, don't you think? The inspector knew little about technique, but initials he understood. He looked from the portrait to the panel and back at Lord Peter. The painter? Crowder? If it's all the same to you, I'd rather go on calling him the painter. He packed up his traps on his push-bike carrier and took his tormented nerves down to this beloved and secret spot for a quiet weekend. He stayed at a quiet little hotel in the neighbourhood, and each morning he cycled off to his lovely little beach to bathe. He never told anybody at the hotel where he went, because it was his place, and he didn't want other people to find out. Inspector Winterbottom set the panel down on the table and helped himself to whisky. One morning, it happened to be the Monday morning, Wimsey's voice became slower and more reluctant. He went down as usual. The tide was not yet fully in, but he ran out over the rocks to where he knew there was a deep bathing pool. He plunged in and swam about, and let the small noise of his jangling troubles be swallowed up in the innumerable laughter of the sea. Eh? Quotation from the classics. Some people say it means the dimpled surface of the waves in the sunlight. But how could Prometheus, bound upon his rock, have seen it? Surely it was the chuckle of the incoming tide among the stones that came up to his ears on the lonely peak where the vultures fretted at his heart. I remember arguing about it with old Philpotts in class and getting rapped over the knuckles for contradicting him. I didn't know at the time that he was engaged in producing a translation on his own account, or doubtless I should have contradicted him more rudely and been told to take my trousers down. Ah, dear old Philpotts.
Well, I don't know anything about that, said the inspector.
Oh, I beg your pardon. No, shocking way I have of wandering. The painter. Well, he swam round the end of the rocks, for the tide was nearly in by that time, and as he came up from the sea, he saw a man standing on the beach. That beloved beach, remember, which he thought was his own sacred haven of peace. He came wading towards it, cussing the bank holiday rabble who must needs swarm about everywhere with their cigarette packets and their Kodaks and their gramophones. And then he saw that it was a face he knew. He knew every hated line in it on that clear sunny morning. And, early as it was, the heat was coming up over the sea like a haze.
Well, it was a hot weekend, said the inspector.
And then the man hailed him, in his smug, mincing voice. "Hello," he said. "You here? How did you find my little bathing place?" And that was too much for the painter. He felt as if his last sanctuary had been invaded. He leapt at the throat. It's rather a stringy one, you may notice, with a prominent Adam's apple, an irritating throat. The water chuckled round their feet as they swayed to and fro. He felt his thumbs sink into the flesh he'd painted. He saw and laughed to see the hateful familiarity of the features change and swell into an unrecognizable purple. He watched the sunken eyes bulge out and the thin mouth distort itself as the blackened tongue thrust through it. I'm not unnerving you, I hope.
The inspector laughed. "Not a bit. It's wonderful, the way you describe things. You ought to write a book."
"I sing but as the throstle sings, amid the branches dwelling," replied his lordship negligently, and went on without further comment. The painter throttled him. He flung him back on the sand. He looked at him, and his heart crowed with him. He stretched out his hand and found a broken bottle with a good jagged edge. He went to work with a will, stamping and tearing away every trace of the face he knew and loathed. He blotted it out and destroyed it utterly. He began to be frightened. They'd staggered back beyond the edge of the water, and there were the marks of his feet on the sand. He'd blood on his face and on his bathing suit, and he'd cut his hand with the bottle. But the blessed sea was still coming in. He watched it pass over the bloodstains and the footprints, and wiped the story of his madness away. He remembered that this man had gone from his place, leaving no address behind him. He went back, step by step, into the water, and as it came up to his breast, he saw the red stains smoke away like a faint mist in the brown blueness of the tide. He went, wading and swimming and plunging his face and arms deep into the water, looking back from time to time to see what he'd left behind him. I think that when he got back to the point and drew himself out clean and cool upon the rocks, he remembered that he ought to have taken the body back with him and let the tide carry it away. But it was too late. He was clean, and he couldn't bear to go back for the thing. Besides, he was late, and they'd wonder at the hotel if he wasn't back in time for breakfast. He ran lightly over the bare rocks and the grass that showed no footprint. He dressed himself, taking care to leave no trace of his presence. He took the car, which would have told a story. He put his bicycle in the back seat under the rugs, and he went. But you know as well as I do where he went. Lord Peter got up with an impatient movement and went over to the picture, rubbing his thumb meditatively over the texture of the painting. You may say, if he hated the face so much, why didn't he destroy the picture? Well, he couldn't. It was the best thing he'd ever done. He took 100 guineas for it. It was cheap at 100 guineas. But then I think he was afraid to refuse me. My name is rather well known. It was a sort of blackmail, I suppose. But I wanted that picture. Inspector Winterbottom laughed again. Did you take any steps, my lord, to find out if Crowder had really been staying at East Felpham? No. Wimsey swung round abruptly. I've taken no steps at all. That's your business. I've told you the story, and on my soul I'd rather have stood by and said nothing. You needn't worry. The inspector laughed for the third time. It's a good story, my lord, and you told it well. But you're right when you say it's a fairy story. We found this Italian fella, Francesco, he called himself, and he's the man, all right. How do you know? Has he confessed? Oh, practically. He's dead. Killed himself. He left a letter to the woman begging for her forgiveness, and saying that when he saw her with Plant, he felt murder coming to his heart. I have revenged myself, he says, on him who dared to love you. I suppose he got the wind up when he saw we were after him. I wish these newspapers wouldn't be always putting these criminals on their guard. So he did away with himself to cheat the gallows. I may say it's been a disappointment to me. Yes, it must have been, said Wimsey. Very unsatisfactory, of course. But I'm glad my story turned out to be only a fairy tale, after all. You're not going? Got to get back to my duty, said the inspector, heaving himself to his feet. Very pleased to have met you, my lord. And, I mean what I say. You ought to take to literature. Wimsey remained after he'd gone, still looking at the portrait. What is truth? Said jesting Pilate. No wonder, since it is so completely unbelievable. I could prove it, if I liked. But the man had a villainous face, and there are few good painters in the world. The Adventurous Exploit of the Cave of Ali Baba. In the front room of a grim and narrow house in Lambeth, a man sat eating kippers and glancing through the Morning Post. He was smallish and spare, with brown hair, rather too regularly waved, and a strong brown beard cut to a point. His double-breasted suit of navy blue, and his socks, tie, and handkerchief, all scrupulously matched, were a trifle more point device than the best taste approves. And his boots were slightly too bright and brown. He didn't look a gentleman, not even a gentleman's gentleman, yet there was something about his appearance which suggested that he was accustomed to the manner of life in good families. The breakfast table, which he'd set with his own hands, was arrayed with the attention to detail which is exacted of good-class servants. His action, as he walked over to a little side table and carved himself a plate of ham, was the action of a superior butler. Yet he was not old enough to be a retired butler. A footman, perhaps, who'd come into a legacy. He finished the ham with good appetite, and as he sipped his coffee, read through attentively a paragraph which he'd already noticed and put aside for consideration. Lord Peter Wimsey's will. Bequest to valet. £10,000 to charities. The will of Lord Peter Wimsey, who was killed last December while shooting big game in Tanganyika, was proved yesterday at £500,000. A sum of £10,000 was left to various charities, including... well, here followed a list of bequests. To his valet, Mervyn Bunter, was left an annuity of £500 and the lease of the testator's flat in Piccadilly. Then followed a number of personal bequests. The remainder of the estate, including the valuable collection of books and pictures at 110A Piccadilly, was left to the testator's mother, the Dowager Duchess of Denver. Lord Peter Wimsey was 37 at the time of his death. He was the younger brother of the present Duke of Denver, who is the wealthiest peer in the United Kingdom. Lord Peter was distinguished as a criminologist and took an active part in the solution of several famous mysteries. He was a well-known book collector and man about town. The man gave a sigh of relief. "Well, no doubt about that," he said aloud. "People don't give their money away if they're going to come back again. The blight is dead and buried right enough. I'm free." He finished his coffee, cleared the table and washed up the crockery, took his bowler hat from the hat stand and went out. A bus took him to Bermondsey. He alighted and plunged into a network of gloomy streets, arriving after a quarter of an hour's walk at a seedy-looking public house in a low quarter. He entered and called for a double whisky. The house had only just opened, but a number of customers who had apparently been waiting on the doorstep for this desirable event were already clustered about the bar. The man, who might have been a footman, reached for his glass, and in doing so jostled the elbow of a flash person in a check suit and regrettable tie. "Here," expostulated the flash gentleman. "What do you mean by it? We don't want your sort in here. Get out." He emphasized his remarks with a few highly coloured words and a violent push in the chest. "Bar's free to everybody, isn't it?" said the other, returning the shove with interest. "Now then," said the barmaid, "none of that. The gentleman didn't do it intentional, Mr. Jukes." "Didn't he?" said Mr. Jukes. "Well, I did." "And you ought to be ashamed of yourself," retorted the young lady with a toss of the head. "I'll have no quarrel in my bar. Not this time of the morning." "It was quite an accident," said the man from Lambeth. "I'm not one to make a disturbance, having always been used to the best of houses. But if any gentleman wants to make trouble—" All right," said Mr. Jukes more pacifically. "Not going to give you a new face. Not but what any alteration wouldn't be for the better. Mind your manners another time, that's all. What'll you have?" "Oh, no," protested the other. "This one must be on me. Sorry I pushed you. I didn't mean it. But I didn't like to be taken up so short." "Say no more about it," said Mr. Jukes generously. "I am standing this. Another double whisky, miss, and one of the usual. Come over here where there isn't so much of a crowd, or you'll be getting yourself into trouble." He led the way to a small table in the corner of the room. "That's all right," said Mr. Jukes. "Very nicely done. I don't think there's any danger here, but you can't be too careful. Now then, what about it, Rogers? You made it your mind to come in with us?" "Yes," said Rogers, with a glance over his shoulders. "Yes, I have. That is, mind you, if everything seems all right. I'm not looking for trouble, and I don't want to get let in for any dangerous games. I don't mind giving you information, but it's understood as I take no active part in whatever goes on. Is that straight?" "You wouldn't be allowed to take on an active part if you wanted to," said Mr. Jukes. "Why, you poor fish. Number one wouldn't have anybody but experts on his jobs. All you have to do is to let us know where the stuff is and how to get it. The society does the rest. It's some organisation, I can tell you. You won't even know who's doing it or how it is done. You won't know anybody, and nobody will know you, except number one, of course. He knows everybody." "And you," said Rogers. "Yeah, and me, of course. But I shall be transferred to another district.
We shan't meet again after today, except at the general meetings, and then we shall all be masked." "Go on," said Rogers incredulously. "Fact. You'll be taken to number 1. He'll see you, but you won't see him. Then if he thinks you're any good, you'll be put on the roll, and after that you'll be told where to make your reports to. There's a divisional meeting called once a fortnight, and every 3 months there's a general meeting and a share-out. Each member is called up by number and has his whack handed over to him. That's all." "Well, but suppose 2 members are put on the same job together. If it's a daylight job, they'll be so disguised their mothers wouldn't know 'em. But it's mostly night work." "I see. But look here, what's to prevent somebody following me home and giving me away to the police?" "Nothing, of course. Only I wouldn't advise him to try it, that's all. The last man who had that bright idea was fished out of the river down Rotherhithe way before he had time to get his precious report in. Number 1 knows everybody, you see." "Oh. And who is number 1? There's a lot of people would give a good bit to know that." "Does nobody know?" "Nobody. He's a fair marvel, is number 1. He's a gentleman, I can tell you that, and a pretty high-up one, from his ways. And he's got eyes all round his head, and he's got an arm as long as from here to Australia, but nobody knows anything about him, unless it's number 2, and I'm not even sure about her." "Oh, there are women in it, then?"
"Oh, you can bet your boots there are. You can't do a job without them nowadays."
"But that needn't worry you. The women are safe enough. They don't want to come to a sticky end no more than you and me." "But look here, Jukes, how about the money? It's a big risk to take. Is it worth it?"
"Worth it?"
Oh, Jukes leant across the little marble-topped table and whispered. "Caw!" gasped Rogers. "And how much of that would I get now?" "You'd share and share alike with the rest, whether you'd been in that particular job or not. There's 50 members, and you'd get 1/50th, same as number 1 and same as me." "Really? No kidding? Look, see that wet, see that dry?" Jukes laughed.
"Say, can you beat it?"
"There's never been anything like it. It's the best thing ever been known. He's a great man, he's number 1. And, do you pull off many jobs?" "Many? Look, listen. You remember the Carruthers necklace? And the Gorleston bank robbery? And the Faversham burglary? And the big Rubens that disappeared from the National Gallery? And the Frensham pearls? All done by the Society, and never one of them cleared up." Rogers licked his lips. "But now, look here," he said cautiously. "Supposing I was a spy, as you might say, and supposing I was to go straight off and tell the police about what you've been saying." "Ah," said Jukes. "Supposing you did, eh? Well, supposing something nasty didn't happen to you on the way there, which I wouldn't answer for, mind. Do you mean to say you got me watched?"
"Well, you can bet your sweet life we have."
"Yes. Well, I mean, supposing nothing happened on the way there. You was to bring the slops to this pub, looking for yours truly, yes. You wouldn't find me, that's all."
"I should have gone to number 5.
Well, who's number 5? I don't know. But he's the man that makes you a new face while you wait. Plastic surgery, they call it, and new fingerprints. New everything. We go in for up-to-date methods in our show." Rogers whistled. "Well, how about it?" asked Jukes, eyeing his acquaintance over the rim of his tumbler. Look here. You've told me a lot of things. Shall I be safe if I say no?"
"Oh, yes. If you behave yourself and don't make trouble for us."
"I see. And if I say yes?"
"Then you'll be a rich man in less than no time, with money in your pocket to live like a gentleman,
and nothing to do for it, except to tell us what you know about the houses you've been to when you were in service. It's money for jam if you act straight by the Society." Rogers was silent, thinking it over. "I'll do it," he said at last.
"Good for you. Miss, same again, please."
"Well, here's to it, Rogers. I knew you were one of the right sort the minute I set eyes on you. Here's to money for jam, and take care of number 1. Talking of number 1, you better come round and see him tonight, no time like the present." "Oh, right you are. Where'll I come to, here?"
"At Nick's.
No more of this little pub for us. It's a pity, because it's nice and comfortable, but it can't be helped. Now, what you've got to do is this. At 10 o'clock tonight, exactly, you walk north across Lambeth Bridge. Rogers winced at this intimation that his abode was known. And you'll see a yellow taxi standing there with the driver doing something to his engine. You will say to him, "Is your bus fit to go?" And he'll say, "Depends where you want to go to." And you'll say, "Take me to number 1, London." There's a shop called that, by the way, but he won't take you there. You won't know where he is taking you, because the taxi windows will be covered up, but you mustn't mind that. It's the rule for the first visit. Afterwards, when you're regularly one of us, you'll be told the name of the place, and when you get there, do as you're told and speak the truth. Because if you don't, number 1 will deal with you. See? I see. Are you game? You're not afraid? Of course I'm not afraid. Good man. Well, we'd better be moving now, and I'll say goodbye, because we shan't see each other again. Goodbye, and good luck. Goodbye. They passed through the swing doors and out into the mean and dirty street. The 2 years subsequent to the enrolment of the ex-footman Rogers in a crook society were marked by a number of startling and successful raids on the houses of distinguished people. There was the theft of the great diamond tiara from the Dowager Duchess of Denver, the burglary at the flat formerly occupied by the late Lord Peter Wimsey, resulting in the disappearance of £7,000 worth of silver and gold plate, the burglary at the country mansion of Theodore Winthrop, the millionaire, which incidentally exposed that thriving gentleman as a confirmed society blackmailer and caused a reverberating scandal in Mayfair, and the snatching of the famous 8-string necklace of pearls from the neck of the Marchioness of Dinglewood during the singing of the jewel song in Faust at Covent Garden. It's true that the pearls turned out to be imitation, the original string having been pawned by the noble lady under circumstances highly painful to the Marquis, but the coup was nevertheless a sensational one. On a Saturday afternoon in January, Rogers was sitting in his room in Lambeth when a slight noise at the front door caught his ear. He sprang up, almost before it had ceased, dashed through the small hallway, and flung the door open. The street was deserted. Nevertheless, as he turned back to the sitting-room, he saw an envelope lying on the hat-stand. It was addressed briefly to Number 21. Accustomed by this time to the somewhat dramatic methods used by the society to deliver its correspondence, he merely shrugged his shoulders and opened the note. It was written in cipher, and when transcribed ran thus: Number 21. An extraordinary general meeting will be held tonight at the house of Number 1 at 11:30. You will be absent at your peril. The word is finality. Rogers stood for a little time considering this. Then he made his way to a room at the back of the house in which there was a tall safe built into the wall. He manipulated the combination and walked into the safe, which ran back for some distance, forming indeed a small strong-room. He pulled out a drawer marked Correspondence and added the paper he'd just received to the contents. After a few moments, he emerged, reset the lock to a new combination, and returned to the sitting-room. Finality, he said. Yes, I think so. He stretched out his hand to the telephone, then appeared to alter his mind. He went upstairs to an attic, and thence climbed into a loft close under the roof. Crawling among the rafters, he made his way into the farthest corner, then carefully pressed a knot on the timberwork. A concealed trapdoor swung open. He crept through it, and found himself in the corresponding loft of the next house. A soft cooing noise greeted him as he entered. Under the skylight stood 3 cages, each containing a carrier pigeon. He glanced cautiously out of the skylight, which looked out upon a high blank wall at the back of some factory or other. There was nobody in the dim little courtyard, and no window within sight. He drew his head in again, and taking a small fragment of thin paper from his pocket-book, wrote a few letters and numbers on it. Going to the nearest cage, he took out the pigeon and attached the message to its wing. Then he carefully set the bird on the window ledge. It hesitated a moment, shifted its pink feet a few times, lifted its wings, and was gone. He saw it tower up into the already darkening sky over the factory roof and vanish into the distance. He glanced at his watch and returned downstairs.
An hour later he released the second pigeon, and in another hour the third. Then he sat down to wait. At 9:30 he went up to the attic again. It was dark, but a few frosty stars were shining, and a cold air blew through the open window. Something pale gleamed faintly on the floor. He picked it up. It was warm and feathery. The answer had come. He ruffled the soft plumes and found the paper. Before reading it, he fed the pigeon and put it into one of the cages. As he was about to fasten the door, he checked himself. "If anything happens to me," he said, "there's no need for you to starve to death, my child." He pushed the window a little wider open and went downstairs again. The paper in his hand bore only the two letters O.K. It seemed to have been written hurriedly, for there was a long smear of ink in the upper left-hand corner. He noted this with a smile, put the paper in the fire, and going out into the kitchen, prepared and ate a hearty meal of eggs and corned beef from a new tin. He ate it without bread, though there was a loaf on the shelf near at hand, and washed it down with water from the tap, which he let run for some time before venturing to drink it. Even then he carefully wiped the tap, both inside and outside, before drinking. When he finished, he took a revolver from a locked drawer, inspecting the mechanism with attention to see that it was in working order, and loaded it with new cartridges from an unbroken packet. Then he sat down to wait again. At 11:15, he rose and went out into the street. He walked briskly, keeping well away from the wall, till he came out into a well-lighted thoroughfare. Here he took a bus, securing the corner seat next to the conductor, from which he could see everybody who got on and off. A succession of buses eventually brought him to a respectable residential quarter of Hampstead. Here he alighted, and, still keeping well away from the walls, made his way up to the heath. The night was moonless, but not altogether black, and as he crossed a deserted path of the heath, he observed one or two other dark forms closing in upon him from various directions. He paused in the shelter of a large tree and adjusted to his face a black velvet mask, which covered him from brow to chin. At his base, the number 21 was clearly embroidered in white thread. At length, a slight dip in the ground disclosed one of those agreeable villas which stand somewhat isolated among the rural surroundings of the heath. One of the windows was lighted. As he made his way to the door, other dark figures, masked like himself, pressed forward and surrounded him. He counted 6 of them. The foremost man knocked on the door of the solitary house. After a moment it was opened slightly. The man advanced his head to the opening. There was a murmur, and the door opened wide. The man stepped in, and the door was shut. When 3 of the men had entered, Rogers found himself to be the next in turn. He knocked 3 times, loudly, then twice faintly. The door opened to the extent of 2 or 3 inches, and an ear was presented to the chink. Rogers whispered, "Finality." The ear was withdrawn, the door opened, and he passed in. Without any further word of greeting, number 21 passed into a small room on the left, which was furnished like an office, with a desk, a safe, and a couple of chairs. At the desk sat a massive man in evening dress with a ledger before him. The new arrival shut the door carefully after him. It clicked to on a spring lock. Advancing to the desk, he announced, "Number 21, sir," and stood respectfully waiting. The big man looked up, showing the number 1, startlingly white on his velvet mask. His eyes, of a curious hard blue, scanned Rogers attentively. At a sign from him, Rogers removed his mask. Having verified his identity with care, the President said, "Very well, number 21," and made an entry in the ledger. The voice was hard and metallic like his eyes. The close scrutiny from behind the immovable black mask seemed to make Rogers uneasy. He shifted his feet, and his eyes fell. Number 1 made a sign of dismissal, and Rogers, with a faint sigh as though of relief, replaced his mask and left the room. As he came out, the next comer passed in to his place. The room in which the society met was a large one, made by knocking the 2 largest of the first-floor rooms into one. It was furnished in the standard taste of 20th-century suburbia and brilliantly lighted. A gramophone in one corner blared out a jazz tune to which about 10 couples of masked men and women were dancing, some in evening dress and others in tweeds and jumpers. In one corner of the room was an American bar. Rogers went up and asked the masked man in charge for a double whiskey. He consumed it slowly, leaning on the bar. The room filled. Presently somebody moved across to the gramophone and stopped it. He looked round. Number 1 had appeared on the threshold. A tall woman in black stood beside him. The mask, embroidered with a white 2, covered hair and face completely. Only her fine bearing and her white arms and bosom, and the dark eyes shining through the eye slits, proclaimed her a woman of power and physical attraction. "Ladies and gentlemen," Number 1 was standing at the upper end of the room. The woman sat beside him. Her eyes were cast down and betrayed nothing, but her hands were clenched on the arms of the chair, and her whole figure seemed tensely aware. "Ladies and gentlemen, our numbers are too short tonight." The masks moved. Eyes were turned, seeking and counting. "I need not inform you of the disastrous failure of our plan for securing the plans of the Court Windlesham helicopter. Our courageous and devoted comrades number 15 and number 48 were betrayed and taken by the police." An uneasy murmur arose among the company. "It may have occurred to some of you that even the well-known steadfastness of these comrades might give way under examination. There is no cause for alarm. The usual orders have been issued, and I have this evening received the report that their tongues have been effectively silenced. You will, I am sure, be glad to know that these 2 brave men have been spared the ordeal of so great a temptation to dishonour, that they will not be called upon to face a public trial and the rigours of a long imprisonment." A hiss of intaken breath moved across the assembled members like the wind over a barley field. "Their dependents will be discreetly compensated in the usual manner. I call upon numbers 12 and 34 to undertake this agreeable task. They will attend me in my office for their instructions after the meeting. Will the numbers I have named kindly signify that they are able and willing to perform this duty?" 2 hands were raised in salute. The President continued, looking at his watch. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your partners for the next dance." The gramophone struck up again. Rogers turned to a girl near him in a red dress. She nodded, and they slipped into the movement of a foxtrot. The couples gyrated solemnly and in silence. Their shadows were flung against the blinds as they turned and stepped to and fro. "What has happened?" breathed the girl in a whisper, scarcely moving her lips. "I'm frightened, aren't you? I feel as if something awful was going to happen." "It does take one a bit short, the President's way of doing things," agreed Rogers. "But it's safer like that." "Those poor men." A dancer, turning and following on their heels, touched Rogers on the shoulder. No talking, please," he said. His eyes gleamed sternly. He twirled his partner into the middle of the crowd and was gone. The girl shuddered. The gramophone stopped. There was a burst of clapping, and the dancers again clustered before the President's seat. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may wonder why this extraordinary meeting has been called. The reason is a serious one. The failure of our recent attempt was no accident. The police were not on the premises that night by chance. We have a traitor amongst us." Partners who'd been standing close together fell distrustfully apart. Each member seemed to shrink as a snail shrinks from the touch of a finger. "You will remember the disappointing outcome of the Dinglewood affair," went on the President in his harsh voice. "You may recall other smaller matters which have not turned out satisfactorily. All these troubles have been traced to their origin. I'm happy to say that our minds can now be easy. The offender has been discovered and will be removed. There will be no more mistakes. The misguided member who introduced the traitor to our society will be placed in a position where his lack of caution will have no further ill effects. There is no cause for alarm." Every eye roved about the company, searching for the traitor and his unfortunate sponsor. Somewhere beneath the black masks a face must have turned white. Somewhere under the stifling velvet there must have been a brow sweating, not with the heat of the dance. But the masks hid everything. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your partners for the next dance." The gramophone struck into an old and half-forgotten tune, There Ain't Nobody Loves Me. The girl in red was claimed by a tall mask in evening dress. A hand laid on Roger's arm made him start. A small, plump woman in a green jumper slipped a cold hand into his. The dance went on. When it stopped, amid the usual applause, everyone stood detached, stiffened in expectation. The President's voice was raised again. Ladies and gentlemen, please behave naturally. This is a dance, not a public meeting. Rogers led his partner to a chair and fetched her an ice. As he stooped over her, he noticed the hurried rise and fall of her bosom. Ladies and gentlemen, the endless interval was over. You will no doubt wish to be immediately relieved from suspense. I will name the persons involved. Number 37. A man sprang up with a fearful strangled cry. Silence! The wretch choked and gasped. I swear I never, I'm innocent. Silence! You have failed in discretion, you will be dealt with. If you have anything to say in defence of your folly, I will hear it later. Sit down. Number 37 sank down upon a chair. He pushed his handkerchief under the mask to wipe his face. Two tall men closed in upon him. The rest fell back, feeling the recoil of humanity from one stricken by mortal disease. The gramophone struck up. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now name the traitor. Number 21, stand forward. Rogers stepped forward. The concentrated fear and loathing of 48 pairs of eyes burned upon him. The miserable Jukes set up a fresh wail. Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Silence! Number 21, take off your mask. The traitor pulled the thick covering from his face. The intense hatred of the eyes devoured him. Number 37, this man was introduced here by you under the name of Joseph Rogers, formerly second footman in the service of the Duke of Denver, dismissed for pilfering. Did you take steps to verify that statement? I did. As God is my witness, it was all straight. I had him identified by two of the servants. I made inquiries. The tale was straight. I'll swear it was. The President consulted a paper before him. Then he looked at his watch again. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your partners. Number 21. His arms twisted behind him and bound, and his wrists handcuffed, stood motionless while the dance of doom circled about him. The clapping, as it ended, sounded like the clapping of the men and women who sat thirsty-lipped beneath the guillotine. Number 21, your name has been given as Joseph Rogers, footman, dismissed for theft. Is that your real name? No. What is your real name? Peter Death Breeden Wimsey. We thought you were dead. Naturally, you were intended to think so. What has become of the genuine Joseph Rogers? He died abroad. I took his place. I may say that no real blame attaches to your people for not having realized who I was. I not only took Rogers's place, I was Rogers. Even when I was alone, I walked like Rogers. I sat like Rogers. I read Rogers's books and wore Rogers's clothes. In the end, I almost thought Rogers' thoughts. The only way to keep up a successful impersonation is never to relax. I see. The robbery of your own flat was arranged? Well, obviously. The robbery of the Dowager Duchess, your mother, was connived at by you? It was. It was a very ugly tiara. No real loss to anybody with decent taste. May I smoke, by the way? You may not. Ladies and gentlemen, the dance was like the mechanical jigging of puppets. Limbs jerked, feet faltered. The prisoner watched with an air of critical detachment. Numbers 15, 22, and 49. You have watched the prisoner. Has he made any attempts to communicate with anybody? None. Number 22 was the spokesman. His letters and parcels have been opened, his telephone tapped, and his movements followed. His water pipes have been under observation for Morse signals. You are sure of what you say? Absolutely. Prisoner, have you been alone in this adventure? Speak the truth, or things will be made somewhat more unpleasant for you than they might otherwise be. I have been alone. I have taken no unnecessary risks. It may be so. It will, however, be as well that steps should be taken to silence the man at Scotland Yard. What's his name? Parker? Also the prisoner's manservant, Mervyn Bunter, and possibly also his mother and sister. The brother is a stupid oaf, and not, I think, likely to have been taken into the prisoner's confidence. A precautionary watch will, I think, meet the necessities of his case. The prisoner appeared for the first time to be moved. Sir, I assure you that my mother and sister know nothing which could possibly bring danger on the society. You should have thought of their situation earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, please take... No! Flesh and blood could endure the mockery no longer. No, finish with him! Get it over! Break up the meeting! It's dangerous! The police! Silence! The president glanced round at the crowd. It had a dangerous look about it. He gave way. Very well. Take the prisoner away and silence him. He will receive number 4 treatment. And be sure you explain it to him carefully first. Ah! The eyes expressed a wolfish satisfaction. Strong hands gripped Wimsey's arms. Look, one moment. For God's sake, let me die decently. You should have thought this over earlier. Take him away, ladies and gentlemen. Be satisfied. He will not die quickly. Look, stop, wait, cried Wimsey desperately. I have something to say. Look, I don't ask for life, only for a quick death. I have something to sell. To sell? Yes. We make no bargains with traitors. No, but listen, do you think I have not thought of this? I'm not so mad. I've left a letter. Ah, now it's coming. A letter. To whom? To the police. If I do not return tomorrow, well, the letter will be opened. Sir, broke in number 15, this is bluff. The prisoner has not sent any letter. He has been strictly watched for many months. Ah, but listen. I left the letter before I came to Lambeth. Then it could contain no information of value. Oh, but it does. What? The combination of my safe. Indeed. Has this man's safe been searched? Yes, sir. What did it contain? No information of importance, sir. An outline of our organisation, the name of his house, nothing that cannot be altered and covered before morning. Wimsey smiled. Did you investigate the inner compartment of the safe? There was a pause. You hear what he says, snapped the president sharply. Did you find this inner compartment? There was no inner compartment, sir. He's trying to bluff. I hate to contradict you, said Wimsey, with an effort at his ordinary pleasant tone, but I really think you must have overlooked the inner compartment. Well, said the president, and what do you say is in this inner compartment, if it does exist? The names of every member of the society, with their addresses, photographs, and fingerprints. What? The eyes round him now were ugly with fear. Wimsey kept his face steadily turned towards the president. How do you say you have contrived to get this information? Well, I've been doing a little detective work on my own, you know. But you've been watched? True. The fingerprints of my watchers adorn the first pages of the collection. This statement can be proved? Certainly, and I'll prove it. The name of number 50, for example... Stop! A fierce muttering arose. The president silenced it with a gesture. If you mention names here, you will certainly have no hope of mercy. There is a 5th treatment kept specially for people who mention names. Bring the prisoner to my office. Keep the dance going. The president took an automatic from his hip pocket and faced his tightly fettered prisoner across the desk. Now speak, he said. Well, I should put that thing away if I were you, said Wimsey contemptuously. It would be a much pleasanter form of death than treatment number 5, and I might be tempted to ask for it. Ingenious, said the president, but a little too ingenious. Now be quick, tell me what you know. Will you spare me if I tell you? I make no promises. Be quick. Wimsey shrugged his bound and aching shoulders. Certainly. I will tell you what I know. Stop me when you've heard enough. He leaned forward and spoke low. Overhead, the noise of the gramophone and the shuffling of feet bore witness that the dance was going on. Stray passers-by, crossing the heath, noted that the people in the lonely house were making a night of it again. Well, said Wimsey, Am I to go on? From beneath the mask, the President's voice sounded as though he were grimly smiling. "My lord," he said, "your story fills me with regret that you are not, in fact, a member of our society. Wit, courage, and industry are valuable to an association like ours. I fear I cannot persuade you?" "No, I suppose not." He touched a bell on his desk. "Ask the members kindly to proceed to the supper-room," he said to the masked man who entered. The supper-room was on the ground floor, shuttered and curtained. Down its centre ran a long bare table with chairs set about it. "A Barmecide feast, I see," said Wimsey pleasantly. It was the first time he'd seen this room. At the far end, a trapdoor in the floor gaped ominously. The President took the head of the table. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, as usual, and the foolish courtesy had never sounded so sinister, "I will not conceal from you the seriousness of the situation. The prisoner has recited to me more than 20 names and addresses which were thought to be unknown, except to their owners and to me. There has been great carelessness." His voice rang harshly. "Which will have to be looked into. Fingerprints have been obtained. He's shown me the photographs of some of them. How our investigators came to overlook the inner door of his safe is a matter which calls for inquiry." "Oh, look, don't blame them," put in Wimsey. "It was meant to be overlooked, you know. I made it like that on purpose." The President went on without seeming to notice the interruption. "The prisoner informs me that the book with the names and addresses is to be found in this inner compartment, together with certain letters and papers stolen from the houses of members, and numerous objects bearing authentic fingerprints. I believe him to be telling the truth. He offers the combination of the safe in exchange for a quick death. I think the offer should be accepted. What is your opinion, ladies and gentlemen?" "The combination is known already," said number 22. "Imbecile! This man has told us and has proved to me that he is Lord Peter Wimsey. Do you think he'll have forgotten to alter the combination? And then there's the secret of the inner door. If he disappears tonight and the police enter his house—" "I say," said a woman's rich voice, "that the promise should be given and the information used, and quickly. Time is getting short." A murmur of agreement went round the table. "You hear," said the President, addressing Wimsey. "The Society offers you the privilege of a quick death in return for the combination of the safe and the secret of the inner door. I have your word for it?" "You have." "Thank you. And my mother and sister, if you in your turn will give us your word, you are a man of honour, that these women know nothing that could harm us, they shall be spared." "Thank you, sir. You may rest assured, upon my honour, that they know nothing. I should not think of burdening any woman with such dangerous secrets, particularly those who are dear to me." "Very well, it is agreed. Yes?" The murmur of assent was given, though with less readiness than before. "Then I am willing to give you the information you want. The word of the combination is unreliability. And the inner door?" In anticipation of the visit of the police, "the inner door, which might have presented difficulties, is open." "Good. You understand that if the police interfere with our messenger, that would not help me, would it?" "It is a risk," said the President thoughtfully, "but a risk which I think we must take. Carry the prisoner down to the cellar. He can amuse himself by contemplating apparatus number 5. In the meantime, numbers 12 and 46... No, no!" A sullen mutter of dissent arose and swelled threateningly. "No," said a tall man with a voice like treacle. "No, no! Why should any member be put in possession of this evidence? We found a traitor amongst us tonight, and more than one fool. How are we to know that numbers 12 and 46 are not fools and traitors also?" The two men turned savagely upon the speaker, but a girl's voice struck into the discussion, high and agitated. "Here, here! That's right, I say! How about us? We ain't going to have our names read by somebody we don't know nothing about. I've had enough of this. They might sell the whole lot of us to the narcs." "I agree," said another member. "Nobody ought to be trusted. Nobody at all." The President shrugged his shoulders. "Then what, ladies and gentlemen, do you suggest?" There was a pause. Then the same girl shrilled out again. "I say Mr. President ought to go himself. He's the only one as knows all the names. He won't be no cop to him.
Why should we take all the risk and trouble and him sit at home and collar the money? Let him go himself. That's what I say.
A long rustle of approbation went round the table.
I second that motion, said a stout man who wore a bunch of gold seals at his fob.
Wimsey smiled as he looked at the seals. It was that trifling vanity which had led him directly to the name and address of the stout man, and he felt certain affection for the trinkets on that account. The President looked round.
"Is it the wish of the meeting, then, that I should go?" he said in an ominous voice.
45 hands were raised in approbation. Only the woman known as number 2 remained motionless and silent, her strong white hands clenched on the arm of the chair. The President rolled his eyes slowly round the threatening ring until they rested upon her.
"Am I to take it that this vote is unanimous?" he inquired.
The woman raised her head. "Don't go," she gasped faintly.
"You hear," said the President, in a faintly derisive tone. "This lady says don't go." "I submit that what number 2 says is neither here nor there," said the man with the treacly voice. "Our own ladies might not like us to be going, if they were in Madam's privileged position." His voice was an insult. "Hear, hear," cried another man. "This is a democratic society, this is. We don't want no privileged classes."
"Very well," said the President. "You hear, number 2? The feeling of the meeting is against you. Have you any reasons to put forward in favour of your opinion?" 100. "The President is the head and soul of our society. If anything should happen to him, where should we be? You," she swept the company magnificently with her eyes, "have all blundered. We have your carelessness to thank for all this. Do you think we should be safe for 5 minutes if the President were not here to repair your follies?"
"Ah, well, something in that," said a man who had not hitherto spoken.
Pardon my suggesting," said Wimsey maliciously, "that as the lady appears to be in a position peculiarly favourable for the reception of the President's confidences, the contents of my modest volume will probably be no news to her. Why should not number 2 go herself?"
"Because I say she must not," said the President sternly, checking the quick reply that rose to his companion's lips. "If it is still the will of the meeting, I will go. Give me the key of the house."
One of the men extracted it from Wimsey's jacket pocket and handed it over.
"Is the house watched?" he demanded of Wimsey.
"No."
"That is the truth?"
"It is the truth." The President turned at the door.
"If I have not returned in 2 hours' time," he said, "act for the best to save yourselves and do what you like with the prisoner. Number 2 will give orders in my absence."
He left the room.
Number 2 rose from her seat with a gesture of command. "Ladies and gentlemen,
supper is now considered over. Start the dancing again." Down in the cellar, the time passed slowly in the contemplation of apparatus number 5. The miserable Jukes, alternately wailing and raving, at length shrieked himself into exhaustion. The 4 members guarding the prisoners whispered together from time to time. "An hour and a half since the President left," said one. Wimsey glanced up. Then he returned to his examination of the room. There were many curious things in it which he wanted to memorize. Presently the trap-door was flung open.
"Bring him up!"
cried a voice. Wimsey rose immediately, and his face was rather pale. The members of the gang were again seated round the table. Number 2 occupied the President's chair, and her eyes fastened on Wimsey's face with a tigerish fury. But when she spoke, it was with a self-control which roused his admiration. "The President has been 2 hours gone," she said. "What has happened to him?" "Traitor twice over, what has happened to him?"
"Ah,
how should I know?" said Wimsey. "Perhaps he's looked after number 1 and gone while the going was good." She sprang up with a little cry of rage and came close to him. "Beast, liar," she said, and struck him on the mouth. "You know he would never do that. He is faithful to his friends. What have you done with him? Speak, or I will make you speak. You two there, bring the irons. He shall speak." "I can only form a guess, madam," replied Wimsey, "and I shall not guess any better from being stimulated with hot irons, like Pantaloon at the circus. Calm yourself, and I will tell you what I think. I think, indeed, I greatly fear, The Monsieur le Président, in his hurry to examine the interesting exhibits in my safe, may, quite inadvertently, no doubt, have let the door of the inner compartment close behind him. In which case, he raised his eyebrows, his shoulders being too sore from shrugging, and gazed at her with a limpid and innocent regret. "What do you mean?" Wimsey glanced around the circle. "I think," he said, "I had better begin from the beginning by explaining to you the mechanism of my safe. It's rather a nice safe," he added plaintively. "I invented the idea myself. Not the principle of its working, of course, that is a matter for scientists, but just the idea of the thing. The combination I gave you is perfectly correct as far as it goes. It is a 3-alphabet, 13-letter lock by Bunn and Fishett, a very good one of its kind. It opens the outer door, leading into the ordinary strong-room, where I keep my cash and my froth-blowers, cufflinks, and all that. But there is an inner compartment with 2 doors, which open in a quite different manner. The outermost of these 2 inner doors is merely a thin steel skin, painted to look like the back of the safe, and fit in closely so as not to betray any join. It lies in the same plane as the wall of the room, you understand, so that if you were to measure the outside and the inside of the safe, you would discover no discrepancy. It opens outwards with an ordinary key, and as I truly assured your president, it was left open when I quitted my flat." "Do you think," said the woman sneeringly, "that the president is so simple as to be caught in so obvious a trap? He'll have wedged open that inner door undoubtedly." "Oh, undoubtedly, madam. But the sole purpose of that outer inner door, if I may so express myself, is to appear to be the only inner door. But hidden behind the hinge of that door is another door, a sliding panel, set so close in the thickness of the wall that you'd hardly see it unless you knew it was there. This door was also left open. Our revered number 1 had nothing to do but to walk straight through into the inner compartment of the safe, which, by the way, is built into the chimney of the old basement kitchen, which runs up the house at that point. I hope I make myself clear. Yes, get on. Make your story short." Wimsey bowed, and speaking with even greater deliberation than ever, resumed. "Now, this interesting list of the Society's activities, which I have had the honour of compiling, is written in a very large book, bigger even than Monsieur le Président's ledger, which he uses downstairs. I trust, by the way, madam, that you have borne in mind the necessity of putting that ledger in a safe place. Apart from the risk of investigation by some officious policeman, it would be inadvisable that any junior member of the Society should get hold of it. The feeling of the meeting would, I fancy, be opposed to such an occurrence." "It is secure," she answered hastily. "Mon Dieu, get on with your story." "Thank you. Oh, you've relieved my mind. Very good. Well, this big book lies on a steel shelf at the back of the inner compartment. Just a moment. I've not described this inner compartment to you. It is 6 feet high, 3 feet wide, and 3 feet deep. One can stand up in it quite comfortably, unless one is very tall. It suits me nicely. As you may see, I am not more than 5 feet 8 1/2. The President has the advantage of me in height. He might be a little cramped, but there would be room for him to squat if he grew tired of standing. By the way, I don't know if you know it, but you've tied me up rather tightly. I would have tied you till your bones were locked together. Beat him, you. He's trying to gain time." "If you beat me," said Wimsey, "I'm damned if I'll speak at all. Now control yourself, madam. Doesn't do to move hastily when your king is in check." "Get on," she cried, again stamping with rage. Well, where was I? Yes, the inner compartment. Well, as I say, it is a little snug. The more so that it is not ventilated in any way. Did I mention that the book lay on a steel shelf? You did. Yes. The steel shelf is balanced on a very delicate concealed spring. When the weight of the book, a heavy one, as I said, is lifted, the shelf rises almost imperceptibly. In rising, it makes an electrical contact. Imagine to yourself, madam, our revered president steps in. Propping the false door open behind him, he sees the book. Quickly he snatches it up. To make sure that it's the right one, he opens it. He studies the pages. He looks about for the other objects I've mentioned, which bear the marks of fingerprints, and silently, but very, very quickly, you can imagine it, can you not, the secret panel, released by the rising of the shelf, leaps across like a panther behind him. Rather a trite simile, but apt, don't you think? Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Her hand went up as though to tear the choking mask from her face. You devil! You devil! What is the word that opens the inner door? Quick! I'll have it torn out of you. The word! Well, it's not a hard word to remember, madam, though it has been forgotten before now. Do you recollect when you were a child being told the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves? When I had that door made, my mind reverted, with rather a pretty touch of sentimentality, in my opinion, to the happy hours of my childhood. The words that open the door are, "Open sesame." Ah! How long can a man live in this devil's trap of yours? "Oh," said Wimsey cheerfully, "I should think he might hold out a few hours if he kept cool and didn't use up the available oxygen by shouting and hammering. If we went there at once, I dare say we'd find him fairly all right. I shall go myself. Take this man and do your worst with him. Don't finish him till I come back. I want to see him die." One moment," said Wimsey, unmoved by this amiable wish. "I think you'd better take me with you." "Why? Why?" "Because, you see, I'm the only person who can open the door." "But you've given me the word. Was that a lie?" No, the word's all right. But you see, it's one of these new-style electric doors. In fact, it's really the very latest thing in doors. I'm rather proud of it. It opens to the words "Open Sesame," all right. But to my voice only. Your voice. I will choke your voice with my own hands. What do you mean, your voice only? Just what I say. Now, don't clutch my throat like that, or you may alter my voice so that the door won't recognize it. That's better. It's apt to be rather pernickety about voices. It got stuck up for a week once while I had a cold and could only implore it in a hoarse whisper. Even in the ordinary way, I sometimes have to try several times before I hit on the exact right intonation. She turned and appealed to a short, thick-set man standing beside her. "Is this true? Is this possible?" Perfectly, madam, I'm afraid," said the man civilly. From his voice, Wimsey took him to be a superior workman of some kind, probably an engineer. "Is it an electrical device? Do you understand it?" Yes, madam." "It'll have a microphone arrangement somewhere which converts the sound into a series of vibrations controlling an electric needle. When the needle has traced the correct pattern, the circuit is completed and the door opens. The same thing can be done by light vibrations equally easily." "Couldn't you open it with tools?" "In time, yes, madam, but only by smashing the mechanism, which is probably well protected." "You may take that for granted," interjected Wimsey reassuringly. She put her hands to her head. "I'm afraid we're done in," said the engineer, with a kind of respect in his tone for a good job of work. "No, wait, somebody must know. The workman who made this thing." "In Germany," said Wimsey briefly. "Or, yes, I have it, a gramophone. This. Yes, he shall be made to say the word for us. Quick, how can it be done?" "Not possible, madam. Where shall we get the apparatus at 3:30 on a Sunday morning? The poor gentleman would be dead long before—" There was a silence, during which the sounds of the awakening day came through the shuttered windows. A motor horn sounded distantly. "I give in," she said. "We must let him go. Take the ropes off him. You will free him, won't you?" she went on, turning piteously to Wimsey. "Devil as you are not such a devil as that. You will go straight back and save him?" "Let him go, nothing," broke in one of the men. "He doesn't go to preach to the police, my lady, don't you think it. The President's done in, that's all, and we'd all better make tracks while we can. It's all up, boys. Chuck this fella down the cellar and fasten him in, so he can't make a row and wake the place up. I'm going to destroy the ledgers. You can see it done if you don't trust me, and you, 30, you know where the switch is. Give us a quarter of an hour to clear, and then you can blow the place to glory." No, you can't. You can't leave him to die. Your president, your leader, Look, I won't let it happen. Set this devil free. Help me, one of you, with the ropes." "None of that now," said the man who had spoken before. He caught her by the wrists, and she twisted, shrieking in his arms, biting and struggling to get free. Think, said the man with the treacly voice. "It's getting on till morning. It'll be light in an hour or two. The police may be here any minute." "The police?" She seemed to control herself by a violent effort. Yes, you're right. We must not imperil the safety of all for the sake of one man. He himself would not wish it, that is so. We will put this carrion in the cellar where it cannot harm us, and depart. Everyone to his own place while there's time. And the other prisoner? He, poor fool, he can do no harm, he knows nothing. Let him go, she answered contemptuously. In a few minutes' time, Wimsey found himself bundled unceremoniously into the depths of the cellar. He was a little puzzled. That they should refuse to let him go, even at the price of number one's life, you could understand. He'd taken the risk with his own eyes open, but that they should leave him as a witness against them seemed incredible. The men who had taken him down strapped his ankles together and departed, switching the lights out as they went. "Hi, camarade," said Wimsey. "It's a bit lonely sitting here. You might leave the light on." "It's all right, my friend," was the reply. "You will not be in the dark long. They've set the time fuse." The other man laughed with rich enjoyment, and they went out together. So that was it. He was to be blown up with the house. In that case, the president would certainly be dead before he was extricated. This worried Wimsey. He would rather have been able to bring the big crook to justice. After all, Scotland Yard had been waiting 6 years to break up this gang. He waited, straining his ears. It seemed to him that he heard footsteps overhead. The gang had all crept out by this time. There was certainly a creak. The trapdoor had opened. He felt, rather than heard, somebody creeping into the cellar. "Shh!" said a voice in his ear. Soft hands passed over his face and went fumbling about his body. There came the cold touch of steel on his wrists. The rope slackened and dropped off. A key clicked in the handcuffs. The strap about his ankles was unbuckled. "Quick! Quick, they set the time switch. The house is mine. Follow me as fast as you can." I stole back. I said I'd left my jewellery. It was true, I left it on purpose. He must be saved. Only you can do it. Make haste. Wimsey, staggering with pain as the blood rushed back into his bound and numbed arms, crawled after her into the room above. A moment, and she'd flung back the shutters and thrown the window open. "Now go. Release him. You promise?" "I promise. And I warn you, madam, that this house is surrounded. When my safe door closed, it gave a signal which sent my servant to Scotland Yard. Your friends are all taken." "Ah, but you go. Never mind me. Quick, the time is almost up." "Come away from this." He caught her by the arm, and they went running and stumbling across the little garden. An electric torch shone suddenly in the bushes. "That you, Parker?" cried Wimsey. "Get your fellows away, quick. The house is going up in a minute." The garden seemed suddenly full of shouting, hurrying men. Wimsey, floundering in the darkness, was brought up violently against the wall. He made a leap at the coping, caught it, and hoisted himself up. His hands groped for the woman. He swung her up beside him. They jumped. Everyone was jumping. The woman caught her foot and fell with a gasping cry. Wimsey tried to stop himself, tripped over a stone, and came down headlong. Then, with a flash and a roar, the night went up in fire. Wimsey picked himself painfully out from among the debris of the garden wall. A faint moaning near him proclaimed that his companion was still alive. A lantern was turned suddenly upon them. "Here you are," said a cheerful voice. "Are you all right, old thing?" "Good Lord, what a hairy monster." "All right," said Wimsey. "Yes, only a bit winded. Is the lady safe?" Arm broken, apparently. Otherwise sound. What's happened?" "About half a dozen of them got blown up. The rest we've bagged." Wimsey became aware of a circle of dark forms in the wintry dawn. "Good Lord, what a day! What a comeback for a public character! You old stinker, to let us go on for 2 years thinking you were dead. I bought a bit of black for an armband, I did really. Did anyone know besides Bunter?" "Only my mother and sister. I put it in a secret trust, you know, the thing you send to executors and people. Oh, we shall have an awful time with the lawyers, I'm afraid, proving I'm me. Hello, is that friend Sugg?" "Yes, my lord," said Inspector Sugg, grinning and nearly weeping with excitement. "Damn glad to see your lordship again. Fine piece of work, your lordship. We're all wanting to shake hands with you, sir." "Oh, Lord, I wish I could get washed and shaved first. Well, awfully glad to see you all again, after 2 years' exile in Lambeth. Been a good little show, hasn't it?" "Is he safe?" Wimsey started at the agonized cry. "Good Lord," he cried, "I've forgotten the gentleman in the safe. Here, look, here, fetch a car quickly. We've got the great big-top Moriarty of the whole bunch quietly asphyxiating at home." Here, hop in and put the lady in too. I promised we'd get back and save him, though. He finished the sentence in Parker's ears. There may be murder charges, too, and I wouldn't give much for his chance at the Old Bailey. Whack her up. He can't last much longer, shut up there. He's the bloke you've been wanting, the man at the back of the Morrison case, and the Hope Wilmington case, and hundreds of others. The cold morning had turned the streets grey when they drew up before the door of the house in Lambeth. Wimsey took the woman by the arm and helped her out. The mask was off now and showed her face, haggard and desperate, and white with fear and pain. "Russian, eh?" whispered Parker in Wimsey's ear. Something of the sort. "Oh, damn, the front door's blown shut and the biter's got the key with him in the safe. So hop through the window, will you?" Parker bundled obligingly in, and in a few seconds threw open the door to them. The door seemed very still. Wimsey led the way to the back room, where the strong room stood. The outer door and the second door stood propped open with chairs. The inner door faced them like a blank green wall. "Only hope he hasn't upset the adjustment with thumping at it," muttered Wimsey. The anxious hand on his arm clutched feverishly. He pulled himself together, forcing his tone to one of the cheerful commonplace. "Come on, old thing," he said, addressing himself conversationally to the door. "Show us your paces. Open sesame, confound you! Open sesame!" The green door slid suddenly away into the wall. The woman sprang forward and caught in her arms the humped and senseless thing that rolled out from the safe. Its clothes were torn to ribbons, and its battered hands dripped blood. "It's all right," said Wimsey. "It's all right. He'll live to stand trial."
That was Ian Carmichael reading Lord Peter Views the Body by Dorothy Sayers.